Welcome to Phoenix. Today's audiobook is History of Greek Culture by Jacob Burckhardt, published posthumously in the late 19th century from his university lectures. This work is presented for historical and educational purposes and reflects the ideas and context of its time. You're listening to Phoenix. For more complete and rarely available audiobooks like this, subscribe. New titles are added regularly. This audiobook has been created using Scriptorion, a fully local AI audiobook creation application developed by myself. If you'd like to create audiobooks and long-form narration entirely offline on your own PC, you can find more information in the description below. Now, let's begin. History of Greek Culture, Jacob Burckhardt. Part, I State and Nation. Chapter 1, The polis all beginnings are lost in obscurity, including those of a race or people. Still, the social foundations of Greek life, namely marriage and the family and property rights, appear to have been present already in pre-Hellenic times. They were certainly present among the Hellenes and Greco-Italic people before they differentiated into subgroups. They must have been shaped by a primal religion which bestowed a central role on the ancestral cult as well as on the hearth. Ancestor worship also imposed monogamy, found in Greece at the very beginning, as evidenced by elaborate marriage rites and the severe punishment adultery entailed, and likewise the right to own land was causally related to veneration of the hearth and graves. According to Diodorus, the hearth taught man the art of building houses. Originally, Greek houses were separated from each other. There were no rows of houses with partition walls between them. The family burial site was located on one's own land. Therefore, this property could not be alienated. The duties deriving from ancestor worship also imposed the right of inheritance. The son inherited the land, the daughters being left out. But to guarantee the continuation of sacrifices to the dead, daughters as inheritors were married to the next of kin, and adoption was permitted. Paternal power must have been very comprehensive. In historical times, the genos, i.e. the racial community in the old sense, was present only as a vestigial remnant, surviving nowhere in its original form. The genos appeared as a recollection, as an awareness of a common ancestry, and in a communal worship of the dead, the grave site being the only property held in common. The relation of the later lines of descent to the ancestral lineage remains in question. The accession of slaves and hired hands also had a complicating effect on the racial groupings. The interrelation of the racial stocks and tribes baffles conception and is purely hypothetical. We simply cannot tell whether families formed phratries, fillet, and fillet tribes, or whether, on the contrary, the tribe was first and it broke up into fillet, phratries, and subgroups. Whether it was a process of subdivision or of amalgamation cannot be ascertained. In any event, a remnant of grey antiquity towers like an ancient mountain peak above alluvial plains, the fillet, the marked changes in the social structure and in the usage of words have here, as elsewhere, greatly encumbered our grasp of the original affairs. The population of the Doric states tended to be composed of three phylae: Pamphylians, Dymoneans, and Hylosians. Pamphilus and Dimon were sons of King Aegimeus and grandsons of Doris, while Hyllus was the son of Heracles, who once helped Aegimeus in combat against the Lapithae. This third branch must somehow have been the favored one, for it provided the leaders, the Heraclidae, under whom the Dorians set out on their renowned migrations and laid the foundation of states. In Attica, and likely also in other Ionic states, there were four phylae: Geleontes, Argades, Aegiacores, and Hoplites, heroes who were ostensibly the sons of Ion. Antiquity supposed that these names stood for various modes of life: roli, landowners, tradesmen, shepherds, and a knightly nobility. Not until subsequent historical times did each of the phylae comprise eupatrids and ordinary citizens of every sort. The phylae became elective bodies, and after Solon's constitution, each one contributed 100 members to the council. It cannot be determined whether the phylae in their early stages lived each in a separate place or not. Later, to be sure, they all lived together. It sufficed to know to which phyle one belonged. The names of the Athenians who fell at Marathon were recorded on the gravestones set on the large burial mound, according to phylae and, indeed, according to the new ones with which Cleisthenes replaced the old ones. Are we to say that originally the Dorians were divided into three phylae and the Ionians into four, or rather that the Dorians took their rise from the combining of 3 phylae, the Athenians from the combining of 4, a fiery smelting process inconceivable to us, gives rise to a race of people whose individual states quite consistently reflect their common origins. Originally, phylae were based on descent rather than occupation, as suggested by the examples adduced, for later phylae were artificially created in new settlements. When misfortune befell Cyrene, Demonax was called from Arcadia to restore order. He created 3 phylae out of the main components of the population, the first of emigrants from Thera and their neighbours, the second of men from the Peloponnese and Crete, and the third of men from the islands. In its 3 original tribes, Rome perhaps possessed a far older arrangement than it realized, namely Proto-Greeks and Italians living together, as may well be supposed they did in that area. It is commonly agreed that although tradition makes Rhamnes Tatian and Lucere centuries, subdivisions of tribes instituted by Romulus, they were originally names of tribes. In Rome, indeed, there flourished a counter-legend, according to which 3 population groups came together in the city only many years after it had been founded: Latins, Sabines, and some Etruscans. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, born a Greek, was the only one to detect that all 3 tribes were native there, and that those who came later, Sabines and whoever else, were subsequently incorporated among the tribes already existing. Cleisthenes may have divided the 4 phylae of Attica into 10 in order to equalize matters. The 4 old phylae which Solon used as a basis may well have become lopsided in power during the agitated century between Solon and Cleisthenes. Such arrangements are veritable Janus heads, one face turned toward ancient processes and foundations from which the whole complex descended, the other turned toward the basis of representative government in states, and hence often altered and deliberately reshaped. Before the Greeks, the Phoenicians had already founded poleis, i.e., city communities, city-states with bodies of laws. The power of the kings was limited by a council whose membership apparently was made up of the chiefs of privileged families. These city-states were able to settle colonies that copied the organization of their mother cities. These poleis differed from the ancient royal strongholds of the Orient, which in each nation represented the central point of the whole. They differed from the gigantic army encampment of the Assyrian dynasties on the Tigris, differed from Babylon, founded as a common stronghold for property and the gods, differed from the 3 alternating residences of the Achaemenids, differed from the great mercantile centers associated with Oriental trade, and from the temple cities of Egypt. Essentially, they were civil strongholds. Would the honor of the Greeks suffer if one assumed that the Phoenician poleis influenced them? In many other respects, the early impact of Phoenician culture on Greek life is recognized. We may assume that Thebes was originally a Phoenician city on what later became Boeotian territory. At all events, the Greeks must have had early knowledge of the cities along the Phoenician coast and of the colonies they planted. For a long time they lived in the form of a multitude of smaller and larger tribes under chieftains called kings. Single tribes, or their royal members, must have taken over or built cities and citadels here and there. Thucydides supposed that the ancient cities, both on the islands and on the mainland, were built at some distance from the sea because of piracy. For only later, with the rise of Greek shipping, there were built strongly walled cities on the coasts and on the headlands for commerce and defense against neighboring powers. Mycene and Tyrrhens are much older than any polis. But in that ancient period, people making up a tribe lived mostly in hamlets. It is not known whether these settlements were politically organized and how they were officially represented in the tribal government, nor to what extent common shrines and customs and mutual self-defense tended to unite neighboring settlements. If the people had access to strongholds in their communities or territories, they must have used them as common citadels, as refuges against pirates from land and sea. The ancient Sicanians in Sicily lived exclusively in fortified places on elevations because of pirates. Still, it is said they lived in hamlets, although the term polis is already in the offing for these settlements. The ancient Greek tribes must have somehow been possessed of stronger impulses than the other Indo-Europeans. Their subsequent vitality and energy was, as it were, prefigured in the migrations, settlements, and intermingling of the old individual groups, which must often have been on the move for long periods. Accounts of these events are quite numerous, but so tangled and confused that they only occasionally serve for a precise historical reconstruction. Every little clan has its own migration legends, whereas among the Germanic tribes only broad outlines were known. The Greeks are keenly aware of their origins and their settlements, even though they express this awareness in myths. They personify their past by means of tribal heroes who flee and later achieve new dominion. They weave these legends into the general body of myths. The legends, graves, and cults centered about these heroes are an earnest of the strong vitality later expressed in the polis. Bards recited heroic lays. In addition, a more general body of poetry, at once genealogical and ethnographical, might arise, like that of the Aegeae, Homer's catalogue of ships, and similar epic material. These migration legends set no limits on the exploits the tribes perform, and children's children recount these exploits with defiant exultation. The polis is the definitive form of the Greek state, a small independent state comprising a central city and surrounding territory. It tolerated no competing stronghold and no independent citizenry. The Greeks never thought of the polis as having developed gradually, but only as the product of a single creative act. Greek fantasy teems with notions of cities being founded full-fledged, and as whim had no part in shaping these cities, so the life in them is wholly under the aegis of necessity. The Greeks had, above all, a city-state outlook. When the Achaeans, driven out of the southern Peloponnesus, settled in their new locality in Achaia on the Bay of Corinth, they could certainly have established a unified state. Indeed, federation was at hand, but they had no penchant for it. Instead, they established 12 polis, where the Ionians had hitherto lived in hamlets scattered over 12 little districts. And actually, their communal activities rarely went beyond periodic sacrifices and festivals, as those in the sacred grove of Zeus at Hamerion, not far from Aegae. And the Ionians who had fled from the Achaeans went under Athenian leadership to the west coast of Asia Minor. They naturally founded a series of 12 polis to maintain rule over larger territories and not expose individual settlements to perpetual struggle against invasion. Either a Spartan militarism or an exceptionally favorable location was necessary. Like that of the people of Attica, attempts to federate into larger groups succeeded only temporarily. In wartime, they were never lucky or powerful enough to achieve permanence. In the long run, the hegemonies of Sparta and Athens aroused terrible hostilities, and whoever has learned to know the polis will know how uninclined it was to treat fairly its weaker allies, however expedient it might have been to do so. The clue to the whole unhappy history of Boeotia lies in the perpetually repeated attempts to embrace that territory in a federal union. In creating the polis, the vital elan takes the form of the so-called synoikismos, the joining together of hitherto separate settlements in a fortified city on the sea wherever possible. The motives of commerce, material prosperity, and the like would only have created a polisma, a ptoliathron, but the polis is something more than that. Without question, the Dorian migration was largely the external motive force that gave rise to the polis. Both those who migrated and those who were able to ward off the invaders were ripe for an organization that promised increased permanent power in defense as well as attack, constituting the real purpose of their existence. When people lived in hamlets, say 7 or 8 to a district, they were exposed to tribal hardships, but their way of life was more innocent than later. They had to defend themselves against pirates and land robbers, but still they carried on as peasants. Now polis began to compete with polis for existence and political power. And without doubt more land was cultivated originally. For when people concentrated in a city, they began to neglect the outlying acres within their bounds. Synoikism may well have been the beginning of the laying waste of Greece. Political thought of a later age has depicted the synoikism of the people of Attica as having been brought about in mystical times by Theseus. He first dissolved the prytanes, presidencies, and archonships in the 12 settlements into which Cecrops had gathered the people of Attica for the sake of safety, and then permitted only one Bulatarian council hall and one prytany in Athens. The people might live in the country on their holdings, but henceforth they had only one polis which Theseus was able to hand down to descendants as great and powerful, since everybody paid tribute into a common treasury. This was the ideal desired everywhere, and the whole of Greek life pressed toward this, its final form, the polis without which the higher Greek culture is inconceivable. To be removed from his ancestral graves must have spelled a misfortune for the Greek, for then he either had to neglect his ancestral rites or perform them only with difficulty. At any rate, he no longer had the ancestral burial site daily before his eyes. Being forcibly removed to a new place of residence was an act that caused more sorrow and grief than any other, even in the entire later history of the polis. Accounts of the founding of cities are numerous. In the Peloponnesus, Mantinea, already mentioned in Homer, became a polis through the uniting of 5 communities. Only after the Persian Wars was Elis made into a city out of several communities. During the Peloponnesian War, the Mytileneans wanted to transplant all the inhabitants of Lesbos into their own city, whereupon the people of Methymna appealed to Athens and so prevented the whole venture. In 408 BC, Lindus, Ialaisus, and Camairos voluntarily united to establish the magnificent city of Rhodes, destined for a truly splendid future. It is not difficult to imagine, however, with what feelings the people abandoned their age-old cities. During the Peloponnesian War, Perdiccas II of Macedonia persuaded the inhabitants of the peninsula of Chalcidice to forsake their coastal towns and settle in Olynthus, a migration that likewise entailed withdrawal from Athenian hegemony. The state of Argos was especially notorious for having carried out Senoikism by use of force, even though it was done for the sake of strengthening its position against Sparta. In the face of an enemy like Sparta, Epaminondas himself knew of no better stratagem except to persuade a goodly number of weak little Arcadian settlements to move together into a large centre, Megalopolis. The inhabitants of Trapezus, refusing to join in the colonization of Megalopolis, were attacked, and they fled to the city of Trapezus on the Euxine. After the battle at Mantinea, many wished to leave the Megalopolis, but were forced to return and remain in the large city by the rest of the Megalopolitans with Athenian help. Part of the abandoned settlements later lay fully deserted, while some of them became villages occupied by Megalopolitans who cultivated the adjacent land. Why were smaller places not left to carry on as country towns represented by elected officials in the council of the polis? Simply because in the long run they would not have been content to remain towns, but would have exerted all the power they possibly could to remain independent, and so become polis themselves. Perhaps only the entirely new city of Messene was founded with great cooperative enthusiasm. Here Epaminondas did not have to coerce surrounding communities. He merely had to appeal to descendants of Messene who had scattered throughout the Greek world but had recently returned, in order to get them to build a new capital. Those who had been without a country for several generations and even for centuries now had a homeland. On the other hand, very many polis were founded by high-handed tyrants and overlords. The Sicilian tyrants, even the best of them, ruthlessly mingled peoples in polis already established. They supposed that they could be sure of the loyalty of polis only when they had removed half or more of their populations and brought in outsiders, even mercenaries, as replacements. Gello, meritorious in other respects, raised Camarina and brought its inhabitants, along with over half the population of Gela, the people of Megara Hyblea, and of other Sicilian cities, to Syracuse, where he gave the upper classes citizenship, but sold many of the commoners into slavery abroad, for he distrusted the masses. He appointed his brother Hero tyrant of Gela. Hiero transferred the inhabitants of Catana to Leontini and peopled the empty walls of Catana with 5,000 Syracusans and as many Peloponnesians. He wanted ready troops to defend the strategic city, and also looked forward to being honored someday as the heroic founder of an eminent polis. Later Dionysian Agathocles caused some of the most frightful exterminations and new racial mingling in Sicily. A tyrant like Mausolus forcibly gathered the inhabitants of 6 cities into his Halicarnassus. This amounted to 3/4 of the 8 cities of the Leleges, and we are not told to what extent the people might have regarded the transference as a benefaction. In the history of the Diadochi, the newly founded cities in the Orient and in Egypt above all claim attention, and not to be overlooked are the violent deportations, the racial commingling, and the renaming of famous old cities, these Diadochi, carried out in the ancient Hellenized territory of Western Asia Minor. The establishment of a polis was the decisive experience in the whole existence of a tribe. Even in cases where people continued to cultivate the fields, in time their rural way of life became predominantly urban nevertheless, and men who had been farmers became politically minded when living together. But the significance of the experience was reflected in legends about the founding of the city and its delivery from great dangers in the past. When Heracles was driving his cattle through Italy, he met Croton, who wanted to help him. But Heracles in the dark of night mistook him for an enemy and killed him. Later he recognized his mistake and honored him greatly by building a city named Crotona around his grave site. Where there was no monument honoring the past, veneration went to some shrine such as a spring. At Haliartus in Boeotia, the stream Lophis took its rise from the blood of a boy cut to pieces by his father at the behest of the Pythian priestess, who during an unrelieved drought commanded him to kill the first living being he met. At Selene in Phrygia, a chasm opened which swallowed many houses and people. Pursuant to an oracle that the most precious offering should be hurled into the chasm, gold and silver were tried, but did not help. Then the heir to the Phrygian throne mounted his horse and spurred it into the chasm, whereupon it closed. At times the acquisition and deposition of relics, such as bones of a person long dead, would suffice for the founding of a city. For instance, when the Athenians under Hagnon definitely founded Amphipolis, he secretly sent some people to the country of Troy to fetch the remains of races from his burial mound. Possibly also, human sacrifice was later replaced by a more innocuous rite, the telesum, consisting of the burial of secret objects. The real center of a polis was the agora, the public square. The little ancient towns consisted only of an agora on which were situated the prytaneum, the council chamber, the courthouse, and one or more temples. The agora also served for sports and popular assemblies, but even when facilities for one or more of these functions were richly provided for elsewhere, the agora still remained the heart of the city. Marketplace is a very inadequate translation, for wherever people built towns, they included marketplaces, but agora is the noun form of the verb agorein, to assemble. Very often it also signifies an assemblage, regardless of the place. On this, Aristotle helpfully provides us a very clear distinction. He demands an agora for the free men, where nothing may be bought and where no farmer or laborer may enter except on command of the authorities, and another agora for the purpose of buying and selling. In coastal towns tended to locate the public square near the harbour, at least that is what the Phaeacians did, whose whole life was arranged with a view to comfort. Here, in the presence of ships surrounded by temples, offices, monuments, shops, and exchanges as thick as they could stand, the Greek was exposed to agorazine, an activity not to be translated by one word of any other language. Dictionaries give to traffic in the marketplace, to buy, to talk, to deliberate, etc., but cannot reproduce the combination of business and conversation mingled with delightful loafing and standing around together. It is enough to say that forenoon got the well-known designation, the time when the agora is full of people. When a crowd of idlers arose in a city, it routinely developed as the public square crowd. In the 6th century BC, Cyrus the Great is already said to have told the Spartan envoys, "I have never yet been afraid of men who have a special meeting place in the center of their city where they gather and cheat one another on oath." If any man has ever been greater than his place of residence, surely that man was the Greek. The living polis with its pride of citizenship was a much grander product than all its walls, harbors, and magnificent structures. Aristotle classified man as being by nature a political creature. In an eloquent passage of his Politics, he contrasts the Greeks with two kinds of barbarians, the natural man of the north and the man of culture in Asia, and accords them the advantages of both, the courage of the one and the intelligence of the other, so that they are not only free and in possession of the finest polity, but also able to rule over all others as soon as they establish a state. Ariadne as wine server, silver coin from Histiaea on Euboea, monuments of a not unpleasing kind decorated agoras. In the agora of Thurii, the eminent man Herodotus was buried. Indeed, in later times, a forest of altars and statues of famous men almost cramped the public square of Greek cities. A monument to the grisly recollection of a human sacrifice was nearly always present. Among people other than Hellenes, a similar saga may now and then echo about the walls of a stronghold. The touching song the Serbians sing about the founding of Skadar may well reflect Greek influence. A characteristic narrative branch of poetry and prose was devoted to the history or to the myth of the founding of cities. Illustrious names like Mimnemus of Smyrna, Cadmus of Miletus, Xenophanes of Colophon are numbered among those who recounted such native legends. In addition, Xenophanes deserves our gratitude for recording the bold wanderings of the Phaeacian fugitives until their founding of Elea. These early stories laid the foundation of later Greek historiography. Rights of man were not recognized in antiquity, not even by Aristotle. He regarded the polis as a community of free men, metics, residents of foreign birth, and especially the masses of slaves enjoyed no political rights. Whether beyond that fact metics and slaves were human beings was not spelled out. Indeed, as time will show, the duties imposed on citizens were not commonplace, and not just anybody would do. Here it was above all a matter of quality. Accordingly, limits were imposed on the quantity. Infants born crippled and ill-formed were not, according to Aristotle, to be brought up, and his view becomes intelligible when one reflects on the wretched lot a cripple had among the Greeks. But, as we know, many infants were abandoned because their parents could not or would not care for them, and Thebes, which forbade this practice, was cited as an exception. The mode of life a polis was obliged to maintain was characterized by the word autarkia, self-sufficiency, a very obscure word to us. It was fully comprehensible to the Greeks. This self-sufficiency required arable land to grow the necessary foodstuff, trade and industry to provide modestly for the remaining necessities, and an army of hoplites comparable in strength to that of the neighboring, usually hostile polis. Aristotle speaks on this subject as plainly as we could wish. As soon as a polis became overpopulated, it could not maintain itself. The greatness of a city was dependent on the number of its citizens. It could not be upheld by its horde of workers, banalsics, if there was a paucity of hoplites. To administer justice and to perform their official duties with merit, citizens had to know each other and the character of the people. As to optimum size, a city should be large enough to provide for the necessities of life, yet small enough to be within eyeshot. And it appears that 10,000 was regarded as the proper number of mature citizens for a city to have. Heraclea and Trachinia and Catana, renamed Etna after a new colony was established there, all had this number. By way of illustration, we may also mention the popular assembly of 10,000 in Arcadia. In recent times, apart from philosophical and social thought, it is essentially the individual who demands a state advantageous for his own purposes. For the most part, all that he demands really is security, so that he may freely develop his potentialities. To this end he gladly makes well-defined sacrifices, though the less the state bothers him otherwise, the more content he is. The Greek polis, on the other hand, starts with the whole which precedes its parts. From an inner logic we may add this: it is not only a matter of giving preference to the general over the particular, but also of preferring the permanent over the momentary and transitory. The polis demanded that the individual not only take part in campaigns, but be ready to sacrifice his individual existence for it. Is to the whole that he owes everything, including the security of his very existence, then enjoyed by a citizen only within his own city's limits, or at most within the range of its influence. Whoever governs or is governed here is the citizen of the polis. To govern means more precisely to serve on the tribunal or to hold an office. As a rule, the citizen realizes all his capacities and virtues within the state or in its service. The entire Greek spirit and its culture are most intimately related to the polis and of the poetry and art created during the flowering of Greek genius. The loftiest by far was not created for the enjoyment of individuals but for the public, i.e. the community. The magnificently moving knowledge of these views comes to us in part from the greatest Greek poets, and in part from the philosophers and orators of the 4th century who no longer were able to capture prevailing sentiments and rather dwelt on those that should have obtained. The native city is not only home, where one is happiest and whither one is drawn, but also a mighty being, lofty and divine. Above all, one owes it one's life in battle, thereby merely repaying the polis for one's keep. Now and then Homer grants the Trojans, and especially Hector, the most ecstatic patriotic sentiments, and the elegiac poets, in the few works that have survived, dwell often enough on patriotic subjects. But Aeschylus is the most powerful witness. In his 7 against Thebes, the speeches of Eteocles combine the belief in the citizen's highest duty to sacrifice himself for the homeland, with the noble emotional tone befitting the king and defender. In his own epitaph, Aeschylus mentions only his courage, saying nothing about his poetry. Of his prowess the grove of Marathon can tell, and the long-haired Persian who learned to know it well. But in the end it is the polis, not the individual, who gets credit for the mighty deeds of valor. And this polis was the victor at Marathon and Salamis, not Miltiades and Themistocles. And to Demosthenes it was a symptom of decline when people said that Timotheus had captured Corcyra, and that Chabrias had defeated the enemy in the naval battle at Naxos. At all events, the most deserving hero owes more gratitude to his country than his country owes him. In the suppliants, the splendid choral ode of the Danaids overflows with blessings gratefully bestowed on hospitable Argos, but Aeschylus reserved his finest tribute for his native Athens in the last great choral ode of the Eumenides. In the dialogue with Athene, the goddess assuages the wrath of the Furies by recounting the honors they would receive if they dwelt in Attica. Only one writer in antiquity was able to produce mightier notes of this kind. Aeschylus wishes and prays Isaiah in his vision of the future Jerusalem, prophesies and envisions his prophecy as fulfilled. Furthermore, the polis exerts an educative force. It is not only the best of nurses, the watch and ward of the boy playing on the soft ground, sparing no pains to care for him, but it also trains the citizen throughout his whole life. It sponsors no schools, although it fosters the conventional instruction in music and gymnastics. One cannot neatly categorize the many-sided cultural influences affecting the whole citizenry: choral songs at festivals, the sumptuous rites of worship, the architecture and works of art, the drama and recitations by rhapsodists. The participation in state government, either as an administrator or a concerned subject, made living in a polis a continuous educational process. During its more prosperous periods, the city-state exercised powerful social controls by conferring honors on the individual, until abuse of this practice induced the more intelligent to forgo the laurel wreaths, acclamations by heralds, and other honors. In time, the whole preceding history of a praiseworthy city came to be one of the strongest inducements to Nowhere, Xenophon said, are the deeds of forebears grander and more numerous than in Athens, thereby inspiring many people to emulate these virtues. Thus, the polis represents an image for the highest heroism and dedication under a collective will, forging its way out of rural beginnings by means of action, suffering, and passion. Hence, the polis must rigorously define the requisites and obligations of its active citizens who have to be a part of this power. Such polis embrace a kind of happiness and unhappiness totally different from that of cities of other times and nations. Only the most impetuous city republics of the Middle Ages ever attained this level of living and suffering, and even then for short periods only. This also explains the essentially violent nature of the polis. In spite of all its leagues and compacts, the polis, as a rule, is externally isolated. Often it is joined in life and death contests with its nearest neighbor, and so is exposed to the terrible arbitrament of fortune on the battlefield. Within its own realm, the polis is most fear-inspiring for the individual if he is not willing to lose himself completely in it. The modes of coercion it freely resorts to are death, dishonor, and exile. There is no appeal beyond the polis, and no escape for the fugitive abandons all personal protection. Supreme power, lodged in the state, curtails individual freedom in every respect. Worship of deities, feast days, and myths take their origin from the polis. The state is likewise a church invested with the legal right to prosecute for impiety, and this combined power completely overshadows the individual. He owes the polis military service in Rome till he is 46, in Athens and Sparta for life. The polis has complete power over him and his property. It can even set a price on certain goods. In short, the individual has no security of life or property over against the polis and its interests. And this servitude to the state exists under all constitutions, but most oppressively in democracies, where under the guise of working for the state and its interests, villainous demagogues could interpret in their own way the principle the state's interest is the supreme law. In addition to being a religion in itself, the polis encompassed the other forms of religious practices, and the fact that the community as a whole took part in sacrifices and festivals made for a strong sense of unity among the citizens, quite apart from the laws, the constitution, and public dealings of the citizens with each other. When the polis began its decline, it was no longer satisfied with the worship of deities, even in the special sense of heroes and guardians of cities, and it deified itself as Tyche Fortune with the high crown. A sentence of Pindar throws remarkably clear light on this transition. O Tyche, saviour goddess, daughter of Zeus, the deliverer, I beseech you to hover about mighty Chimera. You direct the fleet ships by sea, the darting battles by land, and the gatherings where men take counsel. The Tycheum was perhaps not the largest, but often it was one of the most elegant temples of a city. In time, however, the goddess Tyche no longer sufficed, for when victorious in battle, most cities could not refrain from humiliating the conquered, or from idealizing themselves as Demas, and this at times was done in such a monstrous form as the placing of a statue in the Agora at Sparta, which can have come only out of the most wretched period of that state. And since Demos was customarily represented in a shape proper to the so-called good daemons, he became in time the subject of an act of worship. As an ideal whole, the polis appears in another sense and in another form, namely as a nomos, which comprises in one term both the laws and the constitution of a state. The loftiest expressions are used to praise the law and the constitution as the invention and gift of the gods, as the soul of the city, and as the guardian and keeper of every civic virtue. The laws are the rulers of cities, and Demaratus the Spartiate tried to make Xerxes understand that his countrymen have a ruler, this ruler being the law, of which they stand in fear more crushing than the Persians in fear of their great king. Hence the lawgiver stands out as a superhuman being, and the glory of a Lycurgus, a Solon, a Zaleucus, or a Charondas was reflected upon persons living considerably later. For instance, around the year 400 BC, Diodes of Syracuse codified the laws, and after his death was accorded the fame of a hero and honored with a temple. Above all, the nomos law was not meant to serve the temporary interests and moods of the individuals, or submit to the casual whims of the majority. The retention of the old laws was praised at least in theory, one recognized in the customs and usages dating back perhaps to the founding of the city, the basic strength of which the laws were only the in some states the boys had to learn the laws by heart according to some melody or cadence, not simply as a learning device, but rather to preserve the laws unchanged. Nomos has the twofold meaning of law and melody. On the other hand, ancient records tell us that, having drawn up a code of laws for the Athenians, Solon bound them by a solemn oath not to repeal any of them during the 10 following years while he was away on his travels, but soon thereafter they experienced a grave political crisis and in the end changed his constitution, making it fully democratic. Many other Greek polis had similar experiences, and despite their initial code of laws, most colonies suffered turmoil and had a stormy history. The full-fledged democracies were perpetually subject to the craving for revision. According to Aristotle, law was no longer sovereign in a democracy, rather it was the crowd. The Greek conception of the state completely subordinated the individual to the general polity, but as will be seen, it also developed the tendency of pushing him onward very forcefully. In conformity with this idealized conception, the prodigious powers of the individual should have realized themselves fully in the community and become its most vivid expression. But in deed and in truth, Greek freedom was modified by the ubiquity of the state. Not even in religion could the individual find refuge from the state. Moreover, he could not be sure that the gods were good and merciful. Individuals and parties ruled over religion in the name of the polis. Whoever in antiquity considered himself entitled to sovereignty, or only aspired to it, hesitated at nothing in respect to his competitors and opponents, not even at annihilation. In these polis, all political punishment, whatever the guilt of the vanquished, took the form of vengeance and obligatory execution. This will become clear when we see that the punishment of the ostracized and executed was extended to their children and in a way to their forebears, whose graves were desecrated. The Hellenes recognized clearly two alternatives: either we destroy them or they will destroy us, and they acted inexorably on this principle, that those who killed tyrants were signally honored, provided they escaped with their lives, and often even after death were honored with public monuments and worshipped as heroes, is so well known as to leave no room for doubt. The result was that some obscure murderer, subsequently found to have been a scoundrel and a traitor like Phrynichus in Athens, 411 BC, would receive citizenship as a public benefactor, be publicly crowned with a wreath at the Greater Dionysia and other festivities. The slayers were acclaimed, whatever their motives or personal worth. Since the polis was the real and the loftiest religion of the Hellenes, wars fought for the polis took on all the horrors of religious wars. Every break with the polis disrupted the life of the individual. Consequently, people bemoaned the civil war as the worst, the most frightful and most godless of all wars, thoroughly hated of gods and men. Unhappily, this knowledge never brought about peace. No one at that time could openly say that the fictitious goal of unbounded citizenship overtaxed the powers of human nature in the long run, but it was obvious that men of ability secretly lost heart and increasingly shunned public office. A system of philosophical ethics arose which severed its ties with the polis and took on a universal human school. Epicurus and his school stripped the polis of its feverish deification, reducing it to a compact for mutual security. The desire of the polis to survive at any cost was to prove itself in times of terrible suffering. The guilty individual, as Socrates says, may die before retribution overtakes him, but the polis, endowed with deathlessness, must endure the vengeance of men and gods alike. Chapter 2. The polis in its historical development 1. Kingship. No doubt the oldest heroes were kings. They engaged in their contests and adventures alone, without any followers to support them. As a rule, they would have found troops superfluous in the kind of battles they fought. Finally, there dawned those kingdoms, the rulers of which the earlier and later Greeks could envisage with clarity. Athens of Theseus, Thebes of the Labdacides, and Argos Lacedaemon of the Atrides. The royal dynasties are in part foreigners. The myth cycles reveal that foreigners, sometimes even fugitives, with great ease became kings, as for instance the Heraclidan kings of the Dorians, who with their ancestor Heracles were Achaeans. But the history of Greece is not unique in recounting such occurrences. It was generally assumed that in primeval times sovereignty was exclusively in the hands of kings. That was the only kind of rule conceivable among the tribes, as long as they were moving about and migrating. But even when a tribe settled down, the royal sway might well have continued for quite a while. Sovereignty, as shown by Homer, was woven together of peculiar strands, out of genuine primeval memories, lofty epics and some traditional features of royal rule deriving from the post-Dorian age of Homer, but in his day falling into desuetude already. The typical old resplendent personal attributes of the epic kings were thoroughly clear and familiar to the Greeks. These kings stemmed from Zeus and were invested by him with the scepter and the privilege of command, judging and sacrificing at the head of the tribe. Now surrounded by a festive court and a council of the eldest, then accompanied by charioteers, heralds, and rhapsodists, they are unforgettable personages. Having matured in their political development, the Greeks, to be sure, came to be a little more critical with regard to the existence of those heroic personages. Thucydides tried to ascertain the taxes and income to which these lords were entitled. Aristotle ventured to reconstruct precisely the origins of these kingdoms, but in doing so betrayed his inability to conceive of a state as arising except as a result of reflection and volition of a group, that is, by a definite founding. He supposed that those men were elevated to kingship who benefited the people in war, united them into a state, enlarged the territory of the state, or otherwise promoted the means of their livelihood, or such men as were elevated to kingship by a powerful minority or aristocratic caste to protect them against the demos. Men invested with such kingship had power of life and death over individuals on campaigns only, and in contrast to tyrants who ruled over unwilling subjects, they held office for as long as their constituents were content. In Greek mythology, heroes acquire dominion by doing away with horrid individuals and monsters. In Minos, however, in addition to the king of Crete and other islands, there is the Minotaur demanding his toll of human flesh. Perhaps there is also an Asiatic moon god, to say nothing of the judge in the underworld, the conqueror extending his exploits to Sicily, and the jealous master of Daedalus. It is quite possible that for a time unity obtained among islands of the sea, while sheer plurality marked the mainland. The dominant position of Crete in the whole Aegean Sea, and also its size and population, perhaps fitted Crete to bring about this unity. The Heraclidae symbolized the formation of new migrant kingships, originating out of leadership in war among the wandering Dorians. In the next few centuries, occasionally even in decades, these kingships were reduced to only a few, while the long extant aristocracy took over the reins of power, forming the earliest stage of the real polis. It would be wasted effort to try to ascertain precisely the course of events in Greece. Still, we get a few clues from Homer, who witnessed the ancient heroic as well as post-Dorian kingdoms dissolve. The Achaean army encamped before Ilion had the appearance of a somewhat stormy democratic agora. This agora was just as men-ennobling as the battles were, i.e. the individual had found a stage where he could assert himself. Later, when the confused turmoil occurs at the ships, Odysseus threatens the rabble-rousers with his scepter, and cries out to them his famous words about the worthlessness of the rule of the many, until order is restored in the assembly. Thersites gets up and rants, truly presaging Greek demagoguery to come. Kings desiring to make an impression get along best by using meekness and tact. The just ruler so brilliantly portrayed by Hesiod had achieved his ends with gentle words. For this purpose his eloquence, the gift of the Muses, serves him especially well. Finally, the dynasties declined and fell outright, disunity in the family, incompetence and arrogance of the royal sons, if there were any, generally provided the occasion. Priam said of his own sons, after the best of them had perished, "These the war has swallowed, the scapegraces only are left me. Liars are they all, and cadgers and delicate dancers. Robbing the people they revel in the fat of the lambs and the kids." There is something atavistic and legendary about a people killing their king to placate the wrath of the gods. Even if they had wanted to spare the rest of the dynasty, doing so would have gone against the grain of a well-known proverb, "A fool is he who kills the father, leaving the son alive." The Arcadians ceased to have kings after stoning two, both named Aristocrates, the grandfather for the rape of a priestess of Diana, the grandson for treason, causing the defeat of his Messenian allies. However, no one lightly decided to kill a king, for as Homer's Amphinomus, the most thoroughly decent of all the suitors, says, "It is dreadful to slay a royal race," Odyssey the 16th, 401. The kingship sometimes ceased because of some other atrocious deed. The Messenians had no more kings after Aristodemus committed suicide. Only a general strategos with unlimited power in wartime. On the other hand, the ancient Athenians exploited the sacrificial death of Codrus to make it appear unseemly for another to succeed so worthy a king. The Eupatrids degraded his son, Medon, to a mere lifetime archon, while his other sons and bastards led settlers to Ionia. Aristotle sums up the course of events as follows. The kings had become despicable and guilty of hybris, committing some outrage possible only for a tyrant, but not for a king with his powers limited. Thereupon dissolution readily followed, for when men no longer want them, kings simply cease to exist. But the tyrant rules over unwilling subjects. In addition, mutiny may well help to topple royal rule. New officials took over the several functions hitherto in the hands of the king. In Athens and elsewhere, the person in charge of the solemn state sacrifices retained the title Basilius, king. Now and then the chief judge was also called a Basilius. In his Panathinaikos, Isocrates, p. 258 ff., supposes that under their ancient kings, unencumbered by the abominable deeds of other dynasties, the Athenians attained to the virtues of justice and sobriety, and that, consequently, the Republic, the introduction of which he ascribes to Theseus, could assume its most preeminent forms. At the time when kingships were being abolished, a new royal dynasty was founded, the Temenids in Macedonia, of which Herodotus gave such a poetic account. At that time, no one had any premonition of the events Greece would have to endure under the descendants of this new dynasty. The rule of the aristocrats which succeeded the kingships was relatively weak, proving to be merely a transitional stage. Its prospects were best in areas where a migrating Dorian tribe of close-knit solidarity was able to subdue an alien people, and as a peer group maintain hegemony over them. The most important state of this nature will now engage our attention. To Sparta, woe to you, Spartans abhorred by all mortals, lords of Lacedaemon, filled with false counsel, masters of lies, contriving misfortune, compliant, untruthful, and double-dealing. You ruffians, sully not with murder on murder. Your hearts, are they not set on shameful lucre? Your tongues on lying, your minds on betrayal, perish you. Thus Andromache of Euripides cries out her laments over Sparta, and Attic orators enlarge upon this theme. It was the ineluctable destiny of Sparta, curt of speech and careless of writing, that Athens, which preeminently wielded the pen in Hellenic matters, should establish the reputation of her mortal enemy. The first man to report circumstantially about Sparta, Herodotus of Halicarnassus, is accused of having become churlish towards Sparta because of his long stay in Athens. Thucydides, on the other hand, remained heroically, almost incomprehensibly, objective, and finally there were some Athenian converts who glorified Sparta. The earliest was Tertius in the 7th century, and in the 5th and 4th there was Xenophon, the most zealous and influential of them all. The greatness of this politico-social structure is twofold. To a certain extent, Sparta was the most perfect embodiment of the Greek polis, and at the same time it formed a counterpoise to all the rest of Greece, differing partly in origin and partly in development, since at the end of the 5th century Sparta came out victorious in the great crisis involving all Greece. It continued to enjoy its victory for 30 relentless years. Spartan splendor dazzled people far and wide and survived subsequent misfortune. The lower the later Sparta sank, the more its earlier history was glorified. Sparta had been more envied even than loathed, and many another polis would have liked to become like Sparta save for other forces, mainly those of individualism and democracy, which proved insuperable. Those Dorians who during the Great Migration around 1100 BC pressed into the valley of the Eurotas appear to have dealt moderately with the Achaeans, whom they subjugated, and with other racial remnants such as the Leleges, Minyas, etc., whom they found there. Subsequently, perhaps being at loggerheads among themselves and threatened by those whom they held in subjection, they introduced radical changes in the 9th century, providing an exceedingly strong organization for themselves and permanent slavery for the Achaeans. This change is personified in Lycurgus, to whom, as in Athens to Theseus, a whole chain of developments is ascribed, though many of them palpably belong to later periods. This did not bother the ancient minds in the least. For them, Lycurgus is Sparta with all its arrangements and modes of life. For 400 years he is claimed to be actively present at the most varied occasions. The question has often been raised whether he was not a divine rather than a human being. Reports are not wanting in later periods that he visited Egypt, Libya, and went as far as India, pursuing his comparative studies, though Crete is supposed to have served him as a model. Herodotus I-65. The rise of Sparta was especially hard on the peoples it subjugated. For them the only choices were enslavement, expulsion, or extermination. The Achaeans remained in some of their cities, doubtless unfortified, while the Dorians took over others completely. As for the rest, the cities Homer still knew as flourishing, the reader may take Pausanias as a guide and wander about their ruins. He will find that here a cult of Corre, Persephone, still survived, and nearby an Eleusinian, temple of the Eleusinian Demeter, and that there lay the ruins of an Achaean city, perhaps called Cyparissa. The rise of a new power has never been a mild process, and Sparta became such a power to all around it. It was able to force the whole civilized world to acknowledge it until the twilight of its day. So great is the spell of a powerful will on later millennia, even when sympathy is lacking. It seems that the decisive event can only be conceived as having come about abruptly and suddenly. The Dorians were strong enough to bring about a new distribution of land, one of those anadasmoi taking place everywhere, and to keep the largest and best part for themselves, including 9,000 lots, entailing all rights and duties and remaining inalienable into. The subjugated people, composed entirely of fellow Hellenes, fell into two classes: the Perioeci, who got their own land to till consisting of 30,000 lots of actually poor land, and Helots, who had to farm the land of the Dorians, 7 families to each Dorian lot. It was no small task to hold this mass of people in continuous dependence during those centuries when tyrannies and democracies were taking root throughout all Greece. But the problem was solved, and the best proof of the unquestioned power of the Dorians or Spartiates was the fact that when they waged war they took along great numbers of Perioeci and Helots, even as high as 3 times their own complement, who bore arms and transported provisions. In the campaign at Plataea, there were at least 7 helots for every Spartiate. To be sure, it would have been dangerous to leave them at home while their masters were away, and thus taking them along on military campaigns did not prove that the Spartiates trusted them. As workers and traders, the Perioeci were indispensable to Sparta. They were allowed to own chattel property in addition to their land. It is, however, only fair to mention that, in Athenian opinion, the Perioeci in relation to their masters were virtually on a par with the helots, and that their souls were not less in bondage than those of slaves. Attempts also have been made to soften some of the harsh traits traditionally ascribed to the life of the helots. It may well be that on the lots estates of the Spartiates which they had to till, the helots were able to live rather full lives after having met their quota of produce. Weaklings would have been useless in war. Still, they remained slaves, though not by purchase, but by birth. They could get married and have some family life, yet to be bred to slavery was utter wretchedness in the eyes of the Greek. The Spartiates permitted no traffic in slaves, thereby enjoying great economic and moral advantages, but toward these erstwhile fellow Hellenes they maintained a hard and steady rigor unmitigated by any kindly feelings such as Greeks elsewhere at times were wont to show toward slaves bought from Scythia and Asia. The dishonourable state of the helot was driven home to him not by distinctive dress, but by a regular yearly flogging administered without reason, and by ridicule after he had been made drunk. If, however, a helot attempted to rise above his slave-like status, he was put to death and his master punished for not having kept the overweening fellow in his place. And if they became too numerous, the masters unleashed against them the so-called Scriptia, which meant going out at night and killing off as many as necessary. At a critical juncture of the Peloponnesian War, 2,000 of the ablest helots bent on freedom were singled out and done away with. On this foundation, the Dorians erected their new existence, and did so with the continuing advice of the Delphian Apollo. For hundreds of years, the royal couriers traveled regularly between Sparta and Delphi. In the end, one suspects they did so at Spartan rather than Delphian initiative, and that Delphi gave its oracles at Spartan entreaty. Neither party cared a fig what the fancy of the other Greeks might conjecture about this intercourse, and so disregarded it. Every Greek polis attributed a high degree of sanctity to its constitution, the nomos as set down in words. But in Sparta even the various laws of Lycurgus are called retrae, divine edicts oracles, not compacts as had been interpreted. Tradition has preserved but a few of these because Lycurgus left no written constitution, and least of all, as Plutarch remarks, essays about politics and ideal republics, as Plato and Zeno did. He left, instead, a working state for which he is given full credit. This great man who re-established the state enjoyed not only hero worship, as did other founders and lawgivers of polis, but also divine worship complete with temple and sacrifices. Even so, as Aristotle testifies, the honors accorded him fell short of his merits. Plutarch, Lycurgus 31. We shall not try to unravel how many of the old traditions were retained, and how many innovations were introduced during the great decision of the 9th century. There persisted the Heraclidan diarchy of 2 kings, derived from the period of the Dorian migration. This diarchy was politically weak because of its duality, its separate ceremonies, funerals, annals, etc., and its prohibition against intermarriage, which might have otherwise become the rule, resulting in marriages among relatives and a consequent degeneration of the race. At the same time, the state maintained the principle of hereditary kingship, making it hard for the ambitious to strive for dominion. The dynastic families had a reputation for inborn military genius, acquired from the accumulated tales of all kinds of exploits ascribed to various Heraclidae. In addition to the kings, there was a Gerousia, a council of elders with 28 members, perhaps once the dominant power in the state. Since the introduction of the 5-member cabinet of the Ephors, however, it was in charge of daily affairs only. The manner of their selection is not clear. Aristotle thought it was childish and complained that one had to seek votes for the post. Other writers, seeing in Lycurgus a statesman who selected wisely from models and created original legislation, are enraptured at the way he arranged for the calming influence of the Gerousia to steady the impetuous kingship, making it at the same time a barrier against the dangers of a developing democracy. Finally, there was the periodic popular assembly composed of all male Dorians 30 years and over. The assembly accepted or rejected by acclamation the proposals made by the kings or the Gerousia. But if the members of the Gerousia deemed the assembly's decision to be faulty, they could reject it and dismiss the assembly. The Dorians were above all an army perpetually ready for war, holding the Peloponnesus in subjugation or state of siege, and threatening beyond its borders as far as they could. At the time of its political reform, Sparta presumably had 9,000 adult members, each of whom received one lot. According to a surviving record, it was at one time a polis of 10,000, but they probably numbered a great deal more later, and the families may have felt crowded on the land that was their lot. Why did these overcrowded families not hurl themselves at some neighboring, less powerful, tribe of fellow Hellenes, which was treating its subjugated natives humanely, thereby constituting a standing reproach, and maybe even posing a threat to Sparta? After having subdued pockets of resistance in the valley of the Eurotas, Amyclae, etc., the Dorians did make their great advance, and while other Hellenes were sending out colonies, Sparta took possession of Messenia. When, at the outbreak of the First Messenian War, 743-742 BC, someone asked King Polydorus whether he wanted to wage war on brothers, he said, "All we want is land not yet distributed, that is, not yet divided by lot for our people." Naturally, the Dorians did not lay waste either farms or buildings as the Greeks usually did, since they regarded the land as already their own. They distributed the land by lot among their own people, and reduced such of the natives as were not killed, sold, or driven out to serfs on their farms. The newly acquired lands must not have sufficed for the excess Spartiate population, for soon thereafter a large group of penniless young Dorians, the so-called Parthenians, Justin to 3-4, had to be sent out of the country and occupied Tarentum. Throughout this whole war, the oracle at Delphi sided with the conquerors. An insurrection of the Messenians sparked the Second War, 685 BC, when for the first time there is a decline in Spartan fertility, for the Spartiates are said to have complemented their diminished ranks by using helots not only as armor-bearers but also as line soldiers. They also had to resort to diplomacy. In the end, Sparta won, all the Messenians unable to escape becoming helots, and Spartiates remaining in sole possession of Messenia. At home, the Spartiates had to eke out their dwindling army, and did so significantly enough, not with perioeci, but with helots. Later they enfranchised these, endowing them with full citizenship, thus straightened. The Spartans could not take over more land for themselves or their helots, and had to be content with maintaining supremacy and hegemony over the masses already subjugated. Now began that period of Sparta remarkable for the resourcefulness in maintaining its status. This is the Sparta ancient authors spend so much time in describing, an organization compelled to assimilate serfs in order to defend itself against the enslaved, to ward off external dangers, and to impress fear and admiration on the rest of the Greeks. If at the time of the Persian Wars the Spartiates still numbered 8,000, as Herodotus assumed maybe somewhat optimistically, they were scattered in the valley of the Eurotas and in Messenia. At any rate they decreased rapidly soon thereafter. It is almost certainly correct to interrelate the rise of the ephors with this state of events. Already during the First Messenian War, as is well known, ephors were appointed to act as deputies for the absent kings, especially in administering justice. But at the beginning of the 6th century, a change of state organization must have taken place, extending the power of ephors. The 5 ephors were no longer appointed by the kings, but chosen by the people at a yearly election. Their office was invested with a religious aura such as not even the kingship had, and they were allowed to observe the heavens to enable them to bring charges against the kings when deemed necessary. Tile painting, they did not rise in deference to the kings. In fact, the only honor the latter enjoyed above those of the other citizens was that they did not have to respond to a summons until issued the 3rd time, whereas everybody else had to rush post-haste across the agora at the first beckoning of an ephor. Every month they swore mutual oaths. The kings that they would uphold the constitution, the ephors that in the name of the state they would be loyal to the diarchy, which would of itself remain true to its oath. At first glance one is tempted to suppose that this change was introduced to keep a king from becoming a tyrant. It seems, however, to have resulted from the general course of events, because it was expressly specified how a derelict king could be tried by a great commission consisting of the ephors, the Gerousia, and the other king or diarch. Even though the ephorate was designed to curb the ambitions of gifted aspirants to become autocrats and of demoted individuals to start a revolution, it was one of those Damocles swords which a whole ruling caste suspends over its own head. Hence also the tremendous exertion toward equality in conveniences and ways of life, as well as toward preventing accumulation of chattel property or its devaluation. How beggarly the sycophancy, professional informing of the democracy shows up by comparison. The F4s did not proceed according to laws and statutes, but at their own discretion. They did not let a guilty official finish his term, as elsewhere in Greece, but could remove him from office at once, imprison him and have him put to death. They could convene and preside at the popular assemblies and receive ambassadors. In war, all essential controls passed into their hands. They arranged the campaigns, corresponded with the army leaders by means of the famous ciphers, Skytail, and limited the authority of the kings nominally in command by means of advisers assigned them. Later, two ephors accompanied each king. The people, i.e. the high caste, were fully at ease amid all this because they elected the ephors every year, thereby having things well in hand. The nearest historical parallel is probably the Council of Ten in Venice, likewise elected every year by the whole ruling class and also endowed with plenary powers, whereas in Venice it was necessary to secure the state only from attempts at tyranny, from conspiracies by impoverished nobili, and from external dangers. Sparta, in time, had to face not only its impoverished Dorians but also the formidable internal threat of the Perioecian Helots. Venice permitted the submissive ones to keep their property. Sparta deprived them of the larger and better part of it. Venice was loved by the subjects of its city and territory. Sparta was abominably hated. Fundamentally, Venice desired only enough power to assure its safety, but Sparta pursued an aggressive foreign policy, on principle, craving the dependence of the rest of the Greeks, lest they disaffect the Dorian circle. The ephorate, no doubt, helped substantially to shape the new, cunning Sparta into a singularly high order of the accomplished Greek polis, with full equality in customs and culture for all its citizens, with the greatest possible restrictions on private life, with an abundance of leisure, contempt of money-making, and single-hearted devotion to all that upholds the freedom of the state. It was said that every polis strove for the common ideal of all the Hellenes, kalokagathia, the ideal of physical and intellectual excellence, but the state of Sparta existed for its sake exclusively. This accomplishment rested on the fact that the family, the child and its nurture, and the whole subsequent life of the individual were far more rigorously subordinated to the common welfare than anywhere else in Greece. This regime produced a type of people that veered off sharply from the other Greeks, hardly being able to hold intercourse with them. Other states had to use force to discourage people from leaving, but Sparta did not, because the Spartiate was ill at ease abroad, unless he appeared as a victorious warrior. Defiance rang in the proverb, Sparta was allotted to you as a home, crown it with honor. On the other hand, it was not hard to keep foreigners away without prohibition. None went there unless forced to, and then left as soon as they could. Marriage was strictly regulated, ostensibly for eugenic purposes. These included bodily exercise for girls to make them as strong and healthy as possible. On closer examination, however, marriage appears to have been saddled with a curse, which was to be removed by all sorts of laws and usages. Lycurgus, we are told, decreed that the breeding of children should be a matter of common interest to the worthy people, and that therefore all empty jealousy was interdicted. It was supposed that by this arrangement the offspring would stem not necessarily from any given husband, but from the most excellent. The child then, in fact, was to belong to the caste rather than to a particular couple. The communal education described countless times began early and accompanied the Spartiate throughout his whole life. Each age level controlled and watched over the next one below it. At no time were the people without anyone ruling over them, exercising and hardening their bodies, engaging in calisthenics and athletic contests, and stealing crops filled the period of youth. It would scarcely be possible not to see that all this was deliberately brutalizing. Before the altar of Artemis Orthia, a divinity-inspiring madness and murder, whom none had the courage to hurl into a fire, bloody floggings were carried out, an exception in all Greece and a veritable school in ferocity, as were also the bloody athletic contests engaged in by the effigy young men, 16 to 20, in training for military service. The goal of all education was to give the future warrior and overseer of serfs the skills he would need and to inure him to the privations he would have to undergo. Consequently, gymnastics that were popular in all the rest of Greece had only a limited scope in Sparta. And so, in spite of the fact that it was in charge at Olympia, Sparta had but few Olympic victors, and up to the time of Herodotus, one only. King Demaratus won the 4-horse chariot race. One did not learn to read and write. One's education was altogether oral or musical. The reports on the so-called Mothaics, children of Helots, are highly significant of the Spartan view of their own education and its political tendency. Certainly not in the early periods, but later, when the inequality became glaring, there arose the custom of letting the rich Spartiates keep companions from among the Perioeci or Helots, and these shared in their education and particularly in gymnastics. Lycurgus, i.e. the Spartan state, fully enfranchised them, and indeed it was the wisest thing that could have been done, for these Mothaics not only had taken part in gymnastics, but also had heard and seen as much as any citizen of Sparta a number of the most famous Spartans. Callicrat, Callicratidas, Gylippus, Lysander were Mothaics. The Spartiates then actually enjoyed that lifelong abundance of leisure, i.e. freedom from work, which was such a precious ideal for the rest of the Hellenes, still preoccupied with the popular assemblies and court sessions, which had fallen into disuse in Sparta. The Spartiates engaged in no gainful occupation, going out occasionally to inspect the family estate and taking liberties with his neighbours' chattels, animals, equipment, helots, etc. Gold and silver were not in circulation. Iron money had to fill the actual needs. When not at war, the Spartiates, according to Plutarch, spent all their time in dancing, festivities, pleasure, hunting, exercise, and discourses. This overlooks only one thing: the everlasting need for armed patrols to keep the Lacedaemonian and Messenian Helots and Perioeci from getting restive. Even those who lingered in Sparta itself were always armed to meet an uprising at any moment. This was the only purpose of the celebrated common mess, Syssitia, shared by a club of 15, just as it was the purpose of the Andrea in Crete. Social intercourse, shaped by the symposium banquet and the agora in other cities, took the form of a more or less witty guardroom and a school for mockery. In Sparta, of course, one could withdraw from this mockery, but it was considered more prudent to put up with it. The Spartan diet consisted of a dark broth, a solid and nourishing dish that was even prepared for the gourmets in Athens. The Spartiate most likely dined better than the middle-class Athenian did. In only one respect did he make a severe sacrifice. Wine was doled out to him very sparingly, because the safety of the state depended upon a vigilant sobriety. No exception was made even at the Dionysian festivals, when, at Athens, drunks were hauled home in wagons, and in Tarentum the whole city got inebriated. For the danger of conspiracy was greatest precisely at festivals of this sort. In reality, people constituted an army, and their state was that of an armed camp. The number of soldiers who set out on a military campaign was a state secret, and after a victory one could not easily find out how many had fallen. After a defeat it was altogether impossible, unless there was an Epaminondas present, who discovered it nevertheless. After the battle at Leuctra, he ordered the Lacedaemonian allies to gather up their dead first, and thereafter the Spartans to get theirs. Not until it was learned how few the allies had lost did the 1,000 remaining corpses have to be Spartans or Perioeci. It was the Spartan custom to eulogize family members fallen in battle, and for the mothers to pronounce heroic sentiments, an unusual collection of which may be read in Plutarch, Apophthegmata Lacenarum. It was also found necessary to have in reserve for those who had trembled, i.e. faltered in battle, an award of dishonor, atimia conveying ridicule of cowardice, but after Sphacteria one proceeded more cautiously with atimias. Soon thereafter the state found it expedient to impose heavy fines instead. Sparta's position in the Hellenic realm of the beautiful is most extraordinary. These people, made deliberately narrow-minded, bent on equality in their mode of living and on keeping down the subjugated castes, were Greeks all the same, and for revering their gods they needed art in the same broad scope as their kindred did everywhere else. The Spartan state was at times wealthy enough to adorn its temples most splendidly. One could not expect Spartans to engage in the plastic arts. Even the rest of the Greeks regarded the greatest masters in sculpture as Benausics, simply because they could not see anything noble in manual labor. though it be linked to a sublime transport of the spirit. Spartan symbolism surprises one with some unhandsome features. They represented their god of war in fetters to ensure his fidelity, whereas Athens expresses the same idea more appropriately with the wingless victory goddess. The Spartans also represented Aphrodite in fetters to symbolize faithfulness in wedlock, which, in the light of what was said above, was a poor subject to call attention to. However, such things may be amply offset by the many accounts of the poetry and music cultivated in Sparta. It is inviting to learn that the city engaged in worship of the Muses and had a temple for them, and that the king sacrificed there before going into battle. The Spartans marched on campaigns not only to the blare of trumpets, but also to the accompaniment of flutes, lyres, and harps. Thaletas of Crete is associated with Lycurgus. The melody and rhythm of his songs, which were dignified and soothing, was conducive to obedience and harmony. Then, around the time of the Second Messenian War, there appeared Terpander of Lesbos and Tyrtaeus the Athenian. Terpander, who increased the number of strings on the harp from 4 to 7, was called during a time of great unrest, because the oracle had said that reconciliation would attend his playing the harp, and indeed all hearing him embraced and were moved to tears. In the few words of his that have survived, he praises Sparta, where bloomed the spears of young men and the clear-voiced muse and justice in the marketplace. In Tyrtaeus, Sparta got a poet not only gifted in composing songs, but also skilled in paranesis, a branch of poetry stimulating heroic virtues beyond anything Sparta could produce. Though his activities in Sparta were mostly legendary, significant remnants of his elegies have been preserved, and hence we know how the poetic language of Athens sounded in the service of Sparta and in scorn of its victims. Toward the end of the 7th century, Alcman, born in Lydia, but reared and emancipated in Sparta, composed in the Doric dialect. We are assured that the not too mellifluous tongue did not dampen the charm of his songs. Famous poets later avoided Sparta, and later musicians such as Timotheus did not always enjoy their sojourn there. Still, in Sparta, music was and remained strikingly in the foreground of life, and also had its place of honor in campaigns and at feasts. Carefully, the usage of the old songs was preserved and learned by heart. This body of songs included all the different kinds of older choric poetry. Music and poetry must have touched life daily in connection with gymnastic and martial dances. Allegorically, Sparta was even represented as a woman with a lyre. But none of these things prove that the Spartans had more musical talent or enthusiasm than the rest of the Greeks did. At that time, music was still a therapeutic art. A later writer, but one who possessed various authentic old documents, sums up the whole phenomenon in the following words. The Spartans understood nothing about music, for they were more concerned with physical exercise and weapons. When they were ailing in body or mind, or were otherwise afflicted, needing the help of the Muses, then following the advice of Delphi, they brought in strangers to serve as doctors, or priests to offer propitiatory sacrifices. Thereupon the poets are listed, beginning with Terpander. No doubt poetry and music played a most important role, and Altman ventured to say, skill on the harp glides ahead of the sword, but by and large the Spartans of all men treasure least poetry and the glory to be won by it. Instead of literature, the Spartans cultivated pithy, sententious brevity, brachyllogy, described by the generic term laconic. They purposely cultivated this style from early days on. Since they felt they could not measure up to the other Greeks in fluency, the Spartans deliberately stressed brevity, perhaps not without sensing what sheer rhetoric and grandiloquence would eventually lead to in other poleis. The political style of Spartan orators we learn from non-Spartan reporters, the most important of whom is Thucydides, but he sheds no light on it either, because he himself constantly strives for an astounding brevity. It is hardly necessary to say anything about the special coloring which Greek religion assumed in Sparta. One deferred to Delphi as to a permanent authority in cult matters, but the festivals in honor of the gods were peculiarly an expression of the way of life in Sparta, as perhaps nowhere else in Greece, inasmuch as they had no gathering for the sake of trade or politics, no symposium or agora, no popular courts, and no assemblies. Because of the July and August festivals of Carnea, Hyacinthia, and moon phases, the Spartans postponed the most important military campaigns, and, though engaged in war, they observed the appropriate cult rites with painstaking care. The behavior of a Cleomenes or Pausanias incontrovertibly shows that cramping superstitions ruled in Sparta, the price paid for narrow-minded and narrow-hearted education. It is also shown in the way Lysander could count on Spartan superstition, whereas the leading classes in Athens at that time already discarded such attitudes in Sparta superstition, and the exploitation of superstition alternate with each other. There remains only to examine as briefly as possible the results achieved by this state and these people, such as they manifested themselves in the course of time. We have already seen that the Spartans could not Hellenize the Peloponnesus beyond a certain extent. They took Tegea from the Arcadians and Theridas from the Argives, but for the rest they had to content themselves with hegemony over as many Peloponnesians as possible, thus securing their military allegiance. In the course of the 6th century, the Spartans suppressed in many places a form of government that seemed intolerable to them tyranny, and did so not only in the Peloponnesus, the Cypseladae in Corinth, and the Aeschines in Sicyon, but also on various Aegean islands and on the coast of Ionia. But when they intervened against the Pisistratidae in Athens, they meddled in matters they did not understand, and everything they proposed to achieve ended in failure. Athens became democratic and increased in size and power. Then, says Herodotus, Sparta had to accept a double misfortune. They had driven out people with only their shirts on their backs, people who had been their guests, such as Hippias, and received no thanks from the Athenians for it. They understood that only tyrants could keep Athens weak and in proper submission to Sparta. In the Persian Wars, Sparta conducted itself with blind egoism and abandoned the rest of the Greeks in cold blood, supposing that it would be able to get the mastery of the Peloponnesus with Persian consent. Spartans purposely arrived too late for the Battle of Marathon. At Thermopylae they deliberately sacrificed a small troop under Leonidas that honor might redound to Sparta without exposing its main force to the risk of defeat. The determined maneuvering it took to bring about the Battle of Salamis against the willful opposition of Sparta is detailed in Herodotus. At the beginning of the campaign of Mardonius, the Spartans supposed that they could leave the rest of Hellas in the lurch and retire idly behind a fortified wall across the Isthmus of Corinth. However, Chileus of Tegea shrewdly got the Spartans to see that if Athens and Persia should combine, they would find other ways to enter the Peloponnesus. And so, at the 11th hour, Sparta made the most crucial decision of its entire history, namely, to throw in its whole armed might against Mardonius. With the victory at Plataea, Sparta won back the dominant position it had lost in Greek affairs as a whole. Until well along into the 6th century, the Spartans all appeared to have achieved a remarkable uniformity, being possessed of only one thought, one law to increase the power of Sparta. Later, however, we learn of single powerful individuals all in revolt against the limitations and privations imposed by the laws of the land, indeed in a barely disguised rage against all and everything. Already in the 6th century, there appears the formidable figure of King Cleomenes, whom the Ephors were apparently unable to withstand effectively. On one occasion he did refuse a bribe, but that such things were a matter of daily discussion in his house is revealed on another occasion when his little daughter Gorgo, 8 or 9 years old, admonished, "Father, you had better go away, or the stranger, it was Aristagoras, will corrupt you. His conduct was manifest iniquity, perpetrated against gods and men, mingled with abominable superstition." He bribed the Pythian oracle against his colleague Damaratus, and at every enterprise consulted the embalmed head of a companion he had murdered. His flight, his attempt to stir up the Arcadians, his return, insanity, and suicide sound in the account of Herodotus like a bad dream. The Spartans feared his intrigues in Arcadia, but even so, they used questionable judgment when they recalled him to occupy his throne again. Pausanias, his successor, was likewise made up of superstition and wickedness. As a Spartan commander who had won the battle at Plataea, he was perhaps beyond all control. In his rancor against the Spartan state, he promised to free and enfranchise even the Helots if they would revolt and help him to turn everything upside down. For plotting with the Persians to subjugate all Greece, including Sparta, to the great king of Persia he drew a short sentence of imprisonment and was set free again for money, no doubt, The second time, he was found guilty of further dangerous and incriminating intrigues, and the Ephors had to arrest him, but a hint from one of them enabled him to flee to the temple of Athena Chalkioikos of the Bronze House. Here he met his end, probably because any attempt to rescue him would have raised too much hue and cry. He had fled into a small room in the temple. The Ephors walled up the doors, putting sentries around to starve him. When he was on the point of dying, they carried him out, still breathing, but he died soon after. The victor of the battle at Mycale, Leotychides, having been sent on a campaign to Thessaly, took a bribe and got caught with a sleeve full of money. In consequence, he died a fugitive in Tegea. Nevertheless, bribery continued to be the way to get things done in Sparta, and certainly not only when it involved kings, who anyway were watched too closely and, as a rule, were quite powerless. In order to put off the outbreak of the Great War, Pericles later allowed 10 talents a year to flow to Sparta, seeing to it that all the influential persons were given due consideration. But one thing became clear to the Spartans. Their commanders ran great danger of succumbing to temptation when abroad on long and important assignments. It was probably for this reason that the Spartans soon lost their dominant influence over the Greeks, permitting the Athenians to assume theirs again. The real state of affairs came to light after the great earthquake in 468. A general revolt of Helots in Lacedaemon and Messenia occasioned what is called, not without reason, the Third Messenian War. With the aid of their Peloponnesian allies, the Spartans emerged masters again, but only after waging war for 9 years. At the bidding of an oracle from Delphi, the Spartans had to allow their adversaries to withdraw in accordance with an agreement instead of annihilating or at least enslaving them. This marked a distinct decline in power for the Spartans, although they managed to stay in control of their own affairs. The campaigns the Spartans undertook outside the Peloponnesus in the years immediately following were almost like required acts of piety, such as rendering help to tribal kin in Doris and later to Delphi against Phocis. In Boeotia, Sparta would have liked to strengthen Thebes as an equipoise to Athens. It aided in the victory at Tanagra and once even marched its Peloponnesians to Attica. But all this was done in a rather perfunctory way and without zeal. At the close of the so-called 30 years truce, Sparta was willing to maintain the status quo and was afraid to endanger it through war. It lent a deaf ear to the complaints its allies raised against Sparta's neighbors, refusing to believe them. There is no doubt that the money the Athenians secretly sent as bribes did its work, although a realistic appraisal of affairs also played its part. Sparta had its principles, as King Archidamus phrased it in Thucydides. Sparta never underestimated an enemy and never counted on his making mistakes, i.e., it was never carried away by enthusiasm as Athens was, with its popular assembly. Sparta was under the control of a strong government. So when the Peloponnesian War finally broke out, Sparta could formally declare its intention to free Hellas, and it decidedly had on its side the sympathy of the larger number of Greek states. During the first half of the war, the Spartiates were kept in readiness in the Peloponnesus, and sent out allied soldiers under Spartan command wherever possible. In 425 at Sphacteria, 292 soldiers, among them only 120 of the ruling caste, surrendered to the Athenians, an event of the greatest significance. The reputation of Sparta, however, soared again under the command of Brasidas, one of the few sympathetic figures of his caste. The leaders of the Spartiates disliked him, however, and failed to give him adequate support. The Spartans welcomed the Peace of Nicias, 421 BC, which enabled them to smooth over the national crisis, at least for the time being. Anyway, during the years of this so-called peace, Spartan importance seemed to wane, and the Athenian and democratic influences to gain in the Peloponnesus. The Sicilian expedition of the Athenians and its outcome definitely gave the Spartans a breathing spell. In the second half of the war, the Peloponnesus was safe, and the Spartans, advised by Alcibiades, were able to launch heavy attacks on Attica. By promising King Darius Nothus the Greek cities of Asia Minor, they got money for their indispensable fleet and the help of his satraps. With the victory at Aegospotami and the surrender of Athens under the most abject terms, the war ended, and for 3 decades Sparta enjoyed supremacy over all Greece. During the later years of the war, the directing of the Spartan state and its politics was less in the hands of King Agis than of a council of able Spartans controlling the Ephorate. Members of this council must have selected the generals, each worth an army, who led hosts of allies and mercenaries as though they were Lacedaemonians. On this expedition to Asia Minor, Agesilaus had only 30 Spartiates, really only a council of war. At first glance, it seemed that Sparta's hegemony had an advantage over Athens' former rule, craving neither ships nor money, only subordination. In reality, however, Sparta heaped up thousands of talents from the payments made by its subject nations, and whether it recruited men without using force cannot be known. For the time being, the Spartans materially strengthened their dominion by aiding those political parties which they had put into power. These satellite parties, and the sycophants aping them, prated of Sparta as being the teachers of Hellas, a phrase Pericles had used to eulogize Athens. Still, closer inspection showed that deep and incurable evils seriously threatened this state. Consider the man who admittedly was the chief tool and spokesman of this state, Lysander. What a remarkable figure! He combined the wickedness of the Spartiate, who is at heart in revolt against the order of his own polis, with the viciousness prevalent in the rest of a Greece brutalized by the Peloponnesian War. He understood the most despicable club life as thoroughly as any Athenian. He surrounded himself with obsequious informers and adulatory poets, and had sacrifices offered to himself as to a god. As it was said of Alcibiades in regard to Athens, so it was said of him, Sparta could not endure a second Lysander. However, of the two, Alcibiades will remain the more sympathetic figure. Lysander intrigued outrageously against his own state in order to become king, not merely by inciting the Perioeci and Helots, but by trying to stir up the Spartiates themselves. The crude deceptions he resorted to with the help of oracles to accomplish his ends do not induce one to form a particularly high opinion of the intelligence his countrymen had shown in these matters. Private property had begun somewhat to sap the strength of Spartan life since the Peloponnesian War, but now it was irresistibly expanding, and in direct consequence of it, the ruling caste declined swiftly and dangerously. The Peloponnesian War had brought the Spartans into far closer contact with the rest of the Greeks and their customs and conceptions than any war ever had. Moreover, the ties with Persia had brought great wealth into Spartan coffers. The formerly closed system just fell apart, and evidently the state no longer paid attention to the amassing of wealth by individuals. Some have lamented that the degeneration began with the otherwise very deserving Gylippus, who had removed 300 talents from state money pouches, not knowing that in each pouch was a note telling him how much silver it contained. But thieves who dipped into the treasury had long been about. Permitting the accumulation of private property was the decisive development. At the same time, great changes were made in the disposition of the parcels of land originally allotted to the Spartiates. These hereditary estates were very important as a basis for the ruling caste, and should have been protected in every way possible. Wealthy persons named powerful individuals in their entailments, excluding their own relatives. These fell into indigence and dependence that unfitted them for noble aspirations. They envied and hated the rich possessors. Thus, some Spartiates remained nobles, while the rest became plebeians. If only the Spartiates had been numerous. Right after the Peloponnesian War, however, on the occasion of the conspiracy of Cynodon, the Spartiates were counted for tax purposes as only 100th part of the populace. The Perioeci and Helots, as well as the half-breeds that had developed in time, frankly admitted that they would have liked to eat the Spartans raw. Up to the battle at Leuctra, Sparta, in the heyday of its misdeeds, was still the most powerful and renowned state of Hellas. Though it had one of the lowest citizen rolls, a state and society in such straits may collapse in a day. Sparta might well have developed into a tyranny, perhaps even one of unusual strength. The appearance of Agesilaus thwarted this development. Without any prospects of ascending to the throne, he grew up among ruffians, doubtlessly witnessing and fighting in the latter part of the Peloponnesian War. In 398 Lysander promoted him, a mature man, to the throne over the head of his nephew, Leotychides, in a manner hardly justified. Agesilaus must have judged his own and Sparta's position with penetrating sagacity. His determined will enabled him to renounce greed, pleasures, and tyrannical bearing typical of the unrestrained Spartiates. He wanted to be as good and great a king of Sparta as circumstances permitted. In the very first year of his reign occurred the conspiracy of Cynodon, 397 BC, which revealed the foremost weakness of Spartanism. Agesilaus may have felt that it was no longer a matter of restitution, but only of prolonging the status quo, and this was possible only if the forces at hand were kept on the move. One might best try to cover up the evils with daring, and Agesilaus was indeed among the rulers of all times the ablest at glossing things over. He showed the highest respect for all the external forms and for the whole state ceremonial, and was almost childishly humble toward the ephors. In addition, he was religious by nature, and once he gave his word, he kept it altogether, a different man from the contemporary Attic statesmen and army commanders. Lysander stood at his side at the beginning, hoping to control him. He obtained for him the command of the army pitted against the satraps in Asia Minor. The Spartans broke off relations with the Persians, to whom they were indebted for their final triumph in the Peloponnesian War. For 2 years, 396-394 BC, Agesilaus marched an army hither and thither in Asia Minor, penetrating as far as Phrygia. The army consisted of 2,000 neodamodes, newly enfranchised helots, and 8,000 allies augmented by occasional recruits. Xenophon, who a few years earlier had led a Greek army amid quite different dangers into the east, now spent a longer period at the headquarters of Agesilaus. He later wrote an admiring account of this campaign, praising Agesilaus as a real Spartan. Others who had surveyed this campaign judged that Agesilaus and his army had achieved nothing great or praiseworthy. This campaign simply brought to light the rottenness of the Persian dominion, a fact known for a long time. But Greek life had likewise fallen into decay, and it was by bribery that King Artaxerxes Minimon was able to bring about the Corinthian War against the Spartans. When the ephors recalled Agesilaus by means of a skytail secret scroll, he obeyed immediately, and without making any fuss, gave up his alleged Asiatic plans of advancing upon Ecbatana and Susa. They praised his action as marvelous. Indeed, Sparta was no longer accustomed to such obedience, yet it is a question whether Agesilaus was not indeed glad to be relieved of his adventure. Back in Europe, again, he gained a victory at Chaeronea due mainly to his resolute personal boldness, then returned to Sparta as plain and unassuming as ever, without a shadow of that dangerous arrogance others had returned with from their exploits abroad. And if the 100 talents he gave to the god at Delphi was indeed a tenth of his Asiatic booty, then he had enriched the Spartan treasury by 900 talents, remaining poor himself. But he, above all others, had to know that even victories could hold dangers for the Spartans, for they were so few in number. After having brilliantly vanquished Corinth, the heavy-armed Lacedaemonian infantry set out to return to Sparta, but Iphicrates and his mercenaries attacked and killed several hundred of them. Thereafter, Agesilaus, leading the rest of his soldiers home, had to use all his cunning to disguise the sorry state of his army, so that the Arcadians would not jeer at them. When Conon and Phamabazes, serving as Persian admirals, ravaged the coast of Laconia and restored the walls of Athens with Persian money, Spartan sentiment was all for making an alliance with Persia again, whatever the cost. And Talcidas, who negotiated and signed the peace, belonged reputedly to the opponents of Agesilaus, who had to approve the peace anyway, because he had promised to weaken Thebes by declaring autonomy for all the states, including those of Boeotia, 387 BC. The bold stroke by which Phoebidas captured Thebes with Spartan soldiers was approved by Agesilaus in such a way as to imply that he had secretly ordered this attack. The aggression of Sparta against Thebes raised the wrath and urge for freedom of all those suffering under Spartan domination. And when, after 3 years, Thebes was freed by a revolt under Pelopidas and Epaminondas, 382 BC, and formed an alliance with Athens, Sparta was incomparably worse off than before it had garrisoned Cadmea, the citadel of Thebes. At this time, however, Agesilaus led no campaigns because of a protracted illness. When he did so again, his campaigns were no longer brilliant and consisted mostly of devastations, after Thebes and her allies had quarreled for several years, becoming more and more belligerent, and the people under Spartan hegemony more and more discontented. A general peace conference was called at Sparta, at which Epaminondas appeared and made the deepest impression. Xenophon takes no notice of the main scene, but if Plutarch's account is accurate in at least its main outlines, then in effect Agesilaus crudely declared war on the Thebans, supposing, as did the rest of the Greeks, that he had concluded a peace and isolated Thebes 372 BC, He is clearly responsible for the battle at Leuctra, even though not he, but Cleombrotus commanded the Spartan army. The Spartans staked everything on this one battle, as they had done at Plataea, but those days were gone. The battle at Leuctra was a blow from which Sparta never recovered. It was a terrible loss of blood for the Dorian ruling caste. However one looks at the figures, even if of the 1,000 Lacedaemonians that perished only a small part were Dorians, still the 400 Spartiates whom Diodorus mentions were absolutely more than the Spartans could afford to lose. Then too, after winning a smashing victory with its 6,000 soldiers, Thebes, hitherto isolated, was able to head a powerful alliance against Sparta, while the Spartan hegemony was rocked to its very foundations. Then there unfolded the further consequences of this defeat. Sparta stood condemned and was bereft of its main historical achievements when Arcadia withdrew and Messenia, hitherto regarded as crushed, became an independent state again, 369 BC. All this happened while Epaminondas and Pelopidas were in the Peloponnesus with their newly won allies and moved into the vicinity of Sparta. Agesilaus did not dare to oppose this flood tide with his soldiers in open combat. First and foremost he had to defend the city, and he turned a deaf ear to the taunting challenges of his enemies. He saw how old Lacedaemonian men, whose heroic minds were celebrated in so many beautiful maxims, cried out in grief and trudged about in confusion, and how those famous Lacedaemonian mothers lost their heroic calm and behaved like mad women when they heard the tumult and saw the watchfires of the enemy. By sheer presence of mind he dispersed 200 men, probably desperate Dorians, who had occupied a fortified part of the town where the temple of Artemis stood. Later, when 15 of these had been apprehended, he ordered their execution by night. Other Spartan citizens met clandestinely in each other's houses, planning a revolution. These too were taken and secretly put to death. At this time also Periocean Helots, who were in the army, ran away to the enemy in droves. During the period of greatest stress, the Spartans freed 1,000 Helots to keep them from defecting with the others. Sparta undeniably owed its deliverance to the king, and the following year its first new success to his son, Archidamus. The father and a procession of Spartans went out to meet the victor with tears of joy, whereas formerly no display was made over victors or heralds of victory. Had Sparta had a democratic popular assembly, jury trials, orators, and sycophants, it would probably have staged a bloody trial. Agesilaus lived to see rich Messenia become independent while he was king. His life was touched by one last splendor when he succeeded in rescuing the city of Sparta out of the very hands of Epaminondas. On this occasion, king and city fought with desperate courage, and various individuals performed heroic deeds. The death of Epaminondas at Mantinea removed Sparta's greatest threat, and amid the general confusion in Greece, it could have collected itself and recovered somewhat. But now it was Agesilaus himself, this embittered old greybeard, who kept Sparta out of a general peace, at least a nominal one, and alone carried on another war to reconquer Messenia, 361 BC. But when this attempt failed, Agesilaus gave the appearance of being insatiably bent on war, so that even his followers tired of him. His expedition to Egypt, which had revolted against Persian domination, was a retaliatory act upon the Persian king who had declared himself for Messenian independence. Agesilaus' exploits on the Nile do not belong here. When this 84-year-old hero died in the port of Menelaus on the African coast, he was on his way home, planning to take up the cudgels again, this time against Arcadia. If at this time the abler people everywhere in Greece turned ever more away from the state, in Sparta this turning away took the form of absenteeism, especially among the kings, simply because they could not bear to stay at home in their wretched country. As often as they could, they would gather a troop of mercenaries and take up service abroad, where they occasionally disgraced themselves. One of the most meritorious of these kings was Archidamus Oivor, a son of Agesilaus. Before going to the aid of the Tarentines, he and his wife Denicia are known to have accepted bribes from the temple treasury at Delphi. The murmuring Spartans had to endure the domination of Philip of Macedon over Greece, and after the battle at Chaeronea, suffer the most abject humiliation on their own territory. In the following years, it was their consolation to serve in no Macedonian army camp, to ignore every congress, and not to contribute anything to anybody. The strutting days of Sparta were past recall, and when Antipater defeated the revolting Peloponnesians at Megalopolis, Sparta expressly exonerated from dishonor its soldiers who had fled from there, as Agesilaus had done after the battle at Leuctra. It was the wantonly insulted royal Shoion Cleontimus who had called Pyrrhus into Lacedaemon, and the heroic rescue of the capital by King Arrius and his son Acrotatus was one of the last moments of glory for this decrepit state. Afterward both perished in war with the Macedonians and Megalopolitans. For decades thereafter the history of Sparta is obscure, until the deeds and destinies of the kings Agis and Cleomenes turn it into tragedy one last time before the end of the Dorian state of the Heraclidae, 236-222 BC. Both of these kings, their family and entourages, had the good fortune to be written up in sympathetic accounts which served Plutarch as documents. The reputation of Cleomenes in particular will live even though the darker traits stressed by Polybius and others retain their veracity. The Spartan state was to get an entirely new foundation by nothing less than a revolution from above. When one learns that there were left only 700 Spartans, i.e. Dorians, able to bear arms, and that among these only 100 had inherited and owned land, one is astonished that after all the defeats and humiliations they were able to dominate their subjects as long as they did. Now, through a massive admixture of perioeci and a redistribution of land, there was to rise a powerful, capable upper class. By means of unscrupulous conquests and alliances, it was to achieve the respect of its neighbors and perhaps even renewed dominion over Greece. Such a revolution was a distinct possibility at a time when redistribution of boundaries, annulment of debts, and annihilation of opponents were the order of the day elsewhere in the Greek states. As to the dangers of political change, the Greeks, with their abundant energy, were not inclined to avoid them for lack of naive recklessness. Agis planned to amalgamate the Dorians with a large majority of those perioeci and strangers who were already accustomed to Spartan life, provided they were people of choice character, and to settle them on 4,500 parcels of land allotted to them in a certain area of Lacedaemonia. He also wanted to divide the rest of the land into 15,000 allotments for the remaining perioeci capable of bearing arms. The 4,500 were obviously to hold the power in the state, but after having replenished the ranks of the ruling class, the 15,000 would not have been much inferior. However, this coup d'etat succeeded only in driving out temporarily the opposing Ephors and the other king of the diarchy. An uncle of Agis had treacherously sabotaged the plans for reform because he wanted to retain his landed property. Reaction set in, and Agis died in prison. His widow became the wife of Cleomenes, the son of the other king, and she secretly won him over to the cause of her first husband. The rest was accomplished by Spherus, one of those Stoics who after that time appeared quite often as the mentors and confessors of political idealists. As a nominal king under the suspicious Ephors, Cleomenes had to wage war to assert his rights, and did so fighting the Achaean League, a union of greatly weakened police representing official Greece as distinct from Macedonians, tyrants, and rapacious Aetolians. To do this, he was unhappily forced to rely on mercenaries from Tarentum and Crete, while he broke up the Spartans into small groups and distributed these as far as possible to keep them impotent. He could begin his coup d'etat in Sparta only by marching home at the head of a mercenary army, 226 BC. Thereupon, having slaughtered the Ephors, he demolished their houses and banished 80 people. Cleomenes addressed the assembled people, announcing that debts would be cancelled, the land newly distributed, and the mercenaries given a pension. A portion of the latter were declared Spartiates, so that the city and its territory would not have to run the risk, because of its small population, of falling prey to the Aetolians and the Illyrians. It would be hard to conceive a shakier political foundation than that of the Heraclidan king at the time. Thereupon Cleomenes, his closer following, and finally all other citizens yielded their possessions, which were then reallotted. It is recorded that there were 4,000 heavily armed soldiers again, a number Cleomenes achieved by giving the franchise to a good many more of the ablest perioeci than the number of Dorians in the plans of Agis. He is reputed to have restored the customs and ways of life set up by Lycurgus, but in his short and troubled reign he can hardly have accomplished much. He had to rush into a new war to safeguard his reign and chose to attack the Achaeans. His initial success brought about an alliance hitherto considered impossible between two opponents, the Achaean League and the Macedonians under Antigonus Doson. For his part, Cleomenes was actually an ally of the Aetolians and hoped, though in vain, for help from Ptolemy Euergetes of Egypt. In addition, he enjoyed in various Achaean cities the fickle sympathy of the populace, which hoped for a Spartan deal, i.e. a redistribution of land and a cancellation of debts, at that time the customary rallying cry for a revolt. After protracted fighting treated in much detail by Polybius, Cleomenes was crushed at Silesia, and after a brief farewell left Sparta for Egypt. In their account of the end of Cleomenes and of his men in Alexandria, Polybius and Plutarch have raised an eternal monument to the last Dorian Spartiate. In whatever happened in Laconia from now on, the first question is, what racial tribe was involved? For at the Battle of Silesia, according to reports, the entire Lacedaemonian army of 6,000, composed of Dorians and very many Perioeci, was wiped out save for 200 survivors. Among the free people in the valley of the Eurotas, the Dorians thereafter can have formed only a negligibly small part. Now it was a foreign army that invaded Sparta, and Antigonus Doson, in a hurry to get home, addressed the people most graciously and left them to themselves, not tampering with their conditions. In all Greece, however, it was a time of general decay. The whole endeavour of Cleomenes was of the kind that thrives on victories abroad, but wilts in the face of defeat. Penalties finally attached to being the inheritors of ancient Sparta, with their cocky attitude and tradition of crime. From the rest of Greece rampant democracy, with its lusts and violence, but also with tyranny in its repulsive later forms, rushed like a storm over a Sparta unable to muster any resistance. At some time equality was proclaimed for everybody. There is some question whether the Helots were also included, although no clear mention is later made of their servitude. Perhaps it was in these dreary times that there was erected a gigantic statue of Deimos towering in the vicinity of the Agora. Ephors, now without doubt Achaeans, combined into competing factions, and more than one was murdered by their colleagues or by the so-called demos, who then elected new ones. Murder cut down the Gerontes old men, and even the temple of Artemis Chalkioikos Bronze House and her altar no longer offered protection to the victims. One of the last scions of the Heraclidae, a certain Lycurgus, was advanced by bribery and elevated to kingship in the diarchy while still a child. Twice he was driven from the throne, and twice he returned. In the meantime, the old lust for vengeance flared up in renewed wars against Messenia and Arcadia. A Macedonian king invaded Laconia again and plundered and devastated the country, though he was unable to capture Sparta itself. Then, after King Lycurgus, or rather after his son Pelops, came Machanidas, the first Spartan ruler who might be called a tyrant because he disposed of the ephors and ruled autocratically. His only possible aim being conquest, he went out against Peloponnesian states with mercenary troops whom he could not hope to pay unless it be by thoroughly plundering the wretched cities of the Peloponnesus. The Achaean League at that time just happened to have the good luck of possessing a capable leader and general, Philopoemen, who with his own hand slew the tyrant in open battle near Mantinea, 207 BC. But tyranny survived. Nabis the Terrible, of unknown origin, usurped the supreme power, 206-92 BC. He was regarded as one of the worst of that disreputable lot the Greeks called tyrants. At this time the Greeks intervened in the war between the Romans and King Philip the Younger of Macedon, and so were drawn out upon the high seas. But what is important in all this is not so much the alliances Nabis formed, now with Rome and now with Macedon, as his rule in Sparta, which he could enforce with some consistency during his 14 years in power. In his campaigns during which he took and held Argos, he may well have been able to supplement his mercenaries with soldiers drawn from his own people. For his other deeds of violence he sought hardened criminals, the scum of far and near. Nabis was in collusion with the pirates of Crete, and he protected the highwaymen, murderers, and temple robbers that slunk around in the Peloponnesus when they were in trouble. He practiced extortion with refined instruments of torture, and concentrated most perseveringly on exterminating all Dorians who might in any way become prominent. Dorians, in his view, included the whole upper-class group of Cleomenes, all the rest of the Dorians, as well as the distinguished Achaeans. The wars of Nabis belong to the history of the Achaean League and Roman politics, and it is a disgrace that the great T. Quinctius Flaminius conquered him several times, but let him slip out of his grasp on orders from above. During that time the Spartan state was also deprived of its southern part, i.e. its seaports. This area, later known as Free Laconia, was under the protection of the Achaean League. In this campaign against the Achaean League, Nabis received aid and recruits from the Aetolians, likewise dissatisfied with the Romans. The commander of these recruits began by murdering the tyrant, and amid the tumult that followed, the Achaeans under Philopoemen entered the fray and forced Sparta to join the Achaean League and the people to accept Achaean education and customs, dropping those of Lycurgus. This latter severity was not only pointless, but it also evoked the stiffest resistance by the people who, though Achaeans, prized the old Dorian way of life much more highly. The rest of Spartan history is a sorry tale. A demagogue, Charon, brought about such terrible confusion by redistributing the land again and committing murders that Achaea intervened once more. About 180 BC Sparta carried repeated complaints to Rome, but Rome left these matters deliberately in suspense. These conditions contributed to the Achaean War, which put an end to the Achaean League and many other Greek doings once and for all. Indeed, the Dorian race must have virtually disappeared, especially after the bloodletting of Nabis. Among all the people mentioned with Philopoemen in the writings of Livius, hardly one can have been a full-blooded Dorian, nor were there any among the exiles. On the other hand, all the non-Dorian Achaeans and the half-castes who lived well or ill in the Eurotas Valley had adopted the Dorian way of life as far as they could and imitated the behavior of their vanished rulers, at least in externals. The Dorians had been models of elegance to whom the rest looked up with envy and hatred. Nothing now kept these people from living in the Dorian ways, and outsiders liked to regard their way of life as genuine and original. A craving for glory was one of those mysterious traits which most clearly distinguished the Greeks from other peoples. By the time their state and possessions had slipped from the hands of the Dorians, the image of splendor left by their ancient forebears had long become a force in Greek life in general, and numberless individual traits thereof had impressed themselves upon the whole Greek nation. Those who now tilled the soil and trod the earth of Lacedaemon regarded this heritage, from the primeval myths down to the memory of the last Cleomenes, as though it had always been not only their possession, but their own creation. 3. Subservient people in other polis. The main end of life for Sparta had been to keep the serfs in their place, in particular the non-Dorians and Messenians in the Eurotas Valley. This outlook shaped the whole internal life of Sparta and materially helped to determine foreign policy. Undoubtedly, the Dorian migration had laid the foundation of a number of similar power structures elsewhere. Many powerful polis had reduced to servitude the people living around them, subjugated Greeks or half-barbarians, but no other polis was able, as Sparta was, to orient its whole national and international life with a view to perpetuating this system. None of them lacked severity toward their serfs, but all of them lacked persistence and drive for the indispensable harmony and equalitarianism within the leading caste. Documents about these matters for the periods in question are very meager. Still, the erstwhile master-serf relations were well nigh or completely forgotten and already scarcely understood. They persisted with some clarity only on Crete and in Thessaly, and one can only conjecture to what extent the subjugated people elsewhere were half free or still serf. Part owners, hereditary tenants, bond servants or day laborers on the lands attached to the manors. Without civil rights and governed at the discretion of the polis, they apparently were not in a position to attract the attention of the chroniclers. As to Crete, the designations transmitted to us give some clue to the different gradations of servitude. At any rate, when the island was Dorianized, it took on modes of life bearing much resemblance to those of Lacedaemon, and even though a political pluralism arose and the Cretan cities fought with each other, none of them called upon the serfs of the other cities to revolt. For, in general, the obedience of the serfs on the island seemed assured by the absence of any immediate neighbors. In Thessaly, the so-called Penestes were the ancient native Perhabic and Magnesian people who yielded themselves as servants to the invading Thessalians, so as to remain on the old accustomed clod of soil. In exchange for stipulated produce of the land, the Thessalians promised they would neither kill nor remove them. Some of these Penestes were wealthier than their overlords, as now and then serfs were in recent Russian history, because the ruling caste had lived in riot and revelry anyway. The lords of Thessaly and Crete exerted no pressure, as did Sparta, in seeking to force all the countries around to adopt the Spartan army system and oligarchical government in order to keep the subjugated peoples from getting restive. Also, neither Thessaly nor Crete aspired to be the teachers of Hellas. Since the 8th century, the colonies owed their rise in part to the desire of the subjugated and oppressed people to flee from their polis, but having landed on some foreign coast, they acted no differently than their homeland oppressors, though to be sure toward barbarians or half-barbarians, who in turn became subject peoples without civil rights, though retaining the privilege of owning property. Now and then this relationship is said to have come about in a friendly manner. When Heraclea was established in Pontus, the Mariandyni living in that area voluntarily accepted the rule of the Heracleotes in exchange for the guarantees of shelter and of not being sold abroad. Byzantium, on the other hand, treated the Bithynians as Sparta did the Helots, and around Syracuse the Calicerians or Cilicians were in similar servitude. Aristotle rejects the whole system. A state relying on subjugated people cannot maintain an even keel. When treated gently, these people become insolent and want equality with their masters. Treated harshly, they become malicious, treasonable, and upon occasion join with the underprivileged groups in the city itself. The Calicerians did this when they made common cause with the Syracusan demos, and were driving out the landholders until Gelon came to their aid and overthrew the Calicerians, using the occasion to make himself master of Syracuse. In spite of their moderate treatment, the Penestes repeatedly rose in revolt when their Thessalian masters were at war with their neighbors. Aristotle finds it at least desirable that the enslaved people should be barbarians and not of the Greek race. In addition, he also indicates what changes were being brought about. More and more non-Greeks were bought as slaves and put out to farmland around a city-state. 4. Slavery, that golden age, when according to writers of later comedy no slaves yet existed, must be sought in a very early age. As far back as tradition reaches, slaves have always existed in the countries around the Aegean Sea, where capture of and traffic in slaves were so easy, and where the Phoenicians had been the teachers and precursors. Homer attired slavery in a peculiar greatness in 2 figures. Eumaeus, who resists robbers and outlaws despite his own status as a piece of property, and the glorious Euryclea. Homer, it is true, is concerned only with royal courts and great leaders. It is hard to determine to what extent Hesiod in Works and Days regarded farmhands as slaves. Without a doubt, however, the poet viewed honest farm work not as Bainosic, but as beneficent. Apart from the subjected people just considered, it is likely that farming was almost exclusively in the hands of free people as late as the 9th century. At the other end of the scale, the possessing classes came to despise work and workers, acquiring that anti-Bainosic attitude which regarded the noble athletic games as the only worthy purpose of life. This aristocracy somehow got possession of the best land, now and then of all the land within the city-state territory, and got the landless free men to farm it for them. But these menial farmhands may have preserved the memory of better days their fathers once enjoyed while still living in hamlets before the merciless polis was founded. Once colonizing was in full swing, many doubtless went along to escape serfdom and bondage, and the readier the colonies were to supply slaves, the easier the gaps in the ranks of farm labor were to fill, for these colonies lay mostly on coasts where captured slaves from the interior were traded off. In wars of Hellenes against Hellenes, the victors killed the grown men and sold the wives and children, apparently abroad. When they spared the men, they did not keep them as domestic slaves, but to work the mines, or held them for high ransom. Since many regions were fully dependent on slave labor, war was too irregular and uncertain a source for supplying the need. Only trade assured regularity. To keep an adult Greek captive as a slave in one's home was surely hard and dangerous. In most instances we find that the slaves kept in the homes or in the fields were of barbarian origin. In rural areas where people lived predominantly in hamlets, laborers remained free for quite a while. Among the Locrians and Phocians, the younger members of the family customarily served the older or the firstborn one. They did not keep slaves until shortly before the Holy War of the 4th century. When a polis fully developed its potential, it did so by means of slave labor. And whoever, as a free man, worked on farms or in the city for wages found the idea of citizenship out of his reach. Indeed, The free man could hardly find any market for his services because the slaves and medics resident aliens filled the need. Such a fellow preferred looking for work from day to day to being under a pledge, which to him would have been a kind of servitude in that it made him feel dependent. Where and in what states did slaves first come to be the servants in households and the workers on farms and in handicrafts, when and where were galleys first manned by slaves, large enterprises exploiting masses of workers, like mines for instance, presumably were always operated by slave labor. Slaves came from a variety of sources. Scythians, Getaeans, Lydians, Phrygians, Paphlagonians, Carians, Syrians filled Greek homes and farms. Cautious buyers tried to get each slave from a different nationality, which was easy to do where only 3 or 4 were used. It is not certain whether the barbarian slave dealers drew more upon their own people, or upon war captives, or on slave hunting to supply the market. During the heyday of Greece, even a highly cultivated Hellene could become the slave of another Greek, falling into the clutches of a powerful enemy or a pirate. Once one had become a slave, citizenship or high birth availed not. Phaedo and Plato both suffered this fate, the former in his youth, the latter when already a famous philosopher. Both were redeemed. Now and then a second owner might speculate on the chance of redemption. Diogenes remained with his buyer Senides of Corinth, later obviously voluntarily. In the 5th century, the average price for an ordinary slave was 2 minas, the mina being worth 100 drachmas. In the 4th century one, a 1/2 minas was regarded as reasonable, showing that the supply was steady and plentiful, else more slaves would have been raised at home to supplement the purchases abroad. But breeding slaves was not considered profitable. Indeed, wedlock among slaves, little more than concubinage and barely tolerated by the masters, was not considered expedient, unless it was desired to attach the better slaves by means of their children to the service of the house and to its welfare. One did not expect much of slave children. The yearly attrition was reckoned at 10%, and one naturally wished to keep one's slaves as useful animals. One saw one's friends suffer hardships or perish without being much concerned, but one took one's slave to the doctor and nursed him. If he died, one lamented and regarded it as a loss. We may ask what happened when a region became so impoverished that it could no longer afford to buy slaves, and especially when the number of free-born laborers dropped as they became more loath to work. Most likely the country soon turned into a waste. Later on, Cappadocians, Phrygians, and Lydians usually did the baking because of their skill in it. On large estates, a slave was made an overseer of the others, and from among the female slaves one became the stewardess, who was carefully instructed and treated gently and discreetly. Aristotle supposed that one should respect and deal fairly with slaves entrusted with the more responsible jobs, while giving the ordinary ones plenty of good wholesome food. Larger households needed doorkeepers to check on things carried in and out. A slave no longer useful for other work might well have handled this. The slaves of Sophocles' father were all builders and braziers. Those of Isocrates' father were all flute makers. Some workshops might employ hundreds of slaves, depending on the business and the condition of the times. In mines there were many thousands of slaves, being the property either of the state or of a private owner. The citizens grew concerned about the wretched existence of these slaves only when they threatened to become dangerous. A document one wishes Xenophon had not written glowingly portrays to the Athenian citizens how profitable it would be to employ more slaves in the silver mines, for with 10,000 they would take in 100 talents a year, and by sufficiently increasing that number they could all live without working. As if the number of slaves in the homes and on the fields of Attica were not enough, Xenophon thinks the state should have at least 3 slaves in the silver mines for every citizen, a good 60,000 at that time. Then Athens would be even more orderly and more efficient in war. These proposals are just as foolish as the encouragement given to resident aliens or medics who were to be lured to Athens in great numbers. How costly it would have been for Athens to live on this kind of income. A single unlucky battle, taking the lives of many citizens, would have enabled the medics to become masters of the state, already undermined in the literal sense. These medics were Lydian, Phrygian, and Syrian in origin, as were many of the slaves. In part they may have been the offspring of slaves who had been freed, and a number of household and silver mine slaves who presumably also were freed. Xenophon finally wonders whether approval of his proposals should not be sought into Dona and Delphi, and if approved, under the protection of which gods they should be carried out. It is hard for us to think of Greece as harboring amid 4 to 5 million freemen 12 million slaves, nearly all of foreign extraction Hellwold, of Attica as having 4 times as many slaves as freemen, Curtis, to say nothing of individual industrial cities like Corinth, where the freemen comprised about 1/10 of the population. The state of Corinth is supposed to have had 460,000 slaves and Aegina, fully, 470,000. Nobody has ever been blind to the great dangers all this slavery involved. To be sure, the mobs which at times took over whole cities were not slaves as the word used to describe them suggests, but suppressed natives. The big slave wars in Sicily really took place under Roman rule when the system of latifundia had enormously increased the number of slaves. Concurrent with the second uprising in Sicily, the slaves in the mines of Attica, now grown into many myriads, revolted about 100 BC, and having killed their guards and seized the Acropolis at Sunium, they proceeded to lay waste the land. The greater the number of slaves in a state, the more severe was the discipline and the more urgent the desire for escape and vengeance. In every war, people feared that large masses of slaves would burst their shackles. More than 20,000 slaves, mostly skilled craftsmen, hence the more valuable ones, ran away from their Athenian masters, hard-pressed by their defeat in Sicily and the occupation of Decilium by King Agis and his Spartan troops. Strategy in war included provoking the enemy's slaves to revolt, hence everyone who could somehow manage it would remove his slaves along with the rest of his family over the border for safety when an enemy threatened to invade. The victor at a naval engagement freed the galley slaves and fettered their masters. Even in time of peace, the nation had to bear the consequences of the fact that all free men in the more highly developed cities and country districts spurned work with all their might. As will be seen, there existed in some places better and more comfortable conditions, but in Attica one knew that as a rule the slaves were malevolent toward their masters. Basically, a slaveholder was protected by the nearness of his neighbor who also owned slaves, says Plato. The citizens serve each other as voluntary bodyguards. Rich townspeople who have many slaves live without fear, because the whole city is ready to come to the aid of every single individual. But if some god should transfer an owner of 50 slaves along with his family and all his property out of the city into a wilderness, where no stranger would come to his help, what fear he would have that his slaves would dispatch him. He would have to be nice to some, making them promises and freeing them without any cause. He would be the flatterer of his thralls or their sacrificial victim. A slaveholder whose slaves knew of a wrong he had committed could look upon himself as the most unhappy of all men, being their lifelong hostage and in no position to punish them, no matter what they did. On occasion they might have been liberated for informing on him. It follows that an intelligent slave was even regarded as dangerous, and especially so when tainted with the mentality of free citizens. The fact that the slaves were barbarians or semi-barbarians a priori qualified the treatment they received. This fact also induced Plato and Aristotle to class them in a low theoretical rank, even though their motive is not expressly phrased, that Aristotle was gentle and kindly disposed toward them, as is evident from his last will and testament, redounds all the more to his honor. The slaveholders steeled themselves against pity for the hordes they surrounded themselves with, whose life admittedly was worse than death. Laws prevented the master from deliberately killing and raping his slaves, perhaps less for their protection than to keep him from brutalizing himself. Otherwise he could discipline and mistreat them any way he wished. A misfortune for all slaves was the very presence of that most wretched class, the mine slaves, who for centuries were ill-treated in any way human beings could be. They were provided only with the things needed to keep them alive and in some strength. When not at work they must have been permanently shackled. Even ordinary slaves were often shackled, not for reasons of discipline but to prevent their escape. That a slave preferred to be a drudge on a farm to being a menial in a city household was no doubt due to his generally rural origin, and under a sensible master his lot was as bearable as any he could expect if he were to return home. The shepherd slave was probably treated just as well as a hired hand today, because the care of animals depended so much on his goodwill. The shepherds of Sicily and Lower Italy mentioned by Theocritus were slaves without doubt, but still they, Like the farm slaves of Xenophon had their own property including sheep and goats and were able to make pretty gifts. Arcadians gave lavish entertainments to which they invited both masters and their slaves, serving them the same dishes and mixing their wine in the same bowl, K. Traitor. Now and then the masters served the slaves at feasts and played dice with them. When the Greeks learned about the Roman Saturnalia, where such was the custom, they found it was a thoroughly Hellenic feast. The common way of dealing with slaves, according to Xenophon, was to check exuberance through hunger, banish indolence by whiplashes, forestall flight by fetters, and stealing by locking up everything that could be. Following the Peloponnesian War, the slaves of Athens were bold and free in their demeanor. Their frocks were like those of the medics and poorer citizens, so that one could hardly tell them apart, because they all had pretty much the same shabby appearance. Often they were better off, thanks to their property, which, to judge by the later comedies, must often have been quite considerable. After the defeat at Chaeronea, the populace at Athens was intent on freeing the slaves, enfranchising the metics, and restoring their honors to the dishonored. At the time of Demosthenes, the slaves were more boldly vocal than the citizens in many cities. It appears that they also attended the theatre, now and then took part in the Attic mystery rites, and when partisan spirit ran high, they even pushed their way into the popular assembly. In highly cultivated Athens, however, the slave could at any moment be most bitterly reminded of his true status. Some, says Plato, do not trust their slaves at all, and so goad and whip them much and often, whereby they really enslave their souls. Moreover, there was also the judicatory torture of slaves, to which one must suppose the Athenians resorted rather often. In lawsuits, even in civil suits, a litigant could submit his own slaves to testify in his behalf under torture, or demand that his opponent bring his slaves into court to testify against him under torture. In connection with his demand that the slaves of his victim, Leocrits, be tortured, the orator Lycurgus, whose coarse emotional appeals tell us so much about court procedure in the 4th century, calls the torture of slaves by far the most just and appropriate means for getting at the bottom of a case in court. Leocritus refused, and thereby supposedly betrayed his bad conscience, as if a humane disposition and kindly feelings for his slaves could have played no part. Perjury and bearing false witness were rife in Athens at that time. To be sure, once torture of slaves became legitimate in court proceedings, it was merely a matter of time before torture could be applied to non-slaves. The slave remained a commodity, and occasional favors tossed him were only apparent, as for example putting him as a pedagogue in charge of the children until they were well along in adolescence. We must also remember that the duty of the pedagogue was essentially negative, that is, to guard and defend the child, while the teachers proper were free men, and especially that, while it was possible to hire a free man as a teacher for a while, particularly if he was a fellow citizen, it was very hard to keep him long, because he was not accustomed to and hence not fit to live in this kind of dependence. To pick from a few or many slaves, the one best suited for the task should have been fairly easy over a course of years. No doubt, mutual trust and attachment obtained between some masters and slaves, as attested by various epitaphs to outstanding slaves, as also to faithful nurses who were likewise bondwomen. On the whole, slaves who had been freed were not in good odor. It is self-evident that when bad and ungrateful slaves were freed, they hated their master above all people because he had known them in their servitude. In the newer Attic comedy, the freed slave appeared rather frequently as an accuser in court, without doubt against his master, as though the enjoyment of free speech consisted in lodging accusations, and what was typical in comedy must have been commonplace in life. The slave so vexatiously freed in Lucian's Timon must no doubt be relegated to the days of imperial Rome, as well as Trimalchio and Petronius. Of course, there were instances when a slave was given free rein for having mastered a particular skill in a handicraft, skills appearing occasionally, but not necessarily as hereditary in a free Greek family. And finally, it is self-evident that slaves performed all special routine work which the state, particularly the highly organized Athenian state, had to have done. They were the secretaries, lower officials, policemen, etc. The ambitious free man wanted nothing to do with a little office. He was either going to be a demagogue or starve, a man of the demos snatched only at such offices as promised to line his pockets. 5. The Greek aristocracy things were simplest in the wake of the Dorian migration, when a victorious tribe took possession of the best land and established itself as the ruling aristocracy, Sparta. We may take it for granted that elsewhere the aristocracy developed out of an earlier nobility surrounding a king, or out of such people as had grown wealthy enough to keep horses, or from those especially skilled in war, or even out of a single former royal family, Corinth, and that this aristocracy owned the most and best land, and that it usurped sacerdotal offices and legislature, misusing jurisdiction to the point of selling debtors abroad as slaves, Athens. The aristocracy was powerful as long as it remained numerous, and possession of land was the one deciding factor. The Greek aristocracy never mastered the art of amassing chattel property and exploiting it for itself. By contrast, that of the Phoenician cities appears to have succeeded in this very well. It has already been suggested that the dispossessed citizens formed the main body of the emigrants to the colonies, and that slaves were bought to fill the labor requirements. In the large Greek cities in Asia Minor, which had once been colonies and elsewhere, aristocracy took the form of timocracy, rule by the rich. Probably this happened in part from deliberate reflection, and may have rested on a kind of compact. The duration of the rule of aristocracy, or of the tyranny alternating with it, depended, as will be seen, on the time it took the opposing forces to come into their own. Altogether, aristocracy was in power for 3 or 4 centuries. In spite of many hostilities and fights on both coasts of the Aegean Sea, this age was one of peace and quiet in comparison with the following. The nobility felt that it comprised a superior caste in the nation. It had not yet become fashionable to use one's peers for personal advancement and then to turn around and destroy them, and this we must keep in mind in connection with that age. This nobility was not only a political but also a social force which exerted an influence on later Greek culture, long after the mansions of nobility had fallen into ruin. The great legacy of the aristocratic period to the nation was kalokagathia, that wholly individual fusion of a moral, aesthetic, and material dedication to an idea which we can only intimate, not define sharply, and indeed the moral and aesthetic accent is rather on the kalos, the material on agathos, as already in Homer. The agathoi, the genteel and rich, were contrasted with their inferiors. That fusion, accomplished in the youthful dawn of a people, was to survive in the mind for as long as there were any Hellenes. Philosophers strove in vain to give a new meaning to kolokagathia. The most powerful democratic forces in the polis could not wipe out this concept, however, and all the elegant speeches about the natural nobility of inner worth left no lasting impression. Belief in noble lineage persisted. In a way, the life of the aristocrats carried on the heroic age. Weapons, bodily exercise, and banquets made up the life of these nobly excellent people, insofar as it was not taken up by the state by sitting on juries or in performing the rites of worship. A high point of this aristocratic life consisted in sports, and especially in horse racing and chariot racing at the celebrated centers of competition. Nobleman had made the noble animal, the horse, his companion, which accompanied him in war and in sports. The word horse was incorporated in so many family names that this animal was obviously the aristocrat's favorite possession. The keeping of horses was the mark of nobility, and the aspirations of a man who could well afford it and take part in chariot races at the great festivals were of all men the proudest and most fitting. To what extent the nobility carried on the intellectual life of the nation can be only hazily determined. Tradition deals more kindly with the tyrants at whose courts art and poetry tended to foregather. In turn, aristocratic states had an abundance of privileged individuals who as a group constituted the ideal of Greek life within their centuries. A common government in the state, skill in warfare, splendor in competitive sports, and noble leisure for all these. With them there began that agonistic mentality, that spirit of competition among equals which in countless ways permeated all thought and action of the Hellenes. We hear most about the aristocracy when it was in dissolution in various ways and from various causes, just as we do about the reign of the kings when in decline. It deteriorated when it was no longer able to discipline itself. It turned into an oligarchy by forming a nucleus which usurped not only the power but also the greatest wealth and most important state offices, and began to rule in a violent and greedy manner. Members of the aristocracy failed, as in Sparta, to sustain the ancestral estates as prescribed by various old codes of law. Younger scions of the family became a dangerous element in the state when they were landless or the estate was split up into too many little holdings. Amid violent brawling within the caste, a dangerous number of impoverished aristocrats arose, who were keenly aware of their noble ancestry but without the means for living in the noble style. The primary condition for caste survival, however, was that the opportunity for such living be made available to the greatest possible number, because privileges can thrive only when its interested defenders are numerous. Money and chattel property, industry, and trade thrived better in the hands of the common people. Merchants, industrialists, and shipowners emerged from the ranks of craftsmen and seamen, and as these lower castes, besides the noble hippes, horse owners, knights began to assemble armies of hoplites for war and to keep their galley slaves constantly ready to sally forth, eventually they had to become the masters of the city. They were no longer bound to their lords through piety, because they had become as skilled as anyone else in the art of political argumentation, which at that time produced good or bad constitutions in hundreds of colonies. The enslavement of debtors was judicially sanctioned and rigorously applied, chiefly by the eupatrids in Attica, a procedure as dangerous for themselves as it was cruel and severe. They had enslaved a great many debtors, and even sold some into slavery abroad. Members of the demos heavily in debt often had to sell their children. The alleviation Solon brought about in this respect is as important as his constitution. Exploiting this debtor's code and committing acts of heinous violence could swiftly cause upheaval, introducing tyranny or democracy. Introduction of the latter used to cancel debts, redistribute the land of the rich, free farm serfs, and give them equality in the sovereign municipality, forcibly marry off daughters of noblemen to commoners, etc. Diogenes, who had experienced all this in Megara, described circumstantially the grief and resentment of those who had been ruined. Sending out colonists in large numbers demonstrably failed to save more than one aristocracy from destruction. In fact, such actions may have indirectly contributed to it by increasing the trade with the colonies and thereby the chattel property and the number of inhabitants of the mother city and the defiance associated with this population growth. Miletus, which sent out 75 colonies, had to endure terrible crises. The aristocracies that Aristotle knew were not traditional aristocracies surviving into his day, but temporary oligarchies having arisen chiefly in reaction to democracies and also as puppet supports of Sparta. The aristocrats were no longer of the old nobility, but of the wealthy who had seized the polis in self-defense. Oligarchs of this kind tried to heap the burden of the state on others and to keep for themselves its dignities and its profits. In his second rhetoric, Rhetorica ad Alexandrum, Aristotle gave later oligarchs some good advice on how to endure, but we do not know whether his advice was followed, or whether in the face of constantly renewed pressure from democracy it helped any in the long run, even if it was followed. That earlier, primeval aristocracy represented not merely caste rights or interests, but a philosophy of life and a moral system. Pindar, who celebrated this aristocracy when in most polis it had lost, or was about to lose its grip on the helm, is in a certain sense an abiding memorial to its way of thinking. 6. The tyranny Aristotle regarded tyranny as an evil offshoot of monarchy, and hence treated only its bare essentials, there being no reason to investigate it more thoroughly. But he had no justification for being so brief, for tyranny was unavoidably a part of the Greek concept of the state, and in every talented and ambitious Greek dwelt a tyrant and demagogue. Above all, one is not to suppose that the kingships developed into tyrannies, nor does Aristotle say they did. Of the very few examples that seem to indicate they did, not even Phaedon of Argos or Arcesilaus III of Cyrene pass muster, as will be seen. Tyranny is much more the lethal disease of the aristocracy. If when threatened by internal strife, an aristocracy is able to find a temporary umpire, as the nobles of Lesbos did in Pittacus, and the patrician populace of Rome did in their dictators, then it can still save itself. The tyranny which rises from the masses in the name of the ruled is far more dangerous. It is an anticipated democracy by one man. Since the polis has unlimited power over its citizens, it possesses it also when personified by a tyrant who arrogates no more power to himself than the polis exercises at all times anyway, and the citizen may be really no worse off under a tyranny. Often tyrants ably represented their polis, and the fact that tyranny was widespread over the whole Hellenic world in the 7th and 6th centuries proves that it must have filled some need. It seems obvious that in the course of time conflict arose between the tyrant's rule, which in many cases had become a personal affair, and the wishes and desires of the various classes of the population. Moreover, the success of this system depended on the personal ability of the individual in power. One may not judge this system by the assertions of later times, when democracy had generally won out, and when the tyrant still flourishing was some of the most vicious, like Alexander of Pherae, Clearchus of Heraclea, Dionysius the Elder, and Dionysius the Younger. Tyranny usually started with an aristocrat, perhaps a demoted half-breed like Cypselus, or an Olympic victor in the full flush of his popularity like Cylon. The high-ranking priesthood might also assist as it did the house of Gelon. A commander of a lucky campaign or an occupant of a powerful office might be tempted to seize absolute rule. Somehow one had to achieve a degree of popularity and catch the eye of the people as a future helper, for crowds or bribery paved the way to tyranny. Bribery might take a very mild form. Pisistratus, a leader in the Megarian War, popular already, was open-handed and threw wide open the portals to his gardens and his estates, thereby rising to the summit of power. Nor did men ambitious of tyranny despise the succor of religious superstition. One even obtained or forged an oracle of Delphi. When Pisistratus usurped power the second time, he pulled the well-known trick of driving a tall Greek woman in a chariot to Athens as the goddess Athena, who advised the people to welcome Pisistratus back. All sorts of coups d'état were used to seize power, depending on the exigencies and the opportunities at hand. The actual seizure tended to be a bloody affair, since it was not merely a matter of changing a government, but also of avenging wrongs suffered and of cutting off a possible reaction. Phalaris made himself tyrant of Agrigentum in 565 BC, hardly 20 years after it was founded by fortifying the Acropolis, on which he as general contractor was building the temple of Zeus, and then, when the people had gathered at a Thesmophoria festival, sallying forth with his workers and killing the males. 2 generations later, Theron subjugated the same town after giving them money, entrusted to him for constructing a temple to Athena, to mercenaries kept secretly in readiness. Polycrates seized Samos at the festival of the goddess Hera in 536 BC. His accomplices, marching in the procession, fell upon the others with daggers, while he with the rest of his followers seized the strong points of the city. Members of the overthrown party who survived the uproar had no recourse save hasty flight, or, if lucky, unmolested withdrawal. On assuming power, the tyrant inevitably had to cancel all debts, since he could not possibly have posed as the legitimate successor to the aristocracy he had partly banished, partly exterminated, although we are expressly told that now and then a decent tyrant held the land and sold it back to those he had banished. Matters, no doubt, ran their own course when the usurper represented a tribe hitherto downtrodden, as for example the tyrants of Sicyon. They helped the Ionians to rise over the Dorians again and to take over the council, court, and municipal offices, thus becoming again the ruling people. And while it is not specifically mentioned and is not likely that the Dorians were dispossessed, no doubt the Ionians exploited their advantage by taking over the best land. Whatever may have been to the advantage of the hitherto suppressed elements, the tyrant would have fulfilled his mission in the eyes of these people as soon as he had secured that advantage for them. To live henceforth as free men no doubt appeared possible to them even without him. Thus he had to learn how much easier it is to seize power than it is to hold it. The freed masses who assisted him by active participation or passive non-intervention were likely to expect or demand a general felicity never found anywhere on earth. In fact, he could hardly even satisfy their most reasonable expectations. He could stay on top only through force. The visible expression of this was the bodyguard of spearmen set up at first against attempts by the deposed to assassinate him, but later continued as a protection against the people. In Greece, those recruited as bodyguards will most likely have been of Grecian stock. Perhaps for the first time in Hellenic history, we find here an army detached from the police and available for any purpose. These Dorophores spear-bearers are the forerunners of those powerful mercenary armies of the 4th century. But there now appeared bold and highly gifted individual tyrants who tried to make a break into the general Greek view of life by praising work, trade, and gainful activities, hitherto all under a curse among the Hellenes. First, we must mention a peculiar Janus head, Phaedon, king of Argos, about 660 BC, stemming from an old line of the Temanids and perhaps thrown into the company of tyrants by a single unscrupulous act. He had seized the management of the Olympic festival and thereby become very popular among the Argives. This ruler, one of the few hereditary ones, an offspring of the Heraclidae, was zealous for trade and commerce, set up standard weights and measures, and probably struck the first Greek coins. Perhaps more noteworthy and more widely known are the regulations set up by Periander, the second tyrant of Corinth. The city had long been famous for trade and industry, and at least the Bacchanids, as Strabo reports, had ruthlessly exploited the emporium trading place. What he now went about doing had no doubt a political purpose and served to protect the state. In addition, it appears also to have had an economic and educational tendency. He was warlike and constantly on campaigns. He built triremes and ruled on both seas, likely because Corinth had to move outward to maintain itself. Whether he used mercenaries is uncertain. He also sent out settlers to establish colonies, not just to get rid of disaffected elements or to provide for sons and bastards, but to assure loyal outposts for his little realm. But above all, he seems to have subjected his capital to a sharp and considered discipline, something it urgently needed. The Greeks had recently begun to make contact with Egypt, and possibly reports of that country and its caste system stirred him not to let the activity of Corinth go on its own, but to regulate it. The egoism of an ordinary tyrant would hardly have been so far-sighted. He did not allow just anybody to settle in Corinth. He interfered with the purchase of slaves and with their idleness. He always managed to find them some work, and loafers on the agora were punished. The reason that had been adduced for the last measure was to quell conspiracies hatched in idleness, but that was not likely his main purpose. Finally, he set up a board to restrain people from spending beyond their income. It is very clear that he shuddered at the proliferation of a big city, and that he had no ambition to keep watch over a gigantic mass of people. Hence Corinth was to rise above a life of unrestrained enjoyment, and if he forbade lavish banquets as is asserted, then he did so less because they might have been centers of conspiracy. Dangerous conspirators need no such occasions, than because they might well have degenerated into immoderate revelry. The Corinthians were to be industrious and relatively equally prosperous banausics, artisans protected externally by the might of the state. The ruler had no need to fear such people, and may have even regarded their interests as his own. That the purchase of slaves was only curbed, not stopped, admits of various interpretations as to how slaves, the oriental pomp and host of luxury slaves, were to cease. As to factory slaves, the rise of excessively sprawling industries and the concomitant overgrowth of the city were to be halted. Periander ruled Corinth without collecting any direct taxes, making do with collections at the ports and marketplace. Polycrates of Samos, who climbed to power much later and much more wickedly, and pursued an impulsive and quixotic course in politics, nevertheless hoped to win the Samian masses by capturing many islands and mainland cities, by plundering friend and foe, and then sharing the prizes of war with the people, and by expanding the trade with Egypt. It was certainly popular to see captives of Lesbos dig the whole moat around the wall of the capital. Every mother who had lost a son in war, he put under the care of a rich Samian. I give you this one to be your mother. Pisistratus got Athens into his power, while a great political and social upheaval over Solon's constitution had by no means subsided, but was still in full flood. In many respects he appears to have conceived his duties much as Periander did. The Athenian state, protected externally by his power, by alliances, and by strongholds abroad, and internally secured by labour and trade. He He returned the people who had been attracted by the magnet of the city and were lounging around there back to their farms. Why are you idle? If your harness team died, accept another from me and go to work. If you have no seed, I shall give you some. In addition, he had a genuine taste for the magnificent, a decidedly fascinating personality, and a brilliant intellect. Many cities jointly supported him with money the third time he seized power in 541 BC, showing that they must have had a high confidence in his success and significance for Greece. The chief tribute he and his sons exacted of the Athenians was an income tax of only 5%, with which they adorned the city and defrayed the cost of their wars and sacrifices. To be sure, we are not told that the people voted to pay this tax, but unless they had been in favor of it, it would have been hard to collect. Tyrannies of this sort are the exact opposite of the Spartan ideal, which was abundance of leisure and of the kalokagathia of the aristocrats, which some tyrants might preempt for themselves, attending the great athletic festivals. Some, like Phaetons, might even compel games to be held under their supervision or institute new games, as Periander allegedly instituted the Isthmian Games and Cleisthenes the Pythian Games, insofar as these were not already centres where agonistic festivals of the Muses were held. It was of course inevitable, and for such clever men foreseeable, that their subjects, to the extent that they were free, would through trade and industry develop security and a spirit of independence which might finally overturn the tyranny. Perhaps they relied on the hunch of the people that only pleasure and profit suffer through the abolition of tyranny. Something more, however, than mere calculation lived in these communities, namely, the image of some kind of aristocratic or even democratic polis. The gold and gilt statue of Zeus set up at Olympia by Cypselus, the marvelous fountain of Theognis at Megara, the Olympium temple of the Olympian Zeus of Pisistratus, the debt to him and to his sons for collecting and redacting Homer, and perhaps for promoting the Attic theatre, the body of useful artificers Polycrates gathered about him at great expense. The useful animals they imported, all these could not avert the relatively premature downfall of these tyrants. And yet the most famous poets of that age sought out these courts and praised them. And we find Arrian with Periander, Ibycus and Anacreon with Polycrates, Simonides and Anacreon with Hipparchus, to say nothing of the Sicilian tyrants of the 5th century, with whom Simonides, Pindar, Aeschylus and Bacchylides were present either personally or in their songs. In cordial frankness, Pindar teaches us that these poets were not necessarily flatterers. We have such fragmentary information about the older Ionic and Aeolic tyrants at Ephesus, Miletus, Cyme, etc., that we cannot possibly get a sure and consistent notion about either their rise and fall in relation to the aristocracies or the nature of their rule, which according to legend was very harsh. The great and general danger threatening every tyranny, as already said, lay in the desire of the freemen or the aristocrats to be the polis. However brisk private life and all its enjoyments, and however mild the political and police control might be, people did not want to be ruled from above, and were especially vexed at the tyrants for trying to get them to engage in useful work. The Greeks were not disposed to live in mere little Carthages, or to turn Persian in city after city, which is precisely the danger they faced in states without a citizenry. In the meanwhile, these tyrants, obviously alert to the threat, formed a kind of alliance among themselves in which tyrants might take over other cities. Almost from the outset, Sparta, for reasons given above, was hostile and dangerous. Moreover, tyranny had no built-in safeguards. The Greeks noted, above all, that the dynasties had a short duration, as though it were willed so by a higher power. The oracle knew this ahead of time, and later the saying was, "Divinity does not allow tyrannies to reach the 3rd generation, but fells them like pine trees or strips them of their sons. Of all the tyrannies, only that of the Cypselides, that of Hiero, and that of the Lucanides on the Cimmerian Bosporus passed on to the grandchild, alien VH Vix 13. The tyrants ruled more severely toward the end, because their opponents became bolder and more aggressive. These opponents may have been the old suppressed parties surviving abroad in the form of children or grandchildren, or only in the form of this or that powerful family. The Alcmaeonidae in exile were still rich enough to adorn the temple at Delphi, committed to them with Parian marble instead of travertine, and to bribe the Pythia to take sides against Hippias, inducing this oracle to prophesy to the Spartans that Hippias would perish. The house of Periander came to an end in 581 BC, when conspirators of the nobility murdered Psammetichus, his grandson and successor. Furthermore, they demolished the palace of the tyrant, abolished the Cypselidae, and emptied all the family graves. The later chroniclers were usually content to let the tyrant perish by some act of personal revenge, supposedly given higher sanction by ethical or political motives. Aristotle treats this subject in much detail and says that the tyrant provokes the attack by some crime, i.e. hybris, linked with some shameful misdeed. He adds that the three chief motives for this liberating act are hate, contempt, and love of fame. The assassination of Hipparchus carried off the ablest of the Pisistratidae. Hippias got away unscathed, though a few years later his death brought that dynasty to an end. Some hereditary tyrants also voluntarily abdicated out of a sense of decency. Less edifying is the story of Aristagoras, who laid aside his rule of Miletus while at the same time delivering up his fellow tyrants in their respective cities. Most remarkable events occurred on Samos after Polycrates was nailed to a cross in Magnesia in 522 BC. He had left Mindrius, his private secretary, in full charge of the island. Mindrius, however, did not want to rule but merely to save his skin after having compromised himself by taking over a priestly office. It was nothing uncommon for the priestly offices associated with the kings in heroic times to continue under the aristocracies, e.g. the Archon Basilius in Athens. When the reign of Polycrates suddenly came to an end, Samos was thrown into an uproar. Mindrius, who had set up an altar to Zeus, the deliverer, and had marked a sacred precinct around it, announced to the popular assembly that he was not taking over, but instead proclaimed equality of rights, asking for himself only 6 talents and the hereditary priesthood of his sacred shrine. Thereupon the people, wildly threatening vengeance, clamored for an accounting of his office. Now, reflecting that if he did not become tyrant, another would, he recklessly seized despotic power. The mantle of tyranny passed either, as in this case, to a new tyranny, or, as in Athens, to a democracy long since taking shape, or, as elsewhere in the 6th century, to some kind of aristocracy. The Sicilian tyrants comprised a special group. Unhappily, we are but ill-informed about those that appeared before the 5th century. In his great historical opus Diodorus, at the time of Augustus, dealt very circumstantially with the vicissitudes of his lovely and unfortunate native island, working with sources that were quite excellent. That part of the history covering the early period in question was in books 6 to 10, now lost. Having settled Sicily with colonies, the Greeks effectively ruled over the native Sicanians, Sicilians, etc. From the 8th century on, the Phoenicians held only 3 cities in the northwest. In the several Greek polis, tyrants arose almost at the beginning, like Panaetius in Leontini, who won over the foot soldiers against the rich and the horse riders, and after butchering these off, seized the rule in 680 BC. We have already discussed Phalaris and Agrigentum, although after him the city appears to have become an aristocracy under legitimate leaders. But toward the end of the 6th century, tyranny rapidly increased as though it were a matter of course, and all this happened without any necessity of strengthening national defense, in fact even before any Carthaginian army was on the island. The internal confusion these tyrants exploited in coming to power derived from the inequalities among the people. The descendants of the original colonists owned the land, or most of it, whether Dorians, Ionians, or some other racial group, and maybe they preempted all the civil rights in the state, excluding submerged immigrants and the original native population which later had been enslaved. The people managed to get rid of a tyrant and perhaps a second one, as for instance in Selinus, where Pythagoras, with the aid of Euralion, a Spartan adventurer, overthrew the tyrant and then killed Euralion at the altar of Zeus in the Agora soon after he had usurped the tyranny. Gello treated human beings and cities like inanimate commodities and sold members of the demos he had subjugated abroad into slavery. This was the only way for him to go about it if he wanted to establish a large state with Syracuse as its capital, for the individual cities on their own would never have put their hearts into any such scheme, Left to themselves, they would have remained republics or tyrannies, but already Carthage was approaching a terrible confederate for such as had hoped to remain independent at all costs. Through his mighty victory on the banks of the Himera in 480 BC, Gelo emerged as the savior of the Greek nation and was subsequently able to render account and submit his resignation to the popular assembly, but the assembly refused it amid wild acclaim. When dying, he was able to install his brother Hero as his successor, 478 BC, and the latter continued, as indicated above, to mingle and transplant peoples in madcap fashion. Theron of Agrigentum, with whom Hiero scrupulously kept the peace, carried on in the same way in his little domain. Both dynasties supposed that they would achieve a sense of security only by recruiting powerful mercenary armies, which were garrisoned in Syracuse, Agrigentum, and in annexed cities, or even made into citizens of these places. Hiero's was a harsh and money-mad reign, and that intellectual pursuits could have lent some lustre to it, he never properly understood. At death he left the rule to a brother with a reputation for truculence. In a short time he was tossed out by a revolt, but was permitted to go freely to Italy. The disturbances in the democracy were so violent in Syracuse that they inevitably led to internecine hostilities, the consequence of which was the famous Athenian intervention, 415-413 BC. The victory of the Syracusans, even though with Spartan help, saved them from Athenian intentions of selling them into slavery. This Sicilian campaign also threatened Carthage, however indirectly, thereby arousing her. And when Athens was fatally crippled, Carthage decided to throw everything she had into the capture of Sicily. After Silenant, Himera and Agrigentum had fallen most lamentably, 408 BC, Dionysius arose as a tyrant in Syracuse 405-367 BC, wallowing in turmoil. Intrinsically his reign was typical of the newer tyrannies sprung from democracies. Meanwhile, events on the island ran the following course. After all that had happened, a voluntary alliance of free cities against Carthage was impossible. Dionysius posed as the protecting shield of Hellenism against the Hamitic barbarians, and he impressed the powerful Greek cities on the mainland and the rest of the Hellenes until it became clear that he was not trying to annihilate the Carthaginians but purposely spared them, so that he would remain indispensable for those whom fear of Carthaginian slavery drove into his arms. In treaties with the Carthaginians, he ceded great old cities to them, declared others under tribute to them, and brutally subjugated the rest for himself. He turned some of these over to brutal mercenaries to massacre the inhabitants and to settle the area themselves. He sold the inhabitants of other cities into slavery or transferred them to Syracuse, the only large city under despotism which, after varying reigns of terror, finally enjoyed peace and quiet in the later decades of Dionysius' rule. He raised a number of poleis because he could not have held them in check, and so merely ruled over these territories. And furthermore he prevented revolt by setting up a secret police, Plutarch Dion 29, to spy on the people. He undertook expeditions to southern Italy and to Etruria to plunder cities and temples in order to replenish his finances. He removed many sacred treasures, including a golden mantle from a statue of Zeus, observing with humorous mockery, "You see how the immortal gods favor sacrilege." When Dionysius died in 367, he imagined that he was leaving an ironclad tyranny to his son, and such it was as far as the finances and the military might were concerned, for he was supported by 400 triremes, 10,000 infantry recruits, 10,000 cavalry men, and several myriad of hoplites. His family affairs, however, might well have caused him worry. After his first wife had perished miserably in a revolt in Syracuse, he had a double wedding on the same day, marrying Doris of Locri and Aristomache, daughter of Hipporinus of Syracuse. The former bore him 3 children, the latter 4. He married half-brother to half-sister without any fear of consequences, e.g. his son Dionysius by Doris to his daughter Sophrosyne by Aristomache. He also married a daughter by Aristomache to a younger brother of hers, Dion. It was obvious that these relations would lead to rivalries. And now the tyranny was to pass on to his son, still very young, whom his father had carefully sheltered from associating with persons unsuited for the future tyrant, but had failed to endow him with the qualifications appropriate to that office. Beside him stood the remarkable figure of Dion, who had happened to land in this environment, but who possessed such peculiarly strong and characteristic qualities of Hellenism that he is worth a closer scrutiny. As the brother-in-law of Dionysius the elder, and as an eyewitness of the cruel destiny of the Sicilian cities, he should have despaired utterly, fled, or committed suicide. The situation in Syracuse was actually such that any undoing or even relaxing of the tyranny would have unleashed the enslaved and brought about a wild turmoil. Now Plato had been known by reputation in Syracuse for quite some time. Dion invited him to come from Tarentum and presented him to the tyrant. Although Plato barely escaped with his life, he succeeded in imbuing Dion with his political ideals and with blind hope. We do not know precisely what plans Dion had in mind for the individual cities. Still, a hazy image of an aristocratic state modeled on Laconia and Crete hovered before his eyes, and all his activity shows that he was convinced he could improve conditions in the cities, even the very worst of them. He lived in hopes of inheriting the tyranny someday to do away with it. As long as his brother-in-law lived, he had only to perform his commands, which were neither mild nor just, and by marrying his daughter he gave earnest of good behavior. When Dionysius the younger succeeded to the tyranny, he received excellent advice from Dion and was enthusiastic about him. But courtiers, whose objectives were indirectly promoted by Dionysius's gruffness, and dogmatism, de propagandist, also by Plato, soon persuaded him to beware of Dion's guardianship. At any rate, Dion managed to have Plato urgently invited to Syracuse a second time. It was supposedly his secret hope that through his influence Plato would soften the despotic ways of the tyrant and turn him into a regent with respect for the laws, or if this failed he would unsettle Dionysius and turn the city over to the Syracusans, for even though municipal democracy was little to his liking, tyranny was even less so. Plato came, and in a short time seems to have won the enthusiasm of Dionysius and his court, but at the same time the opposition party was very active. It won out and had Philostus, the historian and representative of the theoretical and practical politics of tyranny, recalled from the exile imposed by Dionysius the elder. It also succeeded in letting fall into the hands of the tyrant a highly compromising letter it had forged, ostensibly from Dion to the Carthaginian government, in which he promised them a favorable peace if they would turn to him. The tyrant put him on a boat and transferred him to Italy without giving him an opportunity to defend himself. Officially he was not in exile, only absent, and he regularly received his money, enabling him to live in a grand style, all of which does honor to Dionysius. Dion went to Athens and Plato followed soon after. There he spent his time mostly in the academy. At the recommendation of Plato, he associated with Plato's nephew Speusippus and deliberately cultivated charm and a pleasing character. He went to other cities and associated everywhere with the best and politically most astute, i.e. the adversaries of the current exponents of democracy. Various cities decreed him honors, and the Spartans conferred citizenship on him, for they had enjoyed Syracusan help in the war against Thebes, although after the battle at Leuctra that aid had little significance. He was also initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, his sponsor being Callippos, his Athenian host, who later murdered him. All this aroused the distrust and envy of Dionysius, who cut off his further supply of money. Dionysius, however, wanted Plato back by all means and even applied to the Italian Pythagoreans for support. Since he made every concession to Dion depend on Plato's reappearance, the philosopher decided to make a third journey to Syracuse. But here his employment was so fruitless, and after a year his relations with the tyrant so tense, that he had trouble making it back to Athens unharmed. One gets the impression that Dionysius invited Plato as a scheme to keep Dion on his good behavior. Without any consideration whatsoever, Dionysius now sold Dion's property, took away his wife and married her to another man, and debauched his younger son so that Dion hardly had any choice except to attempt forcibly to overthrow the tyranny. Speusippus and most of his other friends in the academy encouraged him, although Plato held back, and in Sicily the news must have spread that Dion was expected to return. The virtuous Dion had no recourse now save to recruit an army of mercenaries, for of the thousands who had fled from Syracuse only 25 had the courage to support him. At first others secretly recruited for him on the island of Zakynthos, including politicians and philosophers who enlisted for him the seer Miltas, a former student at the academy. When these mercenaries discovered the aim of their campaign, they were shocked and were kept from disbanding by the prospect of being leaders of Syracusan soldiers rather than being ordinary soldiers themselves, and by the spectacle of Dion's wealth displayed in a gigantic sacrifice to Apollo. They embarked, and after being whipped around by a storm, put to land at Ecnomus in southern Sicily. At that time Dionysius was in Italy, having been joined by inhabitants of Syracuse and by people who had fled or been transferred from Agrigentum, Gello, and Camarina. Dion marched unmolested to Syracuse. Since the garrison at Epipolae had been lured away by a false report, he made his entry without bloodshed. The foremost citizens went in solemn procession to meet him, and his heralds announced that he was coming to overthrow the tyranny and to free the Syracusans and the rest of the Siciliotes. The opposition party held out in the castle, where they were joined 8 days later by Dionysius. Even though Plutarch forgets to mention it, the fighting in and about Syracuse inevitably must have started the dissolution of the Syracusan government, and gradually ushered in those terrible conditions that Timoleon found later. While his soldiers were besieging the Acropolis, Dion was constantly harried by demagogues, and this created great unrest among the vile and unhappily mingled populace of Syracuse. The favorite was a certain Heraclides, a Syracusan fugitive who had already worked against Dion on the Peloponnesus. This Heraclides arrived with 7 triremes and some other ships in the harbor of Syracuse, right after Dionysius's company of soldiers had sallied forth from the castle and been repulsed, an engagement in which Dion had distinguished himself, and right after Dion had publicly read a letter from Dionysius wherein he had used threats and promises in an effort to compromise him. Heraclides appraised the situation at once, and decided to undo the tyranny on his own. Through his demagoguery, and by stirring up suspicions against every step Dion had taken, he succeeded in getting the populace to elect him Noarch commander of the fleet against the will of Dion. Nevertheless, after the people had taken the franchise into their own hands and voted him in, Dion found it inadvisable to remove him. Then Heraclides succeeded in destroying a small flotilla under Philistus, who was bringing Dionysius reinforcements from Japegia, and the populace began to find Dion's mercenaries superfluous and to expect everything from Heraclides. He, however, did not succeed in capturing Dionysius, which would have pleased the populace most. Indeed, Dionysius rejected an offer to capitulate to the Syracusans lusting after his blood. With his most important and most valuable possessions, he managed to sail away unobserved to Italy, leaving his son Apollocrates in charge of the castle. Precisely his failure to intercept Dionysius prompted Heraclides to promise the people fulfillment of their utmost desires. Hence he instigated Hippo, another ambitious contender, to call upon the Demos to share in a redistribution of the land, since equality of possession was the root of all freedom and impoverishment the root of all slavery. Dion's protests against these proposals founded on the resistance put up by these intriguers. Heraclides persuaded the people to withhold the pay of Dion's mercenaries and to elect generals inimical to him. When these plotters tried to draw troops away from Dion by offering them Syracusan citizenship, he decided to leave the city and take his mercenaries to Leontini. As he was departing, the insolent mob assailed him. He pointed out that the enemy still held the castle and tried by bloodless feints to hold the crowd off, but they persisted in attacking until finally he had to meet force with force. The Syracusans became more and more reckless, and having vanquished a fleet under Nypsius sent by Dionysius, they caroused until deep into the night. The generals did not dare to discipline the drunken crowds. Suddenly, at the head of barbarian mercenaries, this same Nypsius pressed into Syracuse, killing and robbing. The only hope lay in Dion and his troops. So, having stewed for quite a while in their own hot shame at having to acknowledge their blunder, the confederates and knights spoke up for recalling Dion. The deputation to Leontini reported tearfully the general reversal of sentiment, and Dion led it to the popular assembly in the theatre, where on his recommendation the people voted to pull up stakes and march to Syracuse. But in the meantime Nypsius withdrew to the Acropolis. The demagogues had a breathing spell, and succeeded once more in turning the crowd against Dion, thus preventing his entry into Syracuse. It took another and much more frightful attack by Nyptius to show that Dion was indispensable. Dionysius, having despaired of regaining his tyranny, desired that this office should be buried in and with the city, and must have sent new orders to Nyptius to let the city go up in a general conflagration. Hence Heraclides had to implore Dion to come in all haste, appearing as a savior and god, and his mercenaries as brothers and fellow citizens. Dion, after hard fighting, succeeded in driving the foe from the Acropolis and in extinguishing the flames. How insecure his position still was would soon appear. While the rest of the demagogues had fled at Dion's victory, Heraclides had eloquently commended himself to Dion's magnanimity, and Dion pardoned him, much against the advice of his friends, who thought he should turn over the evil and envious man to his mercenaries. Heraclides in turn proposed in popular assembly to make Dion commander-in-chief of land and naval forces. The best people were for it, but nothing came of this proposal because the bulk of the lesser folk did not want to part with an admiral pleasing to them. Dion had to be content with the people giving up their resolve to redistribute the land. But now Heraclides exploited the unpopular decision not to redistribute the land. At Messina, whither he had sailed, he incited his soldiers and sailors against Dion as being ambitious for the tyranny. At the same time he concluded a secret agreement with Phaerax, a Lacedaemonian leader of mercenaries in the service of Dionysius, stationed in the vicinity of Agrigentum. The treacherous insinuation that Dion was concerned only with prolonging his command forced him to fight under unfavorable conditions. While he was about to launch a second attack, Heraclides returned to Syracuse with his fleet to shut him out of the city again. Dion managed to get into the city with his cavalry just in the nick of time, but was not powerful enough to reject a reconciliation with Heraclides, mediated by Gaesilus, a Spartan adventurer who in the meantime had arrived in Syracuse. Heraclides had to swear solemn oaths which, if broken, Gaesilus was to avenge. A better guarantee for his subordination was the resolution of the Syracusans to disband their fleet as useless, expensive, and constantly tempting the admirals to revolt. And now finally the time came when Apollocrates was forced to surrender the Acropolis because of hunger and dejection, and to flee with his mother and sister in 5 loaded triremes to his father Dionysius. Great jubilation reigned in the city, and Dion was once more united with his sister Aristomache, his son and his wife Acete, whom he took back deeply moved, despite her enforced marriage to another. He rewarded his friends and helpers richly and established himself modestly. Plato wrote to him that all the world had its eyes on him, but he is said to have had his eyes fixed only on the academy, and to wish it would approve of his prudence and restraint in the conduct of his affairs. Despite Plato's warning, he refused to give up any of his dignified aloofness and be more affable and friendly with the people. He was now faced with the task of drawing up a constitution, and his ideal was a monarchy along Spartan lines, i.e. a mixture of democracy and monarchy, with aristocracy holding the crucial balance of power. It appeared impossible to attain this goal as long as Heraclides was around, for he was again engaged in intrigue. He refused to take part in a session of the popular assembly on the grounds that he was only a private citizen, and he also grumbled because Dion had not demolished the Acropolis and dishonored the grave of Dionysius the elder. He insisted that Dion should send for co-workers and co-regents from Corinth. Earlier in life, Dion had maintained that no evil in man is so deep-dyed that repeated kindness will not remove it, but the behavior of Heraclides made him alter this view. At least he permitted those who had long been intent upon it to assassinate Heraclides in his home. Dion then accorded him an honorable funeral, at which he addressed the army, explaining that the city could not have had peace as long as they were both active in it. Since the Demos now had no acknowledged leader, a new aspirant arose from among the men in his immediate entourage, in the person of Callippus, the Athenian, who felt he might try for the rule of Sicily as the prize of battle. This dubious friend, who reportedly got 20 talents from the Carthaginian enemies for murdering his host, suborned some of Dion's mercenaries for his own cause, and himself related to Dion what these soldiers said, or allegedly said. Dion then charged Callippus to go and talk disrespectfully about him to the soldiers so as to ferret out the evil-minded ones. In this fashion Callippus discovered the vicious elements useful to him. If anyone told Dion about Calipus's slanderous talk, he said nothing inasmuch as he had himself ordered him to do it. But Calipus began spreading the rumor that since Dion had lost his son, he was thinking about naming Apollocrates, Dionysius's son, as his successor, and suspicion about him grew apace. But Dion, whose mind had been gloomy since the assassination of Heraclides, which he regarded as a foul blot on his life, said he was ready to die, and would gladly submit to the cutthroat rather than live in continual fear of friends as well as enemies. Finally, when Calipus perceived that the women of the family were suspicious and wary of him, he quieted them with a fearful oath. But he saw that he would have to act quickly. While Dion was banqueting in a hall with some friends, the conspirators surrounded him and barred the doors and windows. Then the Zacynthians, obviously Dion's mercenaries suborned to murder him, pressed in, fell upon him, and being unarmed, for all who entered the house were searched, tried to strangle him. Dion defended himself, and the struggle lasted long, for neither his friends inside nor those outside had the courage to help him, since all wanted to save their own lives by waiting to see who would come out on top. Finally a Syracusan handed a dagger through a window to a Zacynthian, and thus they cut Dion's throat as if he were a sacrificial animal. Aristomache and Arete were imprisoned, and Calipus seized control of the government. After Dion was murdered, his followers bestirred themselves and executed some persons unjustly taken to be his murderers. The very same people who had declared Dion a tyrant now praised him as a savior and deliverer, nor could Calipus prevent them from giving him a magnificent funeral and honoring him with a monument. Nepos, who apprises us of Dion's subsequent popularity, also tells us something deliberately suppressed in documents which are enthusiastic for Dion, namely that after the death of Heraclides, Dion divided the wealth of his recognized opponents among his own mercenaries without scruple, and when in need of more, he subjected even his friends to tribute. This captivated his army, but alienated the respectable citizens. Although he did not aspire to be a tyrant, he could not dispense with tyrannical methods if he wanted to stay in power at all. For this reason, the people adjudged him an insufferable tyrant, and he was severely criticized also by those whose opinions he valued. Calipus, we read, began with a brilliant reign, but lost Syracuse in only 10 months, when he marched out to capture Catana. Thereupon, having to leave Sicily, he went to southern Italy, where he finally occupied Rhegium, but lacked money to pay his soldiers. He is supposed to have been murdered with the same dagger that cut down Dion. The government of Syracuse passed to Hipporenus, son of Aristomache, and half-brother of Dionysius, then soon after to Nisaeus, when Hipporenus was murdered, and finally to Dionysius himself, who returned to the capital from Locri, where he had been tyrant. At the same time there arose in various cities lesser tyrants in league with the now nearby Carthaginians. Timoleon of Corinth then came to Sicily and drove all the tyrants, including Dionysius and the Carthaginians, into the western corner of the island. Again fugitives returned, Greek colonists poured into Sicily, and democracies were established in relatively populous cities. But not long after Timoleon's death, disturbances and disorder arose similar to those following the departure of the old tyrannies. 20 years later there came into power Agathocles, who seems to have combined the tyrannical might of a Dionysius with the grandiose daring of a military commander and adventurer. This ghastly but fascinating figure gives the impression of having embodied the intellectual and moral strength, but also all the forsworn wickedness of later Hellenism. Hardly another character in history evokes such admiration and loathing. At 72, he ascended like another Heracles Epire, having been poisoned at the instigation of a grandson. In contemplating the history of Sicily, we descend from one circle to another as in Dante's Hell. The Paules put up a most fierce resistance to Agathocles to preserve their autonomy. Their will to live had not yet been bled to death. But in the 3rd century, plundering mercenaries, individual tyrants, and Carthaginians rampaged about madly, no one recognizing a possible deliverer in Pyrrhus. What Hiero do, elevated by the soldiers of Syracuse, might have accomplished in the long run remains uncertain. It was about time the Romans, after initial enmity, took him over and the island also. However wretched the lot of the island subsequently was as a Roman province. The specifically Greek polis perished, but the Hellenic element, the rest of the Greek nationality, was saved from the Africans. The last tyrannies were those of the later Antigonid period, But we prefer here to limit ourselves to those in Greece, Elis, Sicyon, Argos, Megalopolis, etc., as long as the democracies were able to devour the wealthy, to cancel debts, and to redistribute the land, they needed no tyrants. Under tyrants, the spoils of division went to the mercenaries instead of to the people, but strife, impatience, and iniquity caused the rise of democracies nevertheless. Such tyrannies, however, can hardly be called governments, using as they did any and all means to preserve themselves. Now they were supported by the Antigonids, and now again harassed and abandoned. Corinth alternated between tyrants and Macedonian garrisons. The Achaean League made it one of its chief duties to get rid of these tyrants, but when events were propitious, tyrannies kept emerging, with the first demagogue or adventurer adroit enough to turn the trick. The upheaval at the beginning was the mildest step. Next, the rich were inevitably banished or killed, and their property given partly to the tyrant's followers, partly to his mercenary guards. The men of Gaul were everywhere regarded as the only reliable mercenaries. The Diadochi enlisted them as the only recruits to be relied on for victory, and whenever they could afford them, the tyrants made the most of this valuable race of men. Murder and confiscation, however, sufficed for only a short time to nourish this host. To arm and endow the proletariat would have furnished questionable support. The tyrant who had granted a redistribution of land was not needed to keep the banished and fugitive folk from making an incursion. Another man served equally well in his place, as the rapid upheavals of office amply proved. It was in the nature of things that nothing could satisfy the greed of the state-supported crowds, who therefore constantly provoked new political upsets. No wonder that milder tyrants, with little or no blood on their hands, thanked the gods when they were able to turn their weary power over to the almost equally weary Achaean League. Others who had committed some heinous deeds lived in deadly fear of Doryphor's spearmen, weapons, gateways, and trapdoors, and even so they succumbed to murder. Now and then, we are told, philosophers instigated and carried out these assaults, for with the death of other potential aspirants, philosophers found themselves at that time taking a more active part in public life. After decreeing the most abominable proscriptions, the tyrant Abantidas of Sicyon supposed he could still discourse with philosophers in the Agora, but he was killed by them and their adherents, very much as Clearchus of Heraclea was. This time, as it so frequently happened, they merely changed tyrants. But when democratic conspirators succeeded in killing the tyrant in his home, or even at an altar to the gods in the Agora, they proclaimed that the citizens were free, destroyed the castle, and ignominiously butchered the family or let them commit suicide. It was an old practice to take the most frightful vengeance on the tyrant's wife and children to wipe out the dynasty. Among other accomplishments, Aratus, leader of the Achaean League, was able to liberate his native Sicyon. Early in the morning the theatre was packed until the herald appeared and announced in behalf of Aratus that the citizens were free. There were citizens who took their spectator role literally. When this same Aratus was battling a tyrant around Argos, the Argives sat quietly and looked on impartially, as though it had not been a matter of their freedom, but merely that of judging events at the Nemean Games. Severely wounded, Aratus had to withdraw this time. He then laid waste to Argolis, which helped neither his cause nor theirs. This is not the place to deal with the fortunes of democracy at that time. Before Rome stepped in and prevented further mutual extermination, Sparta suffered what was likely the most frightful of all tyrannies at any time outside of Sicily, that of Nabis 2692 BC. At the time of the Roman emperors, when one could survey the entire line of Hellenic tyrants, Lucian summed up in the figure of his megapenthers all those conventional traits of the later and purely evil tyrants which the orators had popularized. Elsewhere, Lucian discloses the admiration the Greeks had for everything not inherited, but achieved by personal determination and energy. Historical research should always pay attention to the uninhibited wishes expressed by wags in the poesy of bygone peoples. We need only listen to Lucian's Samippus. I would not want to be a hereditary king like Alexander or Mithridates, but become one as a brigand with 30 trusty fellows, until there are 5 myriads of us, and then conquer Greece or overrun Asia. Cf. Lucian Navigium 28 and Cataplus. 7. Democracy and its development in Athens. All deliberate reflection on state politics tends to make for equality in the broadest sense. To how many human relations this equality will be extended depends on the circumstances. Kingship and aristocracy rested on original conquest and on unmistakable authority. Tyranny on actual seizure with the pretense of seeing to the interests of all against the exploiting few. Now we shall look at Greek states where reflection was not only actively but inevitably determinative at their very founding. These were the colonies here. For the first time the Hellenes applied their natural talents to setting up new political institutions, taking the various elements and forces into consideration. They did not proceed in a brute fashion, but considered fairly the different constituents comprising a colony. Here the office of lawgiver takes on a new meaning, whereas Theseus and Lycurgus are mythical, that is to say, personal embodiments of social and political developments. Now there arise individuals delegated by the group to draw up laws and constitutions. Such were the famous Greeks Charondas and Seleucus. On some occasions the oracle at Delphi would send an arranger to a lawless colony, such as Demonex of Mantinea, who was sent to Cyrene. In the mother country the same forces and desires were active, though only in reshaping the state from an aristocracy or tyranny into a democracy. On the dividing ridge of time we find Athens with Solon, 594 BC Seek, who arranged matters so that the whole citizenry could vote for the 9 archons. Eligibility to this office, however, did not extend to owners of chattel property, but was limited to wealthier landholders, who in fact were mostly of the traditional nobility. It is an honor to Athens that it not only produced such a man, but also trusted and obeyed him, at least during the transition period. This can be explained only by the inner maturity this highly gifted people had attained under the rule of the Eupatrids. To be sure, the tyranny of Pisistratus and his sons followed, but then after Cleisthenes there came a period of rapid transformation leading to a full-fledged democracy. It would be well to center our attention now on Athens. First of all, we meet with a clear insight that it is not feasible to turn over the government of the state to all citizens indiscriminately, whether they want it or not. At all events, subsequent leaders of the state sought to provide the widest possible participation in state affairs by the citizens. These could now annually elect the Senate of 550 representatives from each of the 10 phylae, 50 of whom held office for 35 days at a time. Moreover, they could select the popular court of 5,000, which was subdivided into several chambers, and which was now ready to give a hearing to all appeals. At the same time, the number of citizens was increased by enfranchising foreigners and metics. Euboea was conquered and divided into 4,000 parcels, on which Athenian citizens were settled by lot. We cannot fully ascertain to what extent Cleisthenes and his followers continued or determined policy which Athenians, once committed to, would not relinquish. Every Athenian who was a citizen in the full sense of the term was considered qualified for every office, and hence members of the Senate were subsequently no longer elected but chosen by lot. This procedure eliminated both continuity of personnel and the formation of a class of functionaries, and at the same time all advantages and disadvantages accruing from a system of tenure. Each man to whom the lot fell was examined by the Senate as to his life and character, his behavior toward his own family and in society, his participation in military campaigns, his record of law, obedience, etc., but not as to his knowledge or special ability for the office. If one's answers were inadequate, or if anyone raised any complaints against him, the Senate either turned the case over to a popular court or decided the matter itself. At all events, this period, with democracy standing on its own feet, differs in one main particular from the age of the Pisistratidae. In the former period the finances were in the hands of the government, in the latter they were entrusted to ambitious men who knew how to exploit the state. Aristides, however, stands out as a remarkably honest man among them. The mysticals may have been great and capable, yet he regarded it as perhaps his main achievement to have augmented an inheritance of 3 talents into 100, or at least into 80. From the beginning finances were in the hands of cliques, and they continued so as long as one can historically pursue their internal workings for the personality of the mysticals. Herodotus found a tradition already fully established. Athens saw itself delineated in him, hence his brilliant patriotic recklessness in the Persian War, and other individual traits putting one in mind of Alcibiades. He had spurred on the demos against the highborn, inciting it to impudence. He reaped a golden harvest on the side by despoiling those who had had Persian sympathies during the war. What did he want to use all this money for? Did he have a coup d'etat in mind? From the fate of Miltiades, he could well have surmised that in the Athenian democracy his luck could not hold forever. He had himself been instrumental in ostracizing others. Victor, with flutist and village elder vase painting, it appears to have been impossible in Athens to introduce a government of the few that would have provided freedom for everybody, that is, an oligarchy based on an equality of rights as envisaged by Thucydides. Abuse of power would have been inevitable, and Thucydides himself said that a democratic system is necessary to give refuge to the poor and bridle the rich. The Greeks understood how to combine equality of citizenship with political inequality to protect himself. The poor man had to have the right to be a voter, a judge, and a magistrate. What with the enormously increased power of the polis, even the lowliest had to insist the more urgently on being a part of it. All the power formerly exercised by the kings, the aristocrats, or the tyrants now had passed into the hands of the demos, which amplified and extended the pressure brought to bear on the life and soul of the individual. The demos was far more restless and jealous in the exercise of power. Especially noteworthy are the measures it took to protect itself against the influence of talented individuals, the procedure in electing army generals and in applying ostracism, so that no one individual might become too powerful. There was a high command in wartime composed of 10 generals elected yearly, one from each of the phylae, the troops of which he was to command. There was a supreme commander heading this staff of generals, but the office rotated daily among them. Fortunately, at Marathon, Aristides gave the good example of letting Miltiades alone assume the supreme command. Yet 3 generations later, Alcibiades was to warn in vain that one man alone commanded the Spartan force. When ostracism was introduced, it was done allegedly to forestall tyranny forever. Every year the Senate inquired whether there was ground for banishing any citizen. If 6,000 votes were cast against anyone, he had to leave Athens for at least 5 or even 10 years, and this at a time when life beyond the protective borders of the state was hazardous in the extreme. Banishment was justifiably equated with punishment by death. In the 5th century, the distinguished Athenians and a number of lesser ones were ostracized or threatened with ostracism. Here was manifest the ingrained hatred, not of the mob admires the unscrupulous, ambitious, unless it is incited against them, but by those who are impotently envious of excellence and unique abilities. Ostracism was devised as a barrier to ambition. In all the history of the world, mediocrity has never again displayed a similar flash of genius. It barricaded itself behind popular feeling. Thus ostracism was applied as soon as a man began to gain public confidence, a thing the state ruled out on principle until it blindly accorded this very confidence to the demagogues. The demos, haughty of spirit and made confident by its late victory at Marathon, was envious of anyone of more than common fame and reputation. Ostracism was not a punishment of any evil deed, but was speciously described as a way of reprimanding and chastising pride and excessive power, while in fact it was a decorous way of relieving and satisfying feelings of envy, as Plutarch justly observed on the occasion when Aristides was banished. The Persian wars were timely, coming in good season. Athenian democracy appeared to have stood the test. It received its lasting consecration at Marathon, where its hoplites, and at Salamis, where its seamen won victories over the Persians. As a result, Athens achieved hegemony over the Delian League. Sea power appeared above all to be intrinsically linked to democracy, and people in the Piraeus were even more demotically minded than those of Athens. What a goodly thing freedom is, says Herodotus. As long as the Athenians were under tyrants, they were no better in warfare than their neighbors, but once they had thrown off the yoke of tyranny, they became by far the best fighters in the world. V. 78. But not only the demos had attained a keen perception of its power. The rich natural resources of Athens fostered powerful individuals in those extraordinary times. Despite all the ingenious devices of distrust, the democratic republic can do without able leaders even less well than oligarchy can, but it can endure them no better either. Ranke, Miltiades, died in prison, and Themistocles, after playing a game with Athens that still dazzles and dizzies the reader, ended up as a guest of the great king of Persia. However, the Athenians continued to expand and consolidate their empire and to carry out most audacious naval operations, even assisting Egypt in her revolt against Persia. 20 to 30,000 citizens assumed this tremendous burden, having more and more to devote themselves fully to public duties, while metics and slaves 300 to 400,000 did the work. They levied three kinds of taxes. First, the military tax, for the maintenance of the army and navy, which not only protected the single states within the empire, for these contributed their share in taxes, but also defended Athenian interests elsewhere. Second, the tribunal tax, since Athens did not want the wealthy to sit on tribunals, and since Athens also served as a court of appeals for member states of the Delian League, some days nearly a third of the citizens were sitting on juries. Third, the assembly tax, for the maintenance of the whole administrative machinery, for internal and foreign affairs alike were openly debated and run by the assembly. Even though a popular statesman might hint at secret doings and speak of certain monies being expended on essential purposes like bribing Sparta, etc. The most demoralizing tax, however, was the theorikon, theater money, doled out to the poorer citizens for theater tickets, for celebrating festivals and games, and for sacrifices and public meals. The waste caused by this tax was relatively as great as that at the most sumptuous courts, and later wars were lost for lack of money because this sacrosanct tradition could not be abolished. In addition, Athens was being adorned with the most glorious buildings and artworks, and simultaneously had become a great trading center. Pericles, responsible for most of the taxes just mentioned, delivered a famous funeral oration wherein he portrayed Athenian power and the beauty of its life as though these had blossomed forth like a flower, the Athenians achieving easily, and as a matter of course what others gained only by hard work. This optimism, seen in a perspective of several thousand years, is all the more deceptive because Pericles spoke cleverly and modestly. For the benefit of subsequent ages, those few short decades of full Athenian glory were fated to come about, not merely to give birth to the most noble of Greek creations, but also to provide some understanding of the unbounded capacities of Greek genius. When enthusiasts for Hellenism wish that the days of Greek splendor might have endured longer, they are indulging in idle daydreaming, for the general conditions were already so delicately keyed that any change could have brought about nothing less than destruction. The Athenians had not only their very real qualities and capacities, but also their evil passions. In addition to his manner of schooling them, Pericles was also forced to humor their greed with pleasures of all sorts. Not to satisfy it would have been impossible. Had he been as rich as Cimon, he could have made use of his own means, but he had to use public funds instead. Moreover, the terribly jealous ambition of the Athenians turned them against their teachers and made them try to supersede them. Even Pericles himself was so attacked in his last years from all sides that he might have regarded the outbreak of a general Hellenic war as at least desirable. The years were gone when he could subdue the haughty and encourage the faint-hearted. Then, too, the citizens had become unsettled owing to the endless popular assemblies and court sessions, for most of them lacked the calming effect of daily work. We need only listen to the second oration of Pericles. We are hated, as all are who have taken it upon themselves to rule over others, and for the sake of great ends we must face the fact that those who rule are envied. Our rule is indeed a tyranny. It may have been wrong to seize it, but it is no longer in your power to let it go, for then vengeance would break in upon you. The report on the state of the Athenians tells with frightening clarity how oppressive the burden of this rule was on the subject states. When the states comprising the empire chafed this much under Athenian hegemony, then nothing could come of the Panhellenic proposal of Pericles, which incidentally does not reflect the otherwise astute politician. He tried to convoke a congress of all European and Asiatic Greek states for the purpose of peace and communal matters, a pleasant-sounding project one would have liked to pursue in greater detail. Inevitably, however, it remained a pious wish because Sparta, as could have been foreseen, opposed it. It was frankly admitted that at the start of the Peloponnesian War, Sparta had the sympathy of more Greeks than Athens did. In this war, Athens lost untold treasures not only in money but also in capable, courageous, self-sacrificing men. But right after this calamity, Athens embraced demagogues like Cleon, who tripled the tribunal tax to provide a livelihood for the poor and to win their allegiance, but made enough on the side to pay off a heavy personal debt and amass a fortune of 50 talents. Later, Athens was bewitched by its own brilliant Alcibiades, in whom and in whose Sicilian expedition this highly favored race displays its inward feverishness, one of the most remarkable spectacles in history. This war ended in the shocking subjugation of Athens by Sparta and the rule of the 30 tyrants. The internal unrest accompanying this war came to the fore in terrible struggles between the democrats and the rich or powerful. In Athens too, these two forces came to blows. Since the days of Themistocles, all Athenian parties had formed clubs, heteres, as did also the chief leaders at their headquarters. Though they seem to have disappeared at the height of Pericles' reign, now they came to life again and resorted to every trick of the trade. In 411 BC, a coalition of all anti-democratic clubs, by recourse to the most aggressive means, succeeded in imposing an essentially oligarchic constitution, even though it lasted only a few months. In the next 5 years, we find the Athenian oligarchs fully matured and firmly intent on their course of action. Though many Athenians would have liked to move out to the colonies, the democracy showed contempt for the emigrants much as the French Revolution did. However, it had taught every capable Athenian of every party, including its own, to be thoroughly independent in spirit. This became apparent for the first time in the person of Alcibiades. By far the greater number of the oligarchs, be it noted, helped to smash the last resistance to Lysander, thereby promoting the downfall of their native city. But every victory of Athens would have been a victory for the demos. They had fully determined upon ridding Athens of industry and of her dependence on the sea, while restoring the landed aristocracy. After the surrender, they seized the power and set up a reign of terror under the 30 tyrants, who executed 1,500 people and announced a redistribution of property. Athens was thoroughly defeated, but this appears less serious than the fact that the yawning gap in its population, gradually brought about by the war, was filled by such inferior stock. The royal mantle that formerly draped the demos exercising imperial rule now hung slouchily about a figure shrunk to skin and bones. Since Athenians, accustomed to spending much time in jury duty, missed the appeals from confederate states and felt suspicious, as the defeated generally do, they hailed Athenian citizens into court all the more freely. One of the first victims was Socrates. Amid the changing personnel in these offices, the secretary was the only really permanent and experienced person, and inevitably had the greatest influence on the conduct of affairs. Yet often he was only a state slave. The state of Venice never fell into such dependence on its secretaries. The Athenians, highly skilled at correcting what they had botched at the beginning, issued an edict prohibiting the same person from holding a secretarial office for more than 2 years. It would pay us to examine how the Greeks went about the highly important matter of codifying their laws, those of Solon, and thereafter the extremely great number of other laws, some of them conflicting with each other. As we know, Athens had no lack of wise old laws and cited them with praise. The Athenians did not rescind the old laws, but kept on adding new ones, and thus let the chips of contradiction fall where they would. The scandal of admitting wholly contradictory laws in court finally became so intolerable that a codification became essential. This task, bandied from commission to commission, finally fell to a nondescript functionary, Nicomachus, born of a slave, who not only procrastinated the matter from year to year, but also deleted genuine laws and forged others, both for money. Before he could be brought to trial, catastrophe overtook Athens at Aegospotami. After the state was reorganized, a larger board and a special committee were appointed to codify the laws. Through influential protection, Nicomachus again managed to be put in charge of the project. He dragged it out for another 4 years and then sought to make himself popular by devising new laws relating to cult rites, necessitating resplendent sacrifice. As soon as a people, at least of our race, emerges out of barbarism, they demand something more than state organization and public life. They desire the privacy of an undisturbed home and independence in the realm of thoughts and feelings. To a certain extent, Sparta succeeded in reducing the members of the ruling caste to no more than political entities. Elsewhere, and especially in Athens, the polis, by urging the individual onward, encouraged him to develop his personality as far as possible and to acquire private property and the philosophic outlook associated with it. The demos also craved to share in this wealth and effectively levied tributes upon the rich. Almost to the time of the Peloponnesian War, Men were bent on being generous partly from conviction and partly from ambition. Simon continually made all kinds of amends for his wealth, but it was not until conditions became really bad that exploitation of the rich began in earnest and was severely felt, as we learn from many statements. This development was possible only because the wealthy could not leave, or if they did, they faced the same or greater hazards abroad. Had the public contributions, liturgias, demanded of the wealthy been only for needs of the state, not a word would be said quite in the spirit of antiquity, and apart from taxes, often quite high, these public contributions really included only the trierarchia, the obligation to outfit triremes according to the demands of the time. But many additional outlays were expected which were not voluntary gifts, such as equipping indigent citizens for war, dowering daughters for marriage, or assuming funeral expenses. Other taxes were for the entertainment of the people, especially the choria, a tax defraying the expenses for dramatic choruses and lyric choruses employed in divine worship and at festivals along with dancers, flute players, etc. The so-called gymnasiarchia and its expensive subdivision, the lampedarchia, indeed the expense for contests of every sort. Also the equipping of representatives to festivals at shrines abroad. Finally, providing hospitality for numerous members of the phylae or of a particular demos. It was not a question of volunteering or of choosing by lot. The 10 phylae selected their fellow citizens who had to assume their respective obligations of defraying the cost of the regular yearly events as well as the cost of the special events. It was not advisable to attempt to escape this onus, and in the Peloponnesian War the wealthy trembled at the hatred which their refusal to contribute might provoke. For a long time the traditional view prevailed that these public contributions were honorific and no one could lightly disregard the goodwill of his countrymen. This sense of duty was so strong that many exerted themselves beyond their capacities. If a man like Plato could not afford a choriga, he preferred raising the funds from his rich friends to withdrawing from the obligation. But if someone was rich and lucky enough to sponsor a winning chorus, he received a tripod as a prize and built a sacellum, little sanctuary on Tripod Street, wherein to house the award. One may say that the money the rich would otherwise have squandered in gratifying their ease was largely expended on great works of art to delight the people as a whole. A signal honor to the Athenians. The coercion involved, however, tarnished, as it were, such acts of grace. The Athenian state had the power to tax at will property owners and industrialists in exchange for the security, limited to be sure that it afforded them, and in time found it conveniently democratic simply to designate those who were to pay heavier taxes or to dole out money to the people directly. The reign of the 30 tyrants was terrible in principle and in practice, but the bearing of the earlier Athens was such as to lend the 30 tyrants a shimmer of justification. Lysias appropriately comments on these hideous conditions. The surviving adherents of the 30 could say, "This is what we tried to make impossible forever, but now it is upon us again." Things like the exploitation of the rich ran their course for a time with impunity until one fine day they hit rock bottom. Beginning with the Macedonian period, the Panathenaeans' splendid public festivals took to simplicity again. Later, Athens was manifestly poor and subsisted by catering to foreigners. The reason for this change in behavior on the part of the demos was not far to seek. The Athenians who had turned from honest labor to spending their time in assemblies and court sessions suffered now from a warped and prurient imagination. Like idlers who think of nothing but eating, their greed shaped their notions of booty and accruals from offerings. It goes without saying that others cheated on taxes and withdrew from their appointed tasks whenever they could. Still, being Athenians, they knew they risked denunciation and prosecution. By and large, we can recognize the guilty in the prosecutors, and hence will have to scrutinize the popular court, the Heliaea, divided into 10 sessions known for their severity. The Athenians were all the more eager to sit on these tribunals. After Cleon tripled the pay of the judges, really one of the most corruptive measures ever taken. Instead of appealing to ancient documents, it might suffice to let Aristophanes' Philocleon tell about the delights of judgeship in his own very engaging manner. Here we can be certain that every trait is drawn from life, and that this dreadfully commonplace fellow represented thousands of others just like him. What great fun it is to lord it over all, and to be feared by the vociferating culprits and their families from the moment I leave my bed. Men of power come forward and offer me obsequious welcomes. And the accused, oh, what tricks and flattery they use to secure my benevolence. Some tell me anecdotes or relate a comic fable by Aesop. Then a father, trembling as before a god, beseeches me not to condemn his son. Is this not a great power which can disdain wealth and spread fear? The Attic sense of justice was poor truth without much effect. Persuasiveness meant everything. It was common practice to sway judges by dragging forward young children and having them prostrate themselves and wail and weep with one accord, or by having influential members of a party intercede. One could tell the court things which no judge would tolerate today. The brief account of Hermogenes in Xenophon sums up the situation. Athenian judges moved by oratory executed many who were innocent and freed others who were criminals. Henceforth, in the whole ancient world, efforts in oratory were devoted to achieving results before tribunals. This art of swaying judges had its beginning in Sicily and was soon applied in courts everywhere. Besides, it came to be used for impressive momentary effects in public oratory. In Athens, the stage for public oratory was the famous popular assembly which, as in all democracies, had usurped the duties of the Senate and had largely come to act as the government. The judgment we may pass on the popular assembly is really a comprehensive judgment on the history of Athens. In comparison with that of other polis, it is relatively favorable. After the restoration following the rule of the 30 tyrants, this assembly, though having its ups and downs, remained the living organ of the state. And whereas in other states the bloodiest crises were repeated, Athens invariably took the way of deliberations and resolutions, whatever the issue. This assembled demos was regarded as a living organism and came to assume the standing of an ideal in the visual arts, though it was treated less respectfully by the writers of comedy, and in Plato, on one occasion, it was a large beast the study of whose passions and caprices constituted political wisdoms. As to the tone of the deliberating assemblies, the members knew how to comport themselves with dignity. Expressions like the following were customary. The people of Athens, the highest authority in charge of everything in the state, and empowered to do whatever it desires. In the same building, beside the Senate chamber, was a chapel dedicated to Zeus Buleos and to Athena Bulea, where the senators stopped for prayer before entering the chamber. They sacrificed to the welfare of the democracy. These people, among whom perjury was rampant, supposed they could accomplish something by making all Athenians regularly take an oath against the enemies of their democracy before the Dionysus festival. If a man universally hated was murdered, the city became jubilant and crowned the murderers with laurels, whatever sort they might be. In 408 BC, the Athenians declared the murdered Phrynichus a traitor and crowned not the murderer, who was only a slave of Hermon, but Hermon himself and his accomplices. Soon thereafter, in connection with this scandal, a certain Diocleides contended that the assassination had been meant to destroy the demos. For this allegation he was placed on a chariot, driven to the Prytaneum, and banqueted there. Later he admitted that he had lied, although the character, volition, and destiny of the Athenians form in these matters an inseparable pattern. Future ages will always be tempted to argue with them. In the heat of passion, this state not only made decisions resulting in the most destructive follies and violent brutalities, but also rapidly used up or frightened away its men of talent. For succeeding millennia, Athens has been significant, not as a political state, but as a cultural force and wellspring of intellect of the highest order. We may say, for instance, that in the Peloponnesian War, the impetuosity of the assembly and the most heroic courage in battle were expressions of one and the same emotion, and that from time to time the people did have their moments of moderation and wisdom, but at the frenzied trial of the admirals, after the naval victory off Argenice, the populace shouted, "It is unbearable," that some would curtail the power of the demos. Only a year later, lamentation was to strike Athens with all its might. We will now discuss what influences had swayed this public body until the end of the Peloponnesian War. One may blame on occasion the oligarchs and their secret malevolence for favoring an upheaval which indeed later had come about. After the restoration of the Athenian state, two types of men tried to prevail upon the assembly and the popular court, the public orators, rhetors, demagogues, and the sycophants. We may well presume that they had their following of claquers, hissers, and perjurers. Orators long continued to recite in the grand old manner of rhetoric, and asides could still venture to say, Not those who pursue their private ends lend greatness to the polis, but these are made great and free by those who concern themselves with public matters. Sadly, we know who at that time concerned themselves predominantly with public affairs, and why they did so. Despite all their patriotism and distrust of the unpredictable demos, the Athenians were open to the charge made long since that many of them sought, by hook or by crook, to enrich themselves at the expense of the state. When Themistocles repeatedly said he shuddered at the thought of having to mount the speaker's rostrum, he did so not only because he knew the Athenians were fickle, but also because he feared that those who knew how he had amassed a fortune while in office would blackmail him. If one ponders how many were diverted from productive work, what demands in taxes and contributions liturgias were made upon the individual, how pervading the distrust which killed all sense of honor, and finally how venturesome the spirit of the Athenian was, one will fully appreciate the famous saying, "The speaker's rostrum is a golden harvest." Men made use of or held their tongues in amassing wealth by graft in state offices, in army posts, and in foreign service, all obtained through the art of demagoguery, by gifts from allies as long as the empire was large, by accepting bribes in courts, or by dipping one's hands into the public till outsiders without influence, mostly indigent but equally covetous, often pictured these gains too glowingly and the misdeeds too darkly. Whoever enriches himself at the expense of the state, the saying ran, robs temples, graves, and friends, will commit perjury and treason, forswear himself as a judge, and accept bribes as an official. At any rate, corruption was profitable and widespread. Proof of this lies in the remarkable reputation enjoyed by honest finance officials like Lycurgus. The trials that dealt with these matters, like those of the army generals of the 4th century, accused not of embezzlement but of bribery by the enemy, were judged not on their merits but by the pressure and influence the plaintiffs and defendants could muster. The act of threatening an important person with a lawsuit passed among the people all too lightly as the mark of genuine patriotism and statesmanship, as if these acts were not routinely repeated. Often an accuser covered up his own peculations by provoking indignation against others. Many times it was quite clear that certain Athenians turned favorable suits for peace into decrees for prolonging war because they could profiteer from the turmoil. The people should also have surmised that even well-intentioned generals would secure themselves against Athenian folly by arranging ties abroad. The distrust, revealed by the unremitting prosecutions, though justified now and then, was a disease by its very nature and incurable, because regarded as a sign of health. When Lycurgus, who for many years had been a blameless treasurer, lay on his deathbed, he had himself carried to the Bullaterium to render his last accounts. No one raised any objections except a certain Menesecmus, whom Lycurgus refuted. Then he was carried home to die. But when Meneses Aexmus repeated his charges, the sons of the dead man, so often crowned with wreaths and also honored with monuments, were cast into prison and freed only when Demosthenes issued a stern warning. The operation of this system called forth the whole nimble host of sycophants. Slander became recognized as a regular profession. To be sure, the Athenian system could no more dispense with this sort of aid than the Spanish Inquisition could do without its informers. The polis, like the royal rule in Spain, had become deified, turned into a religion, resorting to extreme measures to subdue even the slightest deviation. In a short time, the system became dependent on these extremes. Fear of the sycophant kept numerous people from leaving the polis and from shirking their many onerous duties or from plundering the public funds even more shamelessly than they did. If anything proves that here the idea of the state was allowed a sway far beyond the limits compatible with normal human nature, it is the unabashed acceptance of this social evil, this reliance on terrorism, still in its full bloom 100 years after the Peloponnesian War, as before, and continuing into the period of the Diadochi, until the times of the Indeed, once a state attaches no shame or disgrace to the leveling of slanderous charges, then at all times and among all people denouncers are bound to appear. Only Greek democracy in the fullest sense, only Athenian democracy, ever frankly admitted this practice and elevated it to a principle of government to which all citizens of wealth and consequence were subject. The rabble found no fault with this practice, fully congenial and comprehensible to it. I am a witness in court cases appealed from the islands, a sycophant and an uncoverer of guilt. Work does not agree with me. My grandfather already was an informer, a character says in Aristophanes. But the writers of comedy need not concern us seriously, because they are tempted to caricature the figure of the sycophant, and obviously enjoy doing it. On the brink of such a quagmire, one may prefer to limit oneself to factual statements. The sycophant puts on patriotic airs, wants to assist the polis and the established laws. He wants to ferret out whether the citizens are living up to the demands of the state in all respects. He was liable to a fine of 1,000 drachmas if he failed to win 1/5 of the judge's votes, and of another 1,000 drachmas if he withdrew his accusation. However, he could easily get 1/5 and probably more of the complaint judges in the Heliae to support him. If he happened to draw a fine, as a rule he never paid it. At the time of Lysias there was a certain Agoratus with an accumulated debt of 10,000 drachmas, but he sat as a judge, was a member of the popular assembly, and haled many into court for all sorts of alleged crimes against the state. This conduct of affairs kept the innocent, especially if they had any wealth, in a state of perpetual terror. Throughout his whole life Nicias trembled at the sycophants. How this essentially determined the destiny of his army and of himself has already been related. Xenophon's Isomachus, this paragon of excellence, is everlastingly denounced. A most instructive advice is that which Socrates gave to Crito, likewise constantly persecuted to hire a counter-sycophant. Crito was fortunate enough to find a highly qualified person in Archidamus who inspired terror in the sycophants, and was then employed by Crito's friends and honoured, i.e. the honest men had to take this serviceable rogue in to dine with them. The 30 tyrants killed and drove away many sycophants. Later, however, the breed spawned rapidly again. The Spanish Inquisition fully achieved its purpose with its information system because the informers, with rare exceptions of nefarious extortion, were thoroughly in sympathy with the aims of the Inquisition. The Attic state was less fortunate in its sycophants, for they cared nothing about the outcome of the trials, only about being bought off. Voluntary poverty was the best insurance, though not to everyone's taste. A sycophant might well inject himself into the examination. A man chosen by lot had to undergo to determine his fitness for office. From there on it was a lifelong threat hanging over any man possessing enough wealth to invite blackmail. Perennially a brood of extortioners was about demanding hush money. The innocent were most vulnerable to extortion to escape court scandals, which all decent people tried hard to avoid, and even the sycophants shied away from. If a case went to court, the sycophant received only a small portion of the fine. Settling the case out of court was much more lucrative. If he dropped the case in court before it went to judgment, he often had his forfeit of 1,000 drachmas handsomely repaid. If even this last stratagem did not work, a sycophant would prosecute the case in court, but precisely where wrong should have found redress, namely in the court, there the sycophant most likely applied himself with greatest success. After the death of Alexander, the aged Aristotle was accused of impiety by this dangerous and inane breed trying to fleece him, whereupon he went to Chalcis and put himself under Macedonian protection. He wrote in jest to Antipater that he could not remain in a city where, as in the garden of Alcinous, there stood fig upon fig, sikon epi siko, sikon being the first root of sycophant. It would be erroneous to suppose that in time these sycophants lost their hold, just because determined orators had exposed them hundreds of times, and because the people had seen through their wiles. Demosthenes tells about Cephanus, the protector of the prostitute Neaera, who lay in wait in his own home trying to catch someone making indecent advances to his alleged wife and daughter so as to practice extortion on him. Demosthenes on one occasion told the judges, "You have punished no sycophant as he deserves, but always content yourselves with listening to them as if the safety of the demos depended on having many accused and many sycophants. One saw them scurrying in the marketplace like adders, or like scorpions, with their stings raised looking for victims they could plunder." In spite of this sort of assistance, Athens lived on as a state, thereby proving its extraordinary vitality. If one could but clearly grasp in its entirety the evil sycophants he carried in its wake, one would be genuinely startled. But this Athens, with its dubious system of justice, loved to have its tribunals impose hard and spectacular punishments, as other polis did for that matter. Every transgression, whatever other consequences it may have entailed, was regarded as a threat to the state, as a lessening of its safety. Accordingly, every trial tended to have political overtones, and since the polis actually was, or intended to be, the real religion of the Greeks, punishments took on the nature of vengeance for sacrilege perpetrated against the highest deities. This explains the extraordinary severity, death penalty besides fines and atimia, dishonor, attaching to the judgment in cases even of minor infractions. Athenian courts were generous in meting out other punishments too, especially atimia, applying it for a limited or an indefinite period, sometimes linked with confiscation, and on occasion allowing the first corner to maltreat the victim. Lawsuits involving impiety took on a senseless vehemence precisely because the polis initiated them. Nowhere else existed such a ridiculous disproportion as between the vengeance for offending or disbelieving in the gods and the ethical and theological fecklessness of those same gods. The most horrid punishment, refusal of burial rites, had to be included in the penalties imposed upon those found guilty of crimes against the state. In 411, when the oligarchy of the 400 fell, Antiphon was executed as a traitor and his corpse thrown across the boundary. In this context belonged the many execrations pronounced in the name of the state, which, though fundamentally a lay structure, behaved like a church. Myths and history reveal how terribly people dreaded being cursed, particularly by their parents, and once pronounced, curses were taken to be objective forces beyond recall. Preposterous, of course, was the notion that an execration pronounced by a polis against its enemy should have the same effect in reality as in myth. It was simply an imitation. The oaths taken to make alliances binding were also very pathetic. When Aristides swore an oath to validate the alliance between Athens and its confederates, he tossed a red-hot iron into the sea, so as to say that the curses should retain their power until the iron would float. It would seem more sensible to make a compact binding for a perilous hour only, as when during the war with Mardonius, Aristides ordered the priests to invoke curses on all who might desert the alliance or have any dealings with the Persians. These conditional curses had parallels in others invoked on oneself to assert innocence and analogues in threatening spephisms, measures carried by vote to bind the future by decreeing atimia or death for anyone henceforth who should propose a motion opposing something already approved. It is utterly ridiculous for a party in power to suppose it could thus bind future generations, although in fact this kind of cephism did precede democracy, to which one would be inclined to attribute it. The Eupatrids, hereditary aristocrats, had already decreed the death penalty for anyone who should propose an attack on Salamis. One may observe that by and large the more unreasonable some resolution was, the more vehemently the polis defended it as perfect and sacrosanct. To the foregoing should be added the curse invoked on fugitive persons in contumacium. As they stood facing the west, priests and priestesses uttered oaths and waved purple garments in accordance with ancient rites. This curse was pronounced on Alcibiades after he had been condemned to death in absentia and his property confiscated. Later, when Athens had to welcome him back as if he were a protective deity, the demos commanded the venerable priests to revoke the curse. Theodorus, the Hierophant, official expounder of rites of worship and sacrifice, explained hereupon that he had not really pronounced any execration on Alcibiades, except one to take effect in case he harmed the state. The many punishments had their counterparts in honors and rewards the state conferred, although the same state permitted the unscrupulous ambitious to plunder on a vast scale and either could not or would not protect the virtuous citizens. Athens, like the other polis, regarded the bestowal of its citizenship as a precious gift reserved for the select few. The only examples of mass induction into Athenian citizenship occurred when the Plataeans who had escaped alive and the slaves who had proved their loyalty in the naval battle off Arginace were enfranchised. It took 6,000 votes cast secretly to validate induction into Greek citizenship. Since clever orators more than once had managed to mislead the demos, the proceedings could be contested in court. Those granted citizenship could not become archons or priests. However, wreaths were freely bestowed, as was the title benefactor of the people, the right to sit in tribunals and on the front seats at festivals, and to claim precedence in court hearings. These honors were inexpensive and conferred, according to the mood of the moment, on all kinds of people, including singers, guitarists, jugglers, and bull players. A special mark of honor was the right to banquet in the Prytaneum, sometimes decreed for life and on occasion made hereditary. These lifelong banquet privileges were especially conferred on Olympic winners with their undoubtedly blessed appetites, also on deserving statesmen, victorious generals, public benefactors like the physician Hippocrates, and other meritorious persons. It seems the 4th century was especially spendthrift in this respect. During that time, the granddaughter of Aristides was granted the privilege of banqueting as lavishly as the Olympian winners. The descendants of Harmodius and Aristogeiton and others who had killed tyrants belonged also to this patently colorful crowd. Athens alone of the polis never cancelled debts nor redistributed the land. Still, around 400 BC, Little Attica was said to have had 10,000 land-owning citizens and only 5,000 non-owners. Besides the citizens, there were the metics working hard and paying conscientiously their poll tax and other taxes imposed on them. If they failed to pay the poll tax, they could be sold into slavery. These metics were, of course, inclined to favor continuity of the democratic system among the people under whose rule they lived. The 30 tyrants had killed the rich metics, probably not merely for the sake of their money, but also to suppress this caste as a whole, in order to promote the ideal of an Athens without trade and independent of the sea. 8. Democracy outside Athens. The great difference between the Greek cities and Rome was that in Rome the affluent proprietors developed better means to protect themselves than they did in Greece. As soon as the people in Greece had achieved equality and no longer had to fight for their rights and principles, there began a struggle between the rich and the poor in some cities with the introduction of democracy already, in others after a shorter or longer period of moderation. In the early years of tribal rule, this anguish was unknown. It was the equality of rights that had made the people keenly aware of the inequality of means. Reaching some degree of equalization by means of work, which the wealthy needed done and the poor could have done for pay, was impossible because of the anti-Banausic attitude toward work. The poor discovered that being lords of the ballot they could become lords of the resources as well. In Athens and elsewhere they reimbursed themselves for sitting in the popular assembly and in court. Then they sold their votes, especially as judges, exacted all sorts of liturgias, contributions from the rich, resorting to arbitrary confiscation of property and banishment. Outside Athens, they cancelled debts and overthrew government. These first measures of redress only heightened their sense of insufficiency and hence their greed. Men lost all respect for the rights to property, and each measured his rights only by his so-called needs, in reality a euphemism for greed. To achieve their goals they needed merely a momentary majority at the polls. Everywhere there were revolutions and counter-revolutions, everywhere only factions at the helm of government. But there was neither loyalty nor civil obedience, except when pressure was brought to bear, and even then subversion was always latent in people's minds. Aristotle dealt with these class conflicts at great length. He wrote at a time when the different principles of government had been tried out in all their various shadings. He had a low opinion of the oligarchies of wealth still trying to maintain themselves here and there, for they misused their power even more than the democracies did. His considered view was that the many have more insight and capacity for rule, and that they can be better than any single individual, provided that as a throng they will not be too submissive. He admitted that the moderate form of democracy most pleasing to him did not exist anywhere. Also he knew that any attempt to set up a real democracy would founder because those capable of using the necessary force could not be won over to do so. He regarded as real citizens only those who could bear arms, and thought that popular assemblies should approve or disapprove accounts rendered, amend the constitution, and determine highest policy in war and peace. They should not, he thought, engage in discussions but only vote pro or con, or, when dissatisfied, send the measures back to the officials. The authority, he believed, should be vested in officials either elected or chosen by lot. Their tenure should be long and their power should be strictly limited, because great power linked with short terms of office tends to corrupt. He demanded above all that these representatives receive no pay, for only then would the indigent give up trying for these offices and the government thus come into the hands of the wealthy and the learned. Aristotle held that a democracy would thrive best in a state composed largely of farmers too poor to sit too often in the assembly, and hence content with casting their vote and with listening to accounts rendered. In such a polity the well-to-do could fill the offices blamelessly and without being put under pressure. He thought those old laws to be useful which limit the size of land holdings and make them hereditary. Where there was a market crowd, a popular assembly should never be convened without men from the countryside, since an assembly tended to shape the government, and since the ways and habits of the marketplace crowd were fickle, an assembly needed the steadying balance afforded by the country people. Being able to do what one wanted to constituted freedom and equality, in the view of Aristotle. In a polity providing these, the three branches of government, the legislative, the executive, and judicial, would be in the hands of the many. As soon, however, as popular decrees took the place of laws, a kind of mob rule would supplant the government by law. The demos would become a despot composed of the many, and ruling by force over its betters would be thus merely another tyranny. Whereas the tyrant issued edicts, the many would resort to pacifisms. The flatterer was to the tyrant what the demagogue would be to democracy. The demagogue would spur the people to give his decisions precedence over the laws, and would enhance his own stature by bringing all issues directly before the people. The many wanted either not to be ruled at all, or so ruled that they would also rule in their turn, vi1. Moreover, the offices and appointments would now be made sources of personal gain, being no longer provisional duties from which one would gladly withdraw to return to his private affairs, 34, so that all might have their term tenure was to be as short as possible. vi1, and offices still permanently occupied were to be either abolished or their tenure shortened, nor were offices to go to the same person twice. Save posts in the army, the crowd composed of banausics, small shopkeepers, and day laborers roaming the city was always ready for an assembly, IV5. Only when the state is too poor to pay those attending the assemblies will the people be willing to let the Senate rule. But as soon as the state can pay, the assembly will strip the Senate of its power, usurping all authority for its own. In populist democracies, this vicious circle running its course would end in maltreatment of the rich and respected. Instead of having fewer assemblies and shorter court sessions, the crowd would assemble more frequently and demand more pay. When the customary revenues proved insufficient, the people would raise additional funds either by direct taxes or by graft in corrupt courts and by the activities of sycophants. Aristotle added that as a consequence, many democracies have toppled vi3. No surplus in the national treasury was ever to be doled out to the proletariat, a practice he compared to carrying water in a sieve. Aware of this and desiring more, the demagogues would repeat their appeals for public handouts. But the interest of the possessing classes demands that the many be not too poor and be provided work. Aristotle also found further similarities between the government of tyrants and that of the extreme democracies, e.g. the almost limitless license allowed to slaves, women, and children, and the general indifference to the excessive liberties people took. At that time, the most frightful conflicts raged in many areas of Greece between the supporters of democracy and the still existing men of power, the aristocrats and the wealthy, the former comprising the Athenian party and the latter the Lacedaemonian party. The word oligarchy must not be limited to a class consisting of only a few. Clearly, it often included thousands, indeed the whole property-owning caste. This became evident in the terrible events on the island of Cercyra. Thucydides put the number of noblemen killed at 1,000, Diodorus at 1,500, and yet even 14 years later the demos was in fear of the surviving fugitives, so that it freed the slaves and enfranchised foreigners. In Argos, 1,000 young men of the wealthy class, skilled in the use of arms, overthrew the democracy and formed an aristocracy, though for a short time. Upon coming into power, the demos, in its earliest period, had already divided the property of the nobility. Now it applied the principle of the equality of all free men in persecuting and exterminating the upper classes and the wealthy. Ofttimes the demagogues, desiring to flatter a crowd, threatened to divide the properties or to exact so heavy a toll that the wealthy fought back hard enough to overthrow the democracy. Sometimes a defeating battle sufficed to overthrow the rule by the demos, as it earlier had sufficed to end an aristocratic regime. Naturally, victorious oligarchies of various states joined together in alliances. Under the aegis of Sparta, oligarchies of other states received help against the demos. But wherever the democratic forces were not driven out, the oligarchies, by the very logic of survival, had to maintain the strictest party rule. offices and posts went exclusively to those who had actively fought the demos or had returned after having been expelled. The two parties never managed to reach a working partnership, or if so, only for a passing moment. Aristotle said IV9, regardless of which party triumphs, no common polity is achieved, for the victors seize power as the prize of victory and set up either an oligarchy or a democracy. Democracy largely prevailed in Greek cities, especially after the Battle of Leuctra, when Sparta no longer was able to protect itself, to say nothing of assisting other oligarchies. The means the demos relied on to stay in power was repeated mass murder. About the time of the Battle of Leuctra, the mob in Argos clubbed to death 1,200 citizens, and even their own leaders when these counseled moderation. Thereupon horror really broke loose. Prolonged warfare with more powerful neighbors, yearly devastation of their territory, and then regular executions of rich and respected citizens, which was done with a joy rarely felt in killing foes. The only forms of political constitution recognized were democracy and oligarchy. We have explained above why tyranny did not thrive on Greek soil, although Aristotle regarded democracy as safer and more enduring than oligarchy, IV9. Nevertheless, he found that the condition of all the states was deplorable. The popular assemblies everywhere had reduced government to momentary expediency and caprice. Their resolutions had no bearing whatever on their previous decisions. In fact, they undermined their legislation. Savagery and treason, rife everywhere, were often abetted by the grossest effrontery. Crude, ignorant boors, insolent in their power, sneered at the judges of athletic contests, abused the chorus leaders at the Dionysia, and insulted the army commanders and gymnasiarchs. But ever and again evil and ambitious rhetors and demagogues sought to equalize the haves and the have-nots. If a man had squandered his inheritance, the polis might burst into a passion as if he had robbed it of its own prospects, its own rightful dues. The Abderites dragged their illustrious fellow citizen Democritus into court on grounds of having squandered his patrimony, but set him free when he read them his Diakosmos and his Peace, concerning the things in Hades, explaining that these were what he had spent his wealth on. Even as the Athenians used confiscation in quite normal times to improve their finances, this method was used often enough elsewhere. Foreign ships were simply taken as prizes with the proviso of later restitution in kind. The rich were stripped of their silver on the spur of the moment and given iron tokens instead to be redeemed later. If, on the occasion of a revolt, the well-to-do found themselves in prison, they were subject to extortion and exile, and could consider themselves lucky to escape with their lives. When Timoleon came to Sicily, the Siciliates trembled most of all at anything connected with the speaker's rostrum and the agora, because all the tyrants had sprung from there, but all Timoleon could do was set up democracies. Nothing else grew on this soil until the day of the great monarchies. Because so many Greek cities and nearly all colonies were situated on the seacoast, mutual intercourse and exchange of ideas on politics and philosophy were facilitated, keeping alive a spirit of innovation. The sea is a teacher of evil, sighed Plato and Cicero in a long and eloquent disquisition elaborated further upon this theme. Men of culture and refinement, who by their virtues might have been able to support public administration, withdrew into private life out of timidity, and after the middle of the 5th century let the management of the government fall by default into the hands of the most brazen and evil scoundrels. Railing against this never helped any, not even in antiquity, when from the 4th century on this tendency of men who had attained a certain level of thought and culture to flee from public life became the rule. When the mobs stormed the polis, they fleeced, exiled, and killed many of them as oligarchs, and in any event threatened and limited their continued existence as a country. Now, however, the men most important for the world and its culture were no longer statesmen or those who paraded as such, but men of the spirit in its broadest sense. One prefers to bypass the later period of the democratic polis, especially that after the Battle of Chaeronea, for it was a chain of cause and effect leading to mutual extermination and to the desolation of Greece, until it was taken over by the Romans. However, history aiming at factual presentation cannot avoid this sorry tale of affliction. The chief evil of democracy was that it had become imbued with an anti-Banausic attitude, so that equality of rights was coupled with an aversion to work. This enabled the indolent to turn the polls and the courts into a permanent threat against the propertied class. It was an insane misuse of majority power in a matter which inevitably had to split the majority group again into yet another majority and minority. Although real oligarchs had long since ceased to exist, the populace continued calling its victims by that name. These events, as Polybius showed, ended in countless catastrophes for the cities, in perpetual warfare of polis against polis, and in growing impoverishment that heavily reduced the use of slaves. Hence, later on their journey through Greece, Strabo, Plutarch, Dio Chrysostom, and Pausanias had to wander through many a desolate area with its cities in ruins. 9. The enduring quality of city populations. 3 characteristics distinguished the city populations of ancient Greece from all later ones: a strong inner cohesion, at least of the prevalent majority, an abhorrence of external subjugation, and a willingness to be transplanted. No people of later times could have said with Themistocles, as he did before the Battle of Salamis when Xerxes was threatening the city, that as long as Athens had 200 ships full of people, she had a polis and a mightier one than did the Corinthians, and if driven by necessity, they would sail for Cyrus in Italy, Herod VIII, 61. Only in reference to this willingness for resettlement is it possible to understand the suggestion the Peloponnesians made after the victory at Mycale, that the people of the Ionian cities be removed to Greek cities which had held with the Persians Herod IX, 106. In this light also one can understand how during wartime a citizenry could act on a suggestion to leave their city as a pledge to a foreign people in order to return to it later. The resettlement of entire cities by tyrants in 5th century Sicily was abnormal, but when the citizens assembled again after their cities were freed, they were capable of making similar decisions themselves, as they had done in the events at Leontini. Everywhere, Greek bodies of citizens bore up under destinies which no recent ones would endure precisely, because these latter are merely individual citizens, not a body of citizenry in the ancient sense. Armies operating far from home might upon occasion cohere into a citizenry. In the Sicilian campaign, Nicias, the Athenian general, could tell his troops after the disastrous battle in the harbor, "Consider that you constitute a polis the moment you settle down, wherever it be." In the Anabasis, the Greeks felt themselves to be an army camp community, however dissimilar their origins, and Xenophon seriously considered founding a polis with them on the Pontus. A remnant of an exiled citizenry might, after many decades, return to its original city, as the Plataeans sojourning in Athens did after the peace of Antalcidas, and when the Thebans drove them out again, they were returned by King Philip 36 years later, following Charonaea. The Messenians furnished by far the best example of the rejoining and consolidation of a whole people driven into exile. They appear not to have developed a sense of being a polis until they were driven from their homes. Some of them were scattered abroad at the time of the First Messenian War, but others, at the time of the Third, were granted free passage abroad at the command of the oracle at Delphi. It is to be remembered that this second group had not only been abroad for about 100 years, but had already been treated like helots for a good 200 before that. Still, they responded to the call of Thebes and returned from all corners of the earth to establish their new state with New Messene as its capital. After all that time, they still maintained their customs and dialect, whereas today the second generation of non-English speaking immigrants to North America commonly forgets its mother tongue, and no holy temple drew these Greeks home as it did the Jews after the Babylonian exile. But Greece was afflicted by parties and groups of citizens who, having fled or been exiled, held together with might and main and waited for the hour of return at all costs. The fugitive is one of the best known figures in Greek mythology. One fled or was driven away because of deliberate or accidental murder, and every princely court during heroic times sheltered its fugitive. The words the tragedians put into the mouths of fugitives they borrowed from the frightful experiences of their own century. In Oedipus at Colonus, Sophocles has both Oedipus and Polynices utter curses against their homeland, as Sophocles may well have heard them uttered. Aeschylus certainly felt horror at the fugitive returning and attacking his native city. The polis everywhere had begun to carve living chunks out of its own body, and by the mid-part of the 5th century central Greece was teeming with exiles. At Chaeronea a large host of fugitives, Boeotians, Euboeans, Locrians, and of whatever other origins they were, helped defeat the Athenians. Often it was an empty hope that heartened the fugitive, yet it did offer him a semblance of joy in life. The Ognis, therefore, bemoans the fugitive v. 209, but also warns his Simus not to befriend a fugitive v. 333, because the same man, having returned home, customarily does an about-face. The real curse upon him was his bitterness and his longing to return home by whatever means. Not for nothing was there the saying that linked the fugitive and the godless. The fugitive not only wanted to regain his old home, but knew that as a rule he could do so only by use of the most overt force, effectively deposing those in power. Be it enough to say that they were Greeks striving with Greeks for mastery. Alexander's colonies in Asia may well have attracted a great many of these wandering fugitives. Perhaps it was better for these unfortunates to settle in Asia than to return home. The fatal demonic power of the returned fugitives became apparent in Thebes, for instance, shortly after the news of King Philip's death. These fugitives arrived by night and imitated the liberation of the Cadmea from Spartan occupation 43 years earlier by killing the commanders of the Macedonian garrison. Now they were able to rouse everybody with the cry of freedom, in the popular assembly old and beautiful words, according to Arrian. With the most flippant defiance, the Thebans rejected Alexander's offer of pardon and began shooting at his men. Since there were among the fugitives such as could not expect mercy, they whipped the people into a fighting mood. When Alexander stormed the city, he had only to turn it and its inhabitants over to the rage of its neighbors, the inhabitants of Plataea, Phocis, and other places, who destroyed it with deliberation. The Macedonian king found it hardly necessary to burden himself with the destruction. He simply let the Greeks go after Greeks. Chapter 3. Objective consideration of the forms of the state. The Hellenes could not establish a polis without providing a forum for deliberation, and at once there came into being an agora with its inevitable consequences, debates dealing with every single political question of the day and with the affairs of the state as a whole. The earliest poets, Hesiod with his admonitions and Tyrtaeus with his challenging appeals, range from the hortatory to the prophetic. Solon already voices detached reflection. After mind and tongue had been fully set free, not only the poets apostrophized, glorified, and scoffed at the polis in every manner, but statesmen spoke on the situation of the polis in broad and illuminating discourses. Historians steeped themselves thoroughly in political views, and philosophers favored the state not only with their reflections, but elevated it to an object of poetic meditation, while tending actually to withdraw from the polis themselves. These Hellenes examined not only their own polis, and it was from them that we learned all that we knew about the constitutions of other ancient nations, from Egypt to Persia and Carthage, until as late as the 19th century, when archaeological discoveries made additional contributions to our knowledge. Polybius gave us the most valuable and concise account ever made of the Roman state in the days of its greatness. Only the Greeks clearly visualized and compared everything. The same year that Aristophanes staged his Clouds, there appeared the earliest political memoir surviving anywhere on earth on the Athenian state, falsely attributed to Xenophon. An Attic oligarch Critias, or whoever it was, presented in icy detachment the working details of Athenian democracy, showing that evil though the conduct of this government might have been, it was thoroughly appropriate to the ends in view. In describing political situations and in establishing proposals, Thucydides achieved a sure and perfect mastery in his debates and speeches, and it is irrelevant whether they came from him or from those to whom they are ascribed. In his Hellenica, Xenophon gave us an account of the incomparable life and death contest in oratory, logomachy, between Critias and Theramenes. Soon the known orations on the Attic state and tribunal were to begin. In his Cyropaedia, Xenophon limned an ideal king educated in Socratic ethics, and thereby indirectly criticized Greek democracy in its decline. Even though it was not altogether to his liking, Xenophon admired Sparta and thought that it exemplified the best attainable state for Greece. Although Plato had early been repelled by the actual conduct of Attic state affairs and consequently had refused to take any part in them, he was for a long time nevertheless unable to shake off an urge for political activity. He had the notion that only true philosophy could serve as a standard of right and wrong in private and public life, and that misery would burden mankind until the philosophers became kings and filled the chief offices, or until the kings and top officials in the polis became philosophers. It was obviously futile to try to get the Athenians then in power to become philosophers, but to try to persuade a single mighty ruler to turn to philosophy seemed to Plato to be worth the attempt. And so the man who had to stay aloof from Athenian politics went 3 times to advise the tyrants of Sicily, and each time had to flee for his life. Plato even believed that his own utopias could be realized. In addition to the idealized image given in Tumulus and Critias of a primeval Athens 9,000 years ago and modeled substantially on Egypt, Plato developed 2 comprehensive polities, one absolute, the other moderate as it might be realized on earth. The first book, The Republic Politeia, besides its formal literary excellence, has enduring historical value owing to the vast amount of information it gives about contemporary conditions in Greece. This work is unique in disclosing the most profound motives and true intentions of the polis. The Republic demanded that the men of the 2 upper classes, the rulers and guardians, completely abdicate their individuality and submerge themselves in the communal life, giving up their private property as well as eating and living with their wives. The children would not know their parents and would be reared as public wards from infancy. This showed most plainly how the ideal of the polis could harden the heart of even a choice spirit. The Republic excluded the productive classes, farmers and industrial workers, that is, the masses, from participating in the affairs of the state, relegating them to the role of servants. At that time, however, the masses in Greece had the hilt in their hands, and it was unrealistic to believe that they would let go of it. Nearly every utopia advocates the common possession of property. 2 reasons made it impossible to introduce this innovation, to acquire private property. So as to indulge in personal enjoyment was one of the chief ambitions of the Greeks at that time, corroding even a good many Spartans whose city the Republic resembles more closely and draws on more fully than it does any other Greek state. Moreover, people had learned somewhat to counteract the unequal distribution of wealth by periodically plundering the rich. Furthermore, the local guards stationed in barracks and naturally possessed of a high sense of duty cut a sorry figure when pitted against the powerful mercenaries that pillaged the palace at that time. Finally, the whole Republic, with its system of built-in safeguards against all innovations and with its caste divisions, each having its prescribed duties, contrasted most strikingly with the free and rich development individualism found among the Greeks contemporary with Plato. But the most dubious element was the government of the whole scheme. According to Plato, early selection and careful nurture were to produce a superior class of rulers, all of which is hard enough to conceive of as happening smoothly because, after all, they were Greeks, but when they were supposed to be philosophers to boot, the reader may well begin to smile. In his last years, Plato contrived a limited utopia in his Laws, a work traceable in its main outlines to no other thinker and recognized already by Aristotle as written by him. This moderate ideal, devised with a view to easier practical application, was fundamentally as impossible as the Republic, precisely because it likewise flies in the face of the Greek's nature, indeed of human nature itself. The laws did not require having women and property in common. It stipulated an agricultural community with 5,400 parcels of land distributed by lot and removed as far as possible from the sea, for which all Greeks languished. Plato presented the details of this state so minutely that he betrayed his desire to make the inward and outward life of the individual absolutely subservient to the polis. Man was not only to be barred from the sea, which brought so many vile and variegated customs, but also from his own imagination, so that the whole community would have to say and sing the same thing for a whole lifetime. Although poesy had commonly played a great role in Greek education, it was to be strictly confined to very narrow limits, and art and religion were to be hieratically kept in their niches. Significantly, the government was not to be in the hands of a committee of philosopher rulers, but was to be under a single lawgiver, permanently installed, a universal protector, rewarder, reprimander, a moralist, and a controller of all property, expenditures, and business of the people. This lawgiver was naturally in need of a host of officials to help him discharge his duties. Still, Plato justifiably suspected that this affection would rear its head. To forestall this, he allowed no one to travel, and those who might have been abroad were to say that everything was better at home. The keystone of the laws is an optimism imposed by force. We hardly need the criticism of Aristotle to realize how utterly impossible the fantasies of these two books really are, and how directly they cut athwart the actual conditions obtaining among the Greeks. Plato had a coercive streak in him and imparted it also to some of his students, for wherever they attained influence in a state they tended to be despotic and denunciatory. The chief grievance posterity can lodge against his two books is their program to freeze Greek culture. To be sure, the development of Greek culture was implicitly connected with the decline of the polis, and that development has greatly concerned mankind ever since and has played a most important role in world history. In neither of his utopias did Plato evince any grasp of the future or influence it in the slightest. He voiced the ancient original intention of the polis, and his proposals, insofar as they touched on reality at all, were essentially attempts to revive forms that had become outmoded for good reasons. Plato's contemporaries and later philosophers following his lead elaborated a number of utopias, some of which Aristotle enumerated. Subsequently, the Stoics Zeno and Chrysippus wrote theirs, but in the meantime it had become fashionable to put these utopian accounts into the mouth of some mythical character in a never-nether land, as Theopompus did in the discussions of Silenus with Midas. Fanciful travel tales became popular, describing some marvelous region far away and interweaving desirable political and social features. The work of Hecataeus of Abdera, a contemporary of Alexander the Great on the Hyperboreans, might have been an ideal polity consistently developed. Euhemerus' account of the blessed island of Panchaea is hardly more than a pompous cocaine. The island off Ethiopia, to which Jambulus paid an imaginary visit, is not much more interesting than that of Euhemerus, though it does come to grips with some political concepts. Even though Plato may have stood alone in expecting to see his utopias realized, nevertheless all creators of utopias must be presumed to have some desire to influence practically the political and social views of their contemporaries. Aristotle stands in lone splendor over against them all. He knew more about the real state than all the rest did. His great work treating the constitutions of 158 different states is extant only in fragments, but his politics teaching about the state is preserved. Its value lies not only in its general definitions, in its prevailing Greek view of the nature and purpose of the state, or in its wealth of information about current Greek practices, but also in the recognition that various root forms are all justified, and in the parallel study of the various modifications these root forms had undergone. In consequence, the world views politics to this day in part through the eyes of Aristotle and uses some of his expressions in discussing it. It may hence be assumed that his school and later philosophers, whose numerous works on the state we know only by their titles, contributed significantly to propagating his views and others similar to them. But since the days of Antisthenes already, the Cynics had set themselves apart from the polis by using the privilege of poverty and sneered at it with all their cunning. They were at home everywhere, and everywhere they were strangers, a living indictment of a free state now prey to despotism, as were the Sufis of the ruined sultanates in the medieval Orient. Finally, Epicurus appeared, resolving the dilemma, at least in theory, by conceiving the polis as a mutual compact for safety's sake, man no longer existing for the sake of laws, but laws for the sake of man. But of course no insight of individuals, however penetrating, could prevent the gradual dissolution of the Greek state, ostensibly enjoying freedom but actually rocked by persecution and internal crises. It is a law of nature that all forces reach their full and conscious development in opposition to and in contest with each other. Hence, a fully developed political power is a paramount condition for all outward and inner growth, and the indispensable stay for the climbing vines of culture. For a relatively long time, the Greek polis accomplished great things in culture. And finally, Greece in her glory hurled back the Persians in their thrust to the west, and thereby probably helped to shape the outward destiny of mankind. It was not the polis, though, but Alexander who conquered Persia, and he did it while they were conspiring against him. There remains only to judge the other fortunes and misfortunes the polis brought upon themselves, and we might well say that in the long run the police in its internal and external development tended predominantly to make the citizens unhappy. The polis not only developed individuals into personalities, but it also spurred them violently onward, at the same time demanding complete self-renunciation. In the end, it was not the polis that determined policy, but the masses that happened to gather at the assembly, not with a view to higher principles, but to satisfy their greed, which unfortunately was insatiable. One may well get the notion that in the whole history of the world, hardly any power anywhere had ever paid so dearly for its life and strife as the Greek polis did. These unhappy events certainly caused posterity to suffer incalculable loss. However abundant the contributions of later Greeks may have been, particularly in the visual arts, we should deeply lament if we could envisage in its entirety all that the Greeks destroyed by slaying outstanding men, by intimidating others and driving them into mute private life, by disrupting the continuity of noble families, by suppressing refined conviviality, and by abetting self-seeking domination through the misuse of public oratory. Chapter 4, The Vini of the Greek Nation 1, Internecine Warfare and the Forces of National Unification. Because the Greeks always had been politically pluralistic and remained so as long as possible, their ability to develop a powerful unified culture is ample proof that originally they derived from a unified nation. The Greeks offer the remarkable drama of an old and persistent enmity among many small branches of one and the same nation, so that viewed panoramically, this spectacle already appears somewhat uniform, as it were, forming a single group for the eye. In the heroic age, the hero stormed castles, and having killed the lord, either married his daughter or carried her off as a slave. The earliest invading Greeks, however, when unchecked, were outright pirates. Various figures merged the pirate and hero in one. In those days, the dissension among the kin was expressed symbolically. Eteocles and Polynices struggle with each other already in the womb. In addition, the myths teem with deliberate and involuntary murder, and the spleen of that age consisted essentially in wandering about because of some such murder. The Odyssey consistently takes piracy, i.e. sudden landing and plundering, for granted, even on the part of its most praiseworthy heroes. Menelaus rather freely admitted, IV 82.9, that he had acquired his treasures largely by pillage. Nestor quite naively imputed a similar course of action to Telemachus, 372. And when the suitors arrived in the underworld, the shade of Agamemnon surmised, among other things, that they were killed while stealing cattle, just as he himself had earlier been suspected of doing, XI 400. Odysseus, above all, was mighty in piracy. He ravaged the Thracian coastal city of Ismarus, killed the men, and carried off the women and rich plunder, dividing it equally among his men, Ix 38. It never occurred to him to ask himself what harm he had suffered from the sea cones. He supposed he could recoup what he had lost to the suitors by raiding of his own XX to 358. In his considered conduct of life, he goes on killing and robbing without any qualms. Ic 3 259, 14th 262, 3 these 425, warrior with shield and arrow at bay, interior of a silex. The whole Cyclops story was nothing but a reflection of the wicked primeval dealings between crafty sea robbers and wild shepherds. Polyphemus, who finally perceived with whom he was dealing, was the savage shepherd caricatured as the sea folk knew him. Cannibalism was attributed to him as it was to the Lastrygonians, 116.124, which may have been historically true. Other heroes stole cattle with a view to proffering bridal gifts to royal daughters. An interesting tale dealing with piracy tells about Butes and how the host of men he had gathered about him on the island of Naxos stole women from the various coastal areas. Two chiefs quarreled over the beautiful Pancratis and killed each other, so she fell to a third man. The heroic age had one good quality. It did not systematically lay waste whole regions, i.e., destroy the plantations or farms. Destruction of this kind was reserved for the Greeks in the days of their cultural refinement. Armed robbery by land prevailed among some of the more backward tribes. The Ozolians, Locrians, Aetolians, and Acarnians still followed that old way of life up to the 5th century. Exclusiveness, ill will toward all other poleis, especially the neighboring ones, was not only a dominant feeling but almost a mark of civic virtue. Antipathies among modern cities, which derive mostly from economic causes, give no notion of the rancor, secret or manifest, which Greek cities harbored for each other. The least harmful aspect of this ill will was the sarcasm and calumny periodically indulged in. The worst was the extermination of one's neighbor, as Argos had destroyed Mycenae. One of the greatest merits of the aristocratic age was that, on the whole, it preserved peace and evolved the agonistic virtues as an outlet for its ambitions. Violent outbreaks of hatred between the poleis have their beginning in the restless 5th century. Although the awareness of a common bond among the Dorian or Ionian tribes determined in part which side a polis took in the great upheavals, such as the Persian or Peloponnesian wars, yet, as before, no quarter was given to one's closest neighbor and the nearest tribal kin. The Lacedaemonian Dorians exterminated the Messenian Dorians with a vengeance merely because they coveted their land. He who has learned to know the harshness of the polis toward its own suppressed parties, and has seen how the polis oppressed people of old Greek stock in its vicinity, will see in its external conduct simply an extension of the same logic. The more feverishly tense life became in the 5th century polis, the more frequently it engaged in external warfare, the shorter were the intervals of peace, and the more unreliable became the treaties. More and more the single state became aware that all other states were in life and death competition with it, and comported itself accordingly, so that the period of the highest cultural achievements coincided with the most atrocious executions. Listening to the Greeks, one would suppose that humane codes sacredly observed governed the conduct of victors in war, not to raise cities to spare people who yielded with outstretched hands, to free prisoners for a stipulated ransom, to permit the enemy to bury its dead, to respect the honor of young women, etc. In time, the nation even came to imagine that Hellenism and humaneness were synonymous, and already at the capture of Ilium the victors, in allegedly Hellenic fashion, had granted each person permission to carry away his dearest possessions, whereupon Aeneas had taken his household gods and his father with him. According to myths, the murder of strangers took place only in countries far away. For all that, the Greeks rather frequently murdered their own at home. Those alleged humane practices were adhered to when they were, for purely practical motives, fear of vengeance and hope of ransom. Sparing a temple while annihilating the people around it rather takes on for us the character of a deliberate sacrilege. The horrors reported hereafter took place in part at the time of Phidias, Ictinus, Zeuxis, and Parrhasius, with all its subtleties of conversation and choric meters. When the tragedians, as is well known, confused Mycenae and Argos, that means little, because in the year 468 BC, the Argives had sold part of the Mycenaeans as slaves, scattered the rest abroad, and laid the city as well as Tirinthus in ruins. All ancient peoples regarded it as an immutable law that the vanquished and their goods became the property of the victor. But the small Greek cities living next to each other as sovereign states were animated by the sweeping egoism of doing not only what was essential to their survival, but whatever in a wider sense appeared desirable and convenient besides. Sparta expressed this view unequivocally through the mouth of the dreadful King Cleomenes, when he attacked Argos without the slightest provocation. Whatever harm one can do an enemy takes precedence over all justice before gods and men. The other polis also committed shocking iniquities, not especially in the heat of passion, but deliberately, out of so-called necessity, and not only against enemies, but also against such as it seemed advantageous to victimize, not only because of compelling motives of war, but because of political odium. The Greeks continued to act as if the Hellenic supply of men were inexhaustible, and as if Persia and the world of barbarians were no longer a constant threat. The documents on the destinies of Plataea and Melos have been indelibly preserved. The heroic remnant of the besieged Plataeans surrendered on condition that Spartan judges would try them. 5 such judges appeared with secret instructions to pronounce the death sentence on them as a favor to Thebes, which might be useful to Sparta in the Peloponnesian War. These same Thebans had destroyed Plataea earlier at the time of Xerxes, and were to do it again after the scattered fugitives had returned to the city after the peace of Antalcidas. It was Macedonia that restored Plataea permanently, but the philosophy that might makes right found its consummate expression in the callous way. The Athenians demanded submission of the Melians during peace and neutrality. knowing full well that this act would provoke opposition which inevitably would lead to the destruction of the weaker party. In point of fact, when the Melians were starved into surrender, the Athenians killed the men, sold the women and children into slavery, and colonized the island with Athenians. But woe to Athens, the great polis, if ever it fell into misfortune and had to remember how it had treated the weaker states. Commonly the victors completely destroyed a city they vanquished, not sparing even the temples and the graves. Sometimes they carried off the statues of the gods, or they might let old or unique temples stand, as Alexander had done after the conquest of Thebes, out of the usable material left after they had totally destroyed Plataea. The Thebans built a temple to Hera and a caravansary 200 feet square. They leased out the land of the Plataean state. At other times the ruins of the city and the surrounding territory were dedicated to a temple found there, thus effectively forestalling the restoration of the city. The victor had to prevent the rebuilding of a city come what may, for since the sites of cities were often well chosen, one could easily foresee that the people panting for revenge were eager to rebuild, and would do so unless they were prevented. One means to achieve this was the solemn imprecation, a very ancient custom, Strabo supposes, because Agamemnon already had laid the city of Ilion under a curse. If the victors let the city stand, they had to resettle it with new inhabitants. But even if they destroyed the city, they still did not dare let the old population survive, lest it return to its former habitation. They had either to kill or enslave their captives. If they enslaved them, they either sold them somewhere or used them as their own slaves at home. If they murdered even women and children, as the Byzantines and Chalcedonians did when they marched through Bithynia in 415 BC, they did so because they had enough slaves already and had no prospects of selling them to advantage. After conquering Mytilene on Lesbos, the Demos contented itself with executing the 1,000 guiltiest sent to Athens, and with distributing nearly the whole island to Attic cleruches, military colonies to safeguard strategically important points, demolishing the walls and confiscating their ships. When King Philip reduced and razed Olynthus, an Olinthian trader served as assessor in selling his fellow Olinthians. There were also Greeks who accepted Olinthian slaves as presents from King Philip. Most of the Athenians captured at the end of the Sicilian expedition perished in Syracusan stone quarries where they were detained awaiting sale. Only a small number was saved as a favor. At the slightest difficulty, the victors might slay their captives so as not to have to feed them any longer. Alcides, a Peloponnesian admiral, dispatched for the same reason some unarmed men, even though they had not raised a finger against him and had been forced into an alliance with Athens. In the course of the Peloponnesian War, Athens, having no money to pay 1,300 Thracian mercenaries, sent them away with the general injunction to harm the enemies of Athens. They made a sudden attack upon the completely unarmed and undefended city of Mycalessus in Boeotia, plundering homes and temples, murdering young and old, including women and children, all the boys in a school, even draft animals and everything alive. Granted that they were bloodthirsty Thracians, still, they were led by an Athenian Deitrophis, who must have known very well where he was taking them. The requital came with Aegospotami. The Athenians had resolved, if they won, to cut off the right hand of every prisoner they took. A short time before they had hurled to death the crews of two Triames and Lysander, who now presided at the trial by the victorious allies, with his own hands killed the Athenian general who had issued the order for that atrocity. The Spartans and their allies executed all 3,000 Athenian prisoners. The Spartans, however, would not consent to the destruction of Athens as demanded by the Corinthians, Thebans, and others. They withheld their consent not for the high-minded reason they adduced, that a Hellenic city which in past crises had done so much for Greece should not now be reduced to slavery, but rather on the shrewd calculation that it was best not to provoke a last desperate struggle, and that the destruction of Athens would only make Thebes the more formidable. It was already a sort of clemency when the inhabitants were only driven out of a city, as the Athenians drove out the Aeginetans in 427 BC, because it appeared safer to have Athenian colonists living on the island, although the Aeginetans had been paying tribute to Athens for 30 years. The subsequent events, however, are when the Athenians later took the Peloponnesian city of Thyrea, where Aeginetan fugitives lived, they brought them to Athens and killed them because of long-standing enmity. i.e. the Athenians merely proved thereby that they had not been able to annihilate them all in 427. After the fall of Athens, Lysander returned the surviving fugitives. It will come as no surprise that the Aeginetans henceforth did not allow any Athenian to set foot on the island. At Salamis, Aegina had fought the Persians in a most glorious manner, and like Athens had also been a city famous for its art. The envy of the powerful neighbor, however, had demanded first the oppressive subjugation and then the expulsion of the Aeginetans. Similarly, the glory the Mycenaeans had won in the Persian war led to their destruction in that it had provoked the envy of the Argives. The Hellenes knew one another and knew that defeat in war meant not only subjection to a power stronger politically and militarily, but also total destruction, for the victor would take possession of all property, appropriate the territory, and kill or sell the inhabitants. Since the downfall of the polis meant the destruction of all citizens, its defense took on the character of protecting the communal existence of the city as well as the personal existence of the individual, and the more turbulent the times and the more frequent the trials of destiny became, the more certainly the polis could rely on each citizen to be a fighter, and the more determined was its defense. The systematic devastation of enemy territory deserves a closer look. All people in all ages resorted to devastation as a means of inflicting injury on an enemy. In the Middle Ages in Europe, open villages were destroyed to impoverish the lord they were attached to, and so to force him to yield. To this end, houses were burned, farmers killed or dispersed. The cattle, if not killed already by the owners, and all the rest of the property stolen. Among the Greeks, pillage and devastation were nothing out of the ordinary either. It was a different matter with the destruction of trees, which went far beyond the aims of the war and really stemmed from an inveterate and irreconcilable hatred. Cleombrotus, a later Spartan king, put himself under a heavy cloud of suspicion when he refrained from laying waste Boeotia. Agesilaus, likewise on a campaign in Boeotia, ordered his confederate troops to devastate the land and to chop down the trees. When they would not properly carry out his orders, he revoked them, but had the soldiers move their camp several times a day, so that they used up as much timber in setting up new barracks as they would have destroyed at his commands. The devastation Agesilaus caused in Greece added up to a frightful total. Could no one among the outstanding thinkers and patriots grasp the historical implications of this kind of warfare and give the nation a timely warning? There were such people and warnings enough if one had only cared to listen. Lysistrata in Aristophanes' play of the same name tells the Athenians and Laconians, "Using the same consecrated water, you as kinsmen sprinkle in common the altars at Olympia, Thermopylae, Delphi, and other places too many to name. Yet you destroy your fellow Hellenes and their cities, and all the while barbarians are near at hand." But Plato, to his eternal glory, speaks the plainest words in his The Republic. Should Hellenes be allowed to enslave the people of Hellenic cities? Should they not rather prevent others from doing this? Should they not make it a custom to spare the Hellenic race, lest the barbarians enslave them? Should they not be forbidden altogether to keep Hellenes as slaves? One should also not pillage those who have fallen in battle, but should permit the enemy to gather their dead for burial. Furthermore, no arms of defeated Greeks should be hung on display in temples. Hellenes should not ravage the land of the enemy, cut down the trees, and burn the houses, but should take only the year's crop. Fighting among Hellenes is not war but a disease, for by nature they are friends. The term war applies properly only to fighting between Hellenes and barbarians, for they are by nature at odds with each other. Hellenes should act toward barbarians as they now act toward one another. Where individuals thought, spoke, and wrote so nobly, posterity will not spare severe judgment on a people that persevered in acting meanly, and especially so because exceptions among leaders did occur. Epaminondas and Pelopidas. Plutarch says, never killed or enslaved the population after capturing a city. Referring to the time around the beginning of the 2nd century BC, Plutarch also says, as diseases appear to lessen when the body weakens, so conflicts waned among the Greek states as their wealth diminished. But right up to the time of the Roman rule, one Greek city would occasionally pounce on another to rob it of its last crumb. But far beyond this late period, and even in the time of the Roman emperors, Greeks kept the memory of victory over other Greeks alive by every means possible. The less they had been able to overthrow or destroy an enemy permanently, the more lavish they made their tropium marking a victory over this enemy, so as to nettle him the more. The centers where the greatest communal festivals and divine worship took place were crammed with mementos of Greek victories over other Greeks. In Olympia, the Eleans set up a tropaeum for repelling a Spartan attack, and in the temple of Zeus, directly under the Nike of Paeonius, hung the golden shield of the Lacedaemonian Confederacy commemorating their victory at Tanagra over the Argives, Athenians, and Ionians. For their part, in the battle at Sphacteria, the Messenians of Naupactus dedicated a goddess of victory, on which, however, they did not inscribe the name of the conquered out of apprehension, for they were Spartans. But even in the days of the Roman emperors, Delphi, above all, was the monumental museum of Greek hatred for Greeks, of mutually inflicted suffering immortalized in the loftiest works of art. This museum was almost perfectly intact while Greece was filled with ruins and waste, the guilt for which rests not with the Macedonians and Romans but with the Greeks themselves. The only Greek city whose temples were not adorned with spoils of Hellenes and the anathemas of kindred dead but with the weapons of barbarians was Corinth. These weapons bore the inscription, "The Corinthians and General Timoleon delivered the Hellenes dwelling in Sicily from the Carthaginians, and they dedicated these gifts to the gods." The cities, to be sure, maintained among themselves shorter and longer periods of peace, often resting on treaties. During these periods they carried on a brisk trade and intercourse which required that the resident aliens be granted a certain security, because of their traveling about, whether for trade, attending festivals, or going on pilgrimages. The Greeks developed a system of hospitality which established for them the reputation of being an especially hospitable nation. Homer provided illustrations of the unerring tact of the Greeks in these matters. The claim to hospitality deriving from their grandfathers made Diomedes and Glaucus halt their combat. They exchanged weapons, and resolved thenceforth to avoid each other in battle. Indeed, a general warning was issued against contests between men having mutual claims to hospitality, and the poor were protected. Nausicaa and Eumaeus said that the stranger and starveling belonged to Zeus in the early period of the polis. Hesiod proclaimed that those cities will flourish which pronounce a just verdict on the stranger as well as on the native. Later, this was no longer taken as a matter of course, for the Greek abroad had to have a local representative to support him in court and to assure his safety in general, which along with other usages in connection with proxenia remains unexplained. Proxenia was a compact of friendship between a state and a foreigner. If one cannot well perceive the unifying bond of the Greek nation in the antagonistic relations of the polis to each other, one nevertheless expects to find it in their common religion. As a common cultural element of the highest order, religion certainly exerted a unifying force. It carried within it a powerful system of concepts that was shared by the people as a whole. In addition, there were the majestic communal temples, festival places, and oracles where on solemn occasions continental and colonial Hellenes forgathered and became aware how great the nation was. At such times these places appeared to be an intensified Greece. The great festival seasons were accompanied by a divine truce in war, and sometimes on such occasions minor conflicts were settled altogether. The divine truce of Olympia and the holy neutrality of Elis have their own history. However, these festivals did not prevent real wars. In fact, they hardly interrupted them. People did not wish to forego the old custom of coming together for sacrifices, athletic contests, and markets. The Olympic festival also provided an orderly chronology, for parallel to it local chronology, with special year and month designations, continued everywhere. Apollo at Delphi counseled Greeks at war with Greeks, and his shrine, as said above, was richly adorned with monuments of mutual hatred. More even than religion, the cycle of heroic myths provided a common tie for the entire people, for its great epic poetry had taken on the character of a common possession. What a tremendous wealth of flowers wafted together from all quarters until these enchanted fields of myth were luxuriating. That was something men lost sight of as soon as the epic cycle shaped the great national image, mirroring its feelings, reflections, and ambitions. Athena with Poseidon and Dionysus Thyric Jug, though the semblance of the Oedipus, Agamemnon, and other cycles might appear among other races, the Greeks endowed them with their own unique characteristics and richly varied forms. These myths directly exerted a unifying effect by the fact that their heroes, in addition to their special local activities, assembled for a common enterprise which presented an ideal of collective Greek unity. The voyage of the Argonauts and the Caledonian hunt present formative stages of these myths in a restricted geographical area. Later these myths were amplified so as to include heroes and men from all tribes until finally they undertook the expedition to Troy. Thucydides regarded this in all sincerity as the first great Panhellenic venture and as a manifestation of the will of the nation as a whole. As the heroes were the earliest glorified personalities, so their herald Homer was the earliest intellectual celebrity, universally recognized among the Hellenes. Admittedly, he became the chief means used in educating the Greeks from childhood on. After Homer, the Greek world became truly one. There are Greeks where there is a recollection of heroes. The beauty of these heroic legends touched and captivated the Latins, the primeval kindred of the Greeks in the West, and the wings of Greek art and maybe also their poesi carried rich treasure even to the dullish Etruscans. As the unity of the myths conferred a high order of unity on Greek life, so this unity was gradually strengthened by their whole culture, which distinguished the Greeks as such by an abundance of common modes of life of all kinds, without which they would have regarded existence as a misfortune, and which brought them together time and again despite all mutual antipathies. This culture complex was powerful enough to assimilate or expel backward elements at home and to turn the barbarians around the Greek colonies and in their interiors into half-Greeks who were at least eager to understand Greek culture. The Greek language, above all, had truly wonderful national characteristics. In the early days there emerged, out of the diverse dialects, the language of epic chants understood and craved everywhere, the noblest vehicle for the legends and myths of the gods, the world, and the heroes. Whoever knew Greek became a man set apart from all others, and whoever spoke a good Greek became a Hellene, for he was fit to be one. And finally, the whole Greek existence was animated by a spirit we shall learn to know by the term agonistic in the broadest sense. In time, a conscious mode of education was based on this concept, and when grammar, gymnastics, and cithara lute playing dominated the youth in the cities, everyone early understood what this Greek life was all about, two Greeks and barbarians. The contrast that made the Greek aware of being Greek was the non-Greek, the barbarian. The concept of barbarianism is a remarkable and many-sided one deserving careful study. The later Greeks, poets and orators presupposed that among other qualities barbarianism included especially brutality, perfidy, treachery, and were naively blind to the fact that in all these traits the Greeks themselves easily matched the barbarians. Finally, the concept of barbarianism ought not to be determined by aversion, for this had been mutual. All peoples that regarded themselves as constituted by divine law displayed contempt for all other peoples, and the higher castes, wherever they existed, shunned the lower. The Egyptians in particular regarded the Greeks as unclean, and surely not only because they ate beef. As Herodotus supposed, the Greeks returned the compliment by preening themselves on their taste for wine, as opposed to the Egyptian for beer. The Greeks had the advantage in that they experienced at least no physical loathing, and had no purity laws to observe in relation to barbarians, thus feeling unencumbered in their observation of the world abroad. How the concept of Hellenism gradually evolved can best be explained by the Greek views on the Trojans. Homer did not make the slightest distinction between the customs and religion of the Trojans and the Achaeans. But on fairly archaic vases the Trojans wear Asiatic costumes, and in the Aeginetan groups Paris may be recognized by it. Thucydides regarded them distinctly as barbarians. Occasionally Herodotus insulted them as being such. Strabo hardly cared to apply Greek etymology to Trojan place names anymore, and Lucian called Paris a barbarian and foreigner at a time when its art forms were no longer distinct from those of the Phrygian Attis and the Persian Mithras. According to a famous passage in Aristotle, the Greeks found themselves between two kinds of barbarians, those of the north in Europe brave and free but incapable of ratiocination, of the arts, of establishing a state or exercising rule, and those of Asia reflective and civilized but feckless and hence enslaved. The first kind, and especially the numerous Scythians, posing a military threat, appear in the fourth book of the histories of Herodotus, who perceptively yet distinctly outlined their customs and those of similarly half-civilized people. The Scythians resented it very much to be referred to as living in bondage. Martial people of this sort, particularly if they could sweep others into their wake, must have felt a boundless exhilaration and overwhelming vitality. Their bondage was that of heart and soul, since it was a tribal constraint. However free the individuals in their saddles might have felt, still they had only one group will. Much like animal communities, in all their activities, customs and religion, they maintained one and the same level, and did so by force, if need be, for as soon as the whole nation failed to act in complete uniformity, it weakened and may have disintegrated. It rightly sensed that it amounted to something only as a collective entity. The uniformity of thought and behavior of such barbarians revealed itself also in other respects. Whereas the Greek developed his individuality in all sorts of athletic contests, these peoples lacked every understanding of agonistic competition. Their riding matches were nothing but collective exhibitions of military strength. They staged sham battles, even very bloody ones, as the Gauls did at their armed wassails. War put the barbarians in a mood of higher exaltation, and they waged it in most instances for no reason at all, being impelled to it blindly, as it were. Herodotus reports that the Scythians took their census by counting collected arrowheads. Once a year in each district they held a communion, at which every warrior who had killed an enemy could dip his cup into the common wine bowl. Among the Soromats a young woman could not marry until she had killed an enemy. The Scythians had shrines of the war god everywhere, and every year they sacrificed droves of animals and prisoners of war, though they did not sacrifice all prisoners as the Greeks did, but only every 100th man. The profusion and discernment of Herodotus' observations leave the reader curious, nevertheless, about matters which the man of Halicarnassus did not observe and discuss, and one is tempted to deplore that he never met with the contemporary Celtic and Germanic tribes at all. The other kind of barbarians from which the Greeks knew themselves to be distinct were the highly civilized Asiatics, whose culture was older and whose technology and ancient law much richer than their own. Here too the most profound difference was that while the Greeks were individually developed, the Asiatics were kept in dependency not so much by their collective actions as indirectly by a caste system and absolute despotism. We know the character of the Egyptians chiefly from the Greek conception of it. But this was probably not entirely wrong. In spite of the tremendous achievements the world of culture owes to the Egyptians, and in spite of their intense national pride, it appears that the single individual was morally ground down by servitude. The usages, symbols, arid anxiety inspired by ancient religious fears turned the life of the Egyptian into a hard servitude. In addition, his whole life, both occupational and political, consisted of unremitting duties. In the histories of Herodotus there is reflected the general mood of the embittered slave who derives some satisfaction from slandering and vilifying his overlords. The ideal of life was crafty knavery, which in the saga of Rampsonat, for instance, came in for such high honors. As is well known, the Greeks took remarkably little notice of the empires of Babylon and Assyria, while unknowingly they derived so many things from these cultures. The nearest barbarian people and empire was that of the Lydians, which they knew intimately and had some sympathy for, either because of an earlier close kinship or because of Lydians' similarity with Greek life and religion. On the other hand, they felt nothing but anxiety and odium for the Persian Empire, a latecomer taking over an empire of formerly free nations that had been first subjugated by the Assyrians and then by the Medes. With the exception of Cyrus and Darius Hytaspes, the Persian dynasty produced no rulers of distinction, but some villainous characters and one dangerous traitor, Cyrus the Younger. Between their new conquests, these Persian kings were constantly putting down revolts in outlying countries whose property and sanctuaries they had violated in their open and glorious struggle with this Persia. The Greeks became the more aware of the existing contrast between themselves and the barbarians. This made the ignominy all the greater when after the Peloponnesian War Artaxerxes Minomon, whose court was the scene of gruesome atrocities, got his hands into Greek affairs again. But in the meantime, many Greeks had learned to know the essential weakness of this imperial colossus, as well as the weakness of the Persians. In the important closing chapter of his Cyropaedia, Xenophon showed how the empire had come to confuse appearance with reality, and how the old forms of life were outwardly retained though they had become thoroughly hollow. With the Battle of Arbela, the Persian dynasty ended, but when Alexander had come to the Jaxartes River and met rugged barbarians there, the so-called Scythians who shot their arrows across the river to let him know the mettle of the men he was facing, he realized the difference between these men and the Asiatics. Wherever the eastern satrapies resisted him, they did so not in defense of the Persian Empire, but because they were proud people, like the Bactrians who had joined the Persians voluntarily. Over against the Scythian and the Asiatic stands the Greek, individualistic, emancipated from racial and caste ties, constantly competing with his kin in contests, agons, ranging from athletic encounters at the great festivals to self-assertion in his polis, from the wrestling mat at Olympia to the agora, the court stowers of his native city, and to the competitions determining superiority in song and the visual arts. The Orient is not agonistic, if for no other reason than because a rigid caste system cannot acknowledge open competition in the lists. The Greeks, on their part, would not tolerate a barbarian even to be present at their contests. Even Alexander, king of Macedon, an ancestor of Alexander the Great, 489-454, a Grecophile, had, when he wished to attend the Olympic Games, first to prove that he was a Temenid and so of Greek origin. Furthermore, the man from the Orient was sober-minded in his behavior and did not laugh except perhaps at the jugglers. He ventured to express his wit only allegorically in the dress of a fable. Instead of discourses at a symposium drinking together, the Orient, according to Greek notions, only knew hard drinking, so that wherever this habit made inroads into Greece, it was referred to as a barbaric influence. Finally, the conviction established itself that only the Greeks responded to reason and the barbarians to force. The gods of the Greeks were more beautiful than those of the barbarians, for whom the divine was not ennobled humanity, but something expressed allegorically and slavishly through amalgamation with animal forms, the multiplication of limbs or ritual raiment and gestures. Powerful priesthoods and the stolid minds of the populace had long since come to a permanent understanding on these matters. The Greek gods were also more clever than those of the barbarians, just as the Greek was smarter than the barbarian. Even the barbarians regarded the Greek gods as cleverer than their own. In some measure, the ancient sanctuaries of the Orient were prepared to foretell future events. Unfortunately, these sanctuaries were also paired with astrology. But only the Greek gods pronounce oracles in the full sense of the term, and even Lydians, Phrygians, Italics, and on occasion Carthaginians consulted the oracle at Delphi. Foreign peoples made gifts to Hellenic temples not merely for oracles received, but out of genuine reverence. The secret offering that periodically arrived at Delphi from the land of the Hyperboreans may remain a riddle, but it was well known that the throne of Aramnestus, an Italic king, was the earliest barbarian votive offering found among those at Olympia. All this made the Greeks feel they were especially devout, and among them particularly the Athenians. The Greek laymen felt a priestly superiority over people of other cultures because they really knew how to associate with the gods. This notion was revealed very clearly in that strange Delphic oracle during a famine. The Athenians should make vows for Hellenes and barbarians. As Greek colonies began to dot the near and far coastal regions of the Mediterranean and the Pontus, they often subjugated the barbarians in their vicinities, but much more frequently these latter took up voluntary intercourse with the Greek colonies and received from them the necessities of life, as well as knowledge and noble adornments of Greek culture, as is evident from the adoption of the Greek alphabet by the Celts of Gaul. After the Ethiopian dynasty fell in Egypt, Psammeticus opened Egypt to foreign trade and commerce once more, which resulted in an economic revolution, a sudden rise in trade and in the population census. The warrior caste withdrew from Egypt into Ethiopia 200,000 strong. Though they would have been able, one should think, to hurl these intruders back into the sea, it appears they were thoroughly perplexed by the arrival of the Greeks. Surely these soldiers would not have relinquished their ancient rights to their homeland merely out of chagrin for having been slighted in a campaign of the king against Philistia, or because their privileges had been curtailed. That they did not revolt against Psammeticus was perhaps because they respected, in the foreign-born innovator, the sanctity of kingship. Nevertheless, they remained obdurate to his pleas for their return. Perhaps they were sardonically delighted to see him now protected only by foreigners and at their mercy. With their withdrawal, ancient Egypt passed away, unable to withstand the volatile Greeks, and the people, at least in Lower Egypt, submitted completely to the point of producing a mixed race, the so-called interpreters. It is undeniable that with the penetration of Hellenism and the increase of trade and industry, the vitality of the ancient Egyptian nation and culture began to wane. A few telling facts will serve to show the influence the Greeks had on the Persians. As long as it was in the ascendant, Persia as a world monarchy did not hesitate too long to subjugate, among many other nations, also the Greeks, and to hold them in protracted subjection. Attempts by the Greeks to break away from this empire led Datis, Xerxes, and Mardonius to undertake their great campaigns against Greece with their well-known outcomes. In the meantime, at the Achaemenid court, Greeks had quite clearly become the most interesting personages. Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus, preferred slave girls from Laconia, Argos, Attica, and Corinth, and her husband Darius heard a great deal of the famous athlete Milon of Crotona. Gradually there appeared at the Persian court, or in proximity of the kings, men like the physician Democedes, who was treated with high respect but in reality prevented from leaving, Histiaeus, King Demaratus of Sparta, the poet Onomacritus, and others. All of these took part in important state affairs and upon occasion became more influential even than the satraps and the king's relatives. Indeed, Histiaeus was executed under torture at the order of satraps, lest he again become powerful with the king, in spite of all he had done against Darius. And later there appeared at the court of Xerxes and of Artaxerxes the very man who had put to death the Persian herald, sent to ask for earth and water in token of submission to the Persians, but who during the war itself had had to keep an access open to Persia, the most illustrious of all fugitives Themistocles. His letter to the king is the typical letter of a Hellene to a barbarian, who would not receive another such letter from anyone in his whole empire. Having learned as much as he could of the Persian language in the course of a year, Themistocles appeared before the king in person. He was a man of unmistakable natural genius, without studying a subject in advance or pondering over it later, but only using his native intelligence. He had the unerring ability of reaching the right conclusion quickly on any matter at hand, and excelled all others in forecasting what would happen. He could admirably explain anything he undertook, and he saw more clearly than others whether a venture would turn out well or ill. By the power of his genius, and with but brief reflection, he was able in the highest degree to do the right thing on the spur of the moment. This was something all the king's relatives, satraps, and magicians could not equal. Who knows what power these Greeks might have acquired at the court of the great kings of Persia if they had worked with a view to that end, instead of merely wanting to use the power of this court as a means to a safe return to Greece. Greeks long considered it impossible to lead their armies on a campaign into these distant eastern countries. Leave Sparta before sunset. Cleomenes commanded Aristagoras, who wanted to unfold a plan for marching on Susa. For you will never earn the gratitude of the Lacedaemonians by proposing to take them on a 3 months' journey from the sea. Lance fight of pygmies with cranes vase painting British Museum. In the days of their glory, the Greeks stressed heavily the contrast between themselves and the barbarians. For this reason, Herodotus is the more significant, since he acknowledged that the barbarians had accomplished many great things, and had reported them objectively before the rhetoricians took over. Euripides, on the other hand, played up to the prejudices of his Athenian audience in a most repulsive fashion. His Odysseus reproaches the barbarians for neither honoring their friends nor showing respect for those fallen in battle. In his Orestes, he vents cheap Greek feelings of superiority at stereotyped barbarians as cowardly, servile, and fearful of death, all of which was allegedly typical of the Phrygians. The more gladly, therefore, do we listen to Brasidas, a knowledgeable man who had faced the Illyrians in battle before and now described their manner of fighting just before engaging in another battle. Hardly anywhere else will one find the strength and weakness of these primitive barbarians described so well and as briefly as in this address. It was regarded as the most sorrowful misfortune conceivable for a polis to become barbarian, be it by sudden overthrow or by gradual penetration by foreigners. Greek cities subject to the Persian Empire fell into this category, as when Ephesus was being overrun by foreigners in about 408 BC, when Persians quartered there and Lydians rapidly infiltrated until Lysander appeared, and by redirecting commerce, establishing shipyards and other measures, again assured predominance to Greek life. When a number of splendid Greek cities in Italy were irretrievably lost to the Samnites, Lucanians, and Brutii, the inhabitants of Posidonia, later Paestum, were also subjugated. They changed their language and other endeavors, we are told, but they still celebrate one of their Hellenic festivals at which they gather and recall old names and customs. Then they lament and weep together, later to go their several ways again. In the 4th century, the emphasis on the contrast between Hellenes and barbarians was much subdued, perhaps because the Greeks themselves had suffered untold atrocities in the meanwhile at the hands of Greeks, and because the earlier Greek feeling of national superiority had been broken. Among the philosophers, it was significantly Antisthenes, founder of the school of Cynics, who relentlessly condemned the polis and who was first to make light of the old ideals, though he himself was only a half Hellene, his mother having been a Thracian. To prove that hard work was no evil, he cited Heracles among the Hellenes and Cyrus among the barbarians, the same Cyrus whom also Xenophon about this time portrayed as a man ideally educated for kingly duties. It is extraordinarily significant that he used a barbarian not only as an example but also as a paragon in ethical questions. For Plato, Egypt was a primeval source of the spirit and an ideal in more than one respect. Since Alexander, Greek views on these matters changed completely because large countries in the East accepted in part or completely Greek as the language for conducting many of their activities. It may be an exaggeration to say that the sons of the Persians, Bactrians, and Gidrosians had recited the tragedies of Sophocles and Euripides, but the Hellenized Near East up to and beyond the Euphrates represented a genuine expansion not so much of the Greek nation as of its cultural domain. Philosophy especially suffered a veritable invasion, as will be detailed in a different context. It is said that Anacharsis the Scythian was attracted to philosophy already in its early stages, and Mithridates, a Persian nobleman, the son of Rhodobates, was one of Plato's admirers. Now, however, Hellenic wisdom broke through national confines, much as the Pythagorean women had overcome the inequality of sex, and much as the slaves trained to be philosophers had obliterated social distinctions. The Stoics taught the doctrine that Hellenes and barbarians were equal in that they were the children of the same gods. 100 years after Alexander, Eratosthenes could say, "They are wrong who say that mankind is divided into Hellenes and barbarians. One had better distinguish men according to excellence or depravity, for many Hellenes are morally corrupt, and many barbarians morally noble like the Indians and Aryans, and also Romans and Carthaginians with their remarkable political organization." From here it was but a short step to the glorification of the barbarians. This was in part motivated by a longing for inchoate conditions of life, a longing found at times in the late and highly refined periods of every culture, and it is significant that one expects to find such conditions in lands far away. At that time it was fashionable to single out the primitive people in Homer and Aeschylus, like the glorious Hippomolgoi, the law-abiding Scythians, or the Abioi, a fabulous tribe of the north and the most just of all peoples, for even in early antiquity men knew the central portions of the world so well that they sought goodness and happiness on its margins. Such notions gradually turned into rationalization. The barbarians were supposed to have profound religious insight. In the temple of Asclepius in Aegium, a Sidonian contended in the presence of Pausanias that the Phoenicians understood divine matters better than the Greeks did, whereas formerly the fabulous Hyperboreans had been credited with a prodigious piety. Now barbarians in general were praised for their piety in contrast to the growing godlessness of the Greeks. Finally, the barbarians were considered to be morally superior. The late Greek thought of his own nation much as Machiavelli did of the Italians, and the inevitable conclusion was that if the barbarians were depraved, the Greeks had corrupted them. 3 Hellenic pathos after the foregoing, it may be possible at this point to evaluate in some measure the quality of Pan-Hellenic experience as differentiated according to the times and people involved. At the time of the Persian Wars, the Athenians spoke out clearly and magnificently, as they had every right to do. The reply they made to the Spartan envoy right after they had rejected the proposals of Mardonius, the speech of the Athenian messenger to the Ephors, and the oath of the Greek army on the isthmus before the Battle of Plataea are enduring monuments to their glory. Language and lineage, shrines, divine worship, and mode of life the Hellenes had in common. Likewise their reverence for Zeus Hellenius, horror of betraying Hellas in any manner, craving liberty more than life, the promise never to destroy any of the cities which had joined in the fight, all this bears ringing testimony to the loftiest sentiments. Even the vows the Corinthian hetairai made for the welfare of the Hellenes are not to be taken in jest as they were by later people, but as the solemn mood of a sublime moment. Then there came the time when the interests of Greece were halved into the hegemonies of Athens and Sparta. Pericles appealed too late to the sentiments of the past, and too late he tried to convene a congress of all Greek states for peace and concerted action among the Hellenes, to restore the temples the Persians had destroyed, and to make the sacrifices they had vowed side by side. A nod from Sparta prevented this congress. Once Athens had deliberately altered its entire history so as to present itself as having been the benefactor of Greece from the very beginning, poets and orators took up and repeated this idea over and over again. The catastrophic outcome of the Peloponnesian War did not affect these claims in the least. Now and then, a general Pan-Hellenic sentiment echoes from Attic tragedy in the name of all Greeks. Heracles could say of himself, "Am I from Argos or Thebes? I boast not one city alone, for every citadel of the Hellenes is my home." For a short time in the 4th century the ideal of Pan-Hellenism flowered in the person and mighty deeds of Epaminondas, an ideal he was not alone in cherishing, but future prospects were not propitious for these men. They were not able to make this Pan-Hellenic sentiment prevail. After Alexander's death, when the Greeks justifiably revolted in the so-called Lamiac War, the Athenian demos sent out to other cities the following call to arms. Athens always held that all Hellas was a common fatherland for all the Hellenes. Now it behooves us all together to hazard life and limb to set us free. Unhappily, many in Athens itself opposed this war. Only a half-hearted revolt was staged, ending most lamentably. The Macedonians occupied Athens and altered its constitution. As Hellenism took on a wider historical scope, it lost its ethical and political significance on the national level and became a major universal cultural influence instead. Part U, the Fine Arts. Chapter 5, the Awakening of Art. Ultimately, the art of poesy of the Greeks constituted their greatest claim to distinction, for in it they achieved their highest preeminence over the preceding ages and peoples. This art is endowed with remarkable endurance, having flowered richly until well into the time of the Roman emperors, and having since then outlived much else created by man. Even the earliest archaeological finds show a wealth of forms and species pointing to a prolific future. The very oldest art period reflects a great variety of life, especially the multitude of princes and courts of noblemen, many of whom probably sponsored artistic activities, and likewise the local independence and great profusion of religious cults, all of which no doubt contributed very early to agonistic competition. The occasion was, first and foremost, the worship of deities, with its images of the gods and votive offerings of figurines, and then the grave with its funerary imagery and sculptures, which at an early time already were meant to be iconic. In addition to all this, there is the liking for adornments so strongly present among the primitives already, and stirring them to produce choice artistic objects, and subsequently in a developing civilization, making full use of power and wealth to find satisfaction. The finds of Schliemann and other archaeologists witness to these archaic artistic endeavors. They dazzle us mainly by the great amount of gold they contain. We call to mind the beaker from Ilium in the shape of a truncated boat. Schliemann's De Pass Amplichelon men surely drank from both sides of it, and other Trojan vases, as well as the great quantities of beaten gold leaf, found in the oldest layers of Mycenae and in the graves on the Acropolis, serving as burial ornaments. Most important for us is the fact that even the earliest representations of animals, lower sea forms, etc., and of human beings show a firm style. The life-sized masks made of gold leaf, often with unpleasant but realistic features, are highly significant as being the oldest individual representations of Greek people. The gems employed presuppose the mastery of a highly developed, difficult, and painstaking technique, for the stones used were not only soft stones like steatite and hematite, but also jasper, sard, agate, chalcedony, and quartz crystal. Besides the treasures from burial sites, which must be older than the Lion Gate and treasure stores of Mycenae, revealing an advanced and widespread artistic industry in the very earliest period, there are extremely interesting bronze and also terracotta figurines of human beings and animals, especially horses, found in abundance in the lowest layers of black earth at the pyre altars of Olympia. We may welcome them as the earliest known votive offerings of Greek art. A direct line of descent leads from them to the marvelous groups of the 5th and 4th centuries. If we add to all this the remains of the earliest architecture, the Cyclopean walls, the treasure houses, the Lion Gate, the earliest examples of architectural planning on Greek soil, we glimpse a potent artistic activity preceding the Dorian invasion. But at the same time, we face a large gap reaching from this period to the 7th century. The description of the two shields in the epic writings of Homer and Hesiod gives a clue to the continuation of Mycenaean art. One may look there into a whole complex mode of delineation not to be thought of as relief work, but as inlay of different colored metals. On the shield of Achilles one must imagine, for instance, dark grape clusters, fine stays of silver, a hedge of tin, cattle made alternately of gold and tin, and a field of earth-brown fallow. Analogues for all of these have been unearthed at Mycenae, especially the bronze dagger blades, having the most delicate hunting scene done in gold filigree. It is, of course, natural that metal works of art would not have endured save under specially favorable conditions as at Ilium and Mycenae. The same holds even more true for wood sculpture, whose representatives for us are Daedalus and the Daedalids, and later examples of which are the Cypselus chest and similar objects. Stone sculpture, though appearing already in Mycenae, developed much more slowly. Since of all antique materials fired clay was about the only one to survive the millennia, we must rely on vases and terracotta objects to bridge the big gap in Greek art. Hence, these are the objects of the most intense archaeological research. Our immediate concern, however, is to establish the positive and negative elements that made Greek art flourish so astonishingly. To be borne in mind above all is the freedom of this art. It is true that long after Poesy had clothed the gods with the highest ideality and vitality, the images of the gods remained faithful for a long time to the traditional patterns. In a sense, the conception of the gods was beautiful long before their images became so. Images carved of wood remained in vogue, probably for centuries after Homer. The Greeks had no priestly class, i.e., no permanent power, to impose an untimely and tyrannical pictorialization of the gods, and to enforce conformity to this style. This is not simply an instance of negative good fortune. The Greeks could not have had a clergy since they had their polis, which did constrain the artist to glorify the typical rather than the particular, so that the style remained consistent without becoming monotonous. This appears all the more remarkable when we reflect that originally the Greeks too possessed the monstrous elements of barbaric or oriental art. Homeric epithets like cow-eyed applied to Hera and owl-eyed applied to Athena suggest a primeval period when Greek gods like those of the Egyptians had animal heads. The demonic creatures carved on the so-called island stones show the most ghastly animal mongrel shapes. Myths also contained repulsive moments, as exemplified by the births of Pallas and Dionysus, though such elements were severely repressed. The myths themselves tended to discard these elements, but even so, the harpies and gruesome demons survived until the time of the Argonauts. Pan is the only remaining divinity of mixed animal and human appearance. In the 19th Homeric hymn, Pan delights the heart of his father Hermes and of the other gods. Possibly, the shepherds had such a strong imaginative conception of Pan's shape that forces which swept away the other mixed forms could not touch him. Other animal intermixtures were not gods anymore, only demonic shapes retained in fable. The plastic arts had to reject the monstrous and strongly symbolic elements, however long and hard the way that led. For instance, from the rough stone Eros found at Thespia to the marvelous creation by Praxiteles. It is conceivable that long after the epic had made the beauty of the gods quite obvious, art still would not venture to present them as beautiful. In other words, men set up rough stones to represent the gods because they felt inadequate to give them the beautiful shapes they were aware the gods should have. Wherever the hideous element in art survived, it had to be imposed on the Greeks by coercion. When the older wood image of the horse-headed Black Demeter burned down in the cave on Mount Eleon, the Phegelians neither replaced it nor continued her feasts and sacrifices until drought and famine struck the land a generation after the Persian Wars, and the Pythia counseled them to re-establish the sacrifices and to adorn the cave with divine honors. Thereupon they zealously renewed the cult and prevailed upon Onates to carve a new image at any cost. He probably found a copy of the old one or a tradition about it, but he is supposed to have relied mostly on a dream vision of it, i.e. he toned down its more gruesome aspects undoubtedly. When not destroyed, other monstrous objects remained, as for instance, the exowanen wood image of the three-eyed Zeus in the temple of Athena on the Larissa Acropolis in Argos. According to Pausanias, this image presented Zeus as ruler of heaven, earth, and the sea. Any attempt to beautify this image might well have run into opposition. Likewise, no one in Sparta could have changed their fettered Ares and their veiled Aphrodite Morpho, who, with their fettered feet, symbolized fidelity of fortune in war and of women respectively. Lacking the ideal resources of later times, archaic Greek art employed various items of harsh symbolism even in smaller representations, as shown in the Cypselus chest. The ill-advised theme of Athena rising from the head of Zeus was plastically represented several times, and such a statue once stood on the Acropolis at Athens, but Phidias substituted another motive in the pediment of the Parthenon. Similarly, art as a whole overcame its hideous elements. Occasionally, a light touch of personification helped to represent aesthetically dubious facts. A very ancient statue of Apollo at Delos represented the god with a bow in his right hand and in his left, not three musical instruments, but the three graces with lyre, flute, and syrinx, shepherd's pipe. The delight in a richer and more magnificent pictorialization of the gods, and in the massive representation of myths, awoke in the age after Homer, but we do not know precisely when, why, and from what unfathomable matrix. Art awoke as out of a healthy sleep. Art had the various technical means at hand. These technical means resided in skills with tools which the old civilizations had long since invented. Since the external requirements for art were met, the Greeks had only to open their eyes and wield their natural powers, which provided some of the strongest promptings to art. We must also consider the noted beauty of the race, the positive simplicity and beauty of their dress that followed the lines of the body, and the agonistic arts of the gymnasium that soon arose and rapidly developed, providing close anatomical observation. But the principal factor is really the towering pivotal quality of this race, which can only be adumbrated, the combination of freedom and moderation that alone was able to create a living ideal, that immediate respect of each art not only for the gods and men, but also for itself. It is that much praised Sophrosyne prudence which, during the happier periods of the state, exhibited itself as obedience in connection with strong individual development, and which unfortunately was all too often wanting in the life of the city. Furthermore, the long period over which Greek art maintained a high degree of excellence is another good indication of the enduring quality of this art. It did not reach a sudden peak as in Raphael and Michelangelo, to degenerate immediately thereafter into mannerisms, with eclectics and naturalists laboriously producing works of art. Apollo and Artemis in a wedding procession vase painting, without any slavish rule but in free adoption, art was carried from one generation to the next. As already in the myths, art was essentially the reflection of powerful individuals, quite the reverse of what it was in the Orient. First we meet races, the Cyclopes, the Dactyli, the Telchines, then the Hephaestian heroes of art, Daedalus, Trophonius, Agamedes. Early we find names of historical artists to whom tradition ascribes schools of followers. Finally, there are free and famous artists active in many cities who also had their schools. In this way, the mythic freedom and varied origins were carried on. Since no one artist or his school was able to draw art as a whole into his wake, art was saved from prostration before genius. The subjective element never predominated. Sensationalism, caprice, violent individualism, sudden flashes of genius are totally absent. Over and over we ask, how did this pure blossom of the spirit arise? How did freedom assert itself amid order, or order amid freedom? The fact that the Greeks initially restricted artistic representation to temple images and objects of worship would not explain this phenomenon, for piety without an aesthetic sense is no protection against the grotesque, the awkward, and the ugly. Decisive is rather the fact that art began to animate its forms only after poesy had accomplished its task. Longing for living movement stirred early the gold and silver dogs before the palace of Alcinous, and Hesiod's Perseus hovering around the shield of Heracles testify to it. Poetic and popular consciousness had given the gods the highest imaginative beauty of form before art attempted to reproduce it. In this respect art was spared all faltering. This same poesy likewise exemplified the highest order, a style. The older choral lyrics already at hand taught the same lesson. Theology and the priesthood had nothing to contribute to art, because they were not present in the sense they were in Oriental nations. What the temple, and in this respect the polis, contributed to art was the monumental will. It posed the highest task well, requiring that the material be precious and seriously treated, and that the expenditure for time and place be lavish, as far as we can tell. Clearly, hieratic influence limited itself to promoting each temple's wish to have nothing less, and nothing less lively than the next, thereby arousing emulation which rapidly leveled standards within the various regions of Greek nationality. This influence also stimulated each temple to try to maintain a uniformly high level of excellence in the statues representing the gods, which introduced a salutary element of retardation in the development of art. Once men had achieved a certain zeal and splendor in honoring a conception of the gods, they clung to this mode. Here too, prudence, as combining freedom and moderation, influenced the development of art. Certainly Greek art quite early had become independent of the demands of religion and the love of conspicuous display by the wealthy. It provided the enormous quantities of representational art the nation demanded, as is evident from the earliest preserved vases to the votive groups during the flowering of Greek art, and down to the Pergamum frieze, where sculpture really overwhelms the architect. We may also mention an exceedingly strong external motive, the application of the contest, agon, to art, expressed in rivalry among the aristocracies, tyrannies, and rich colonies to possess the most beautiful and refulgent art objects, in rivalry among individuals and states to bestow the most magnificent endowments on Panhellenic sanctuaries, in contest between one temple and another to see which would be talked of most, and in the agonistic competition of artists working alongside each other, even though not directly competing for prizes as in dramaturgy. Add to this the important fact that from its very beginning art was confronted with gymnastic contests in full swing, was able to study and observe them, and could create images of gods and men according to these observations. Chapter 6. The Genres of Art 1. Sculpture in contrast to the shrines of other nations and religions. The Greek temple had above all the purpose of housing and sheltering the pictorial world of sculpture. The most graceful interplay between architecture and sculpture was achieved in the pediment groups. We should have liked to know how long painting and relief work competed with sculptured friezes on temples. When sculpture finally won the victory and was able to present the central myth of a temple as its noble theme, it created in the pediments of the temple at Aegina, the Parthenon, and elsewhere those marvelous works of composition and light effect in which the beautiful symmetry of the two halves balance each other and rise to a dominant central peak. In addition, there were, as parts of the temple architecture, the external and internal frieze, which the Greeks called animal carriers, because of the objects pictured on them, also the metopes and the acroteria, which were decorated with palms, griffins, and other mythical animals, and gods of victory and destiny, the whole done with graceful restraint. The vestibule and the remaining chambers were often filled with votive offerings in a broad sense, ranging all the way from mere captured weapons, mostly shields, to freestanding groups of sculpture. These items included statues of the temple divinity, its attendant divinities, their priests and priestesses, and also of the temple founders and local heroes. In addition, thrones, couches, lamps, tables, tripods, altars, steles, burial stones with incised records, and mementos of all kinds. In the interior of the temple, which may well have been lighted by an opening in the roof, since the doors hardly admitted adequate light, were many votive offerings. These included the gods dwelling there, sometimes embracing the whole mythical or allegorical relationship of the temple divinity. Moreover, there were statues of the same temple divinity dating from various periods from the Saonons onward and representing it in the various periods expressed in its epithets. In this respect, art had the advantage of being able to portray the different conceptions of the divinity. There were also sculptured images, but the main object was the temple divinity set on a richly embellished pedestal, rarely placed flat against a wall, but so that one could walk around it. This free and isolated mounting of the chief object, not subordinated architecturally to the temple by a niche or as a relief, contributed materially to the development of Greek art. One should bear in mind how Egyptian sculpture essentially clings to the structure. Even when the statues are separated from the walls, they are generally so located as to give the effect of being integral parts of the structure. Occasionally, the cult divinity was accompanied by two others. Praxiteles especially loved the Trinity. Hence, Demeter is linked with Cora and Iacchus, Apollo with Artemis and Leto, Zeus with Hera and Athena, Athena with Asclepius and Hygeia, to say nothing of the diminutive figures of temple servants, army generals, and others at the feet of the main cult figure. In the vicinity of the temple stood the sacrificial altar, often richly adorned with reliefs, and the other altars. Indeed, the whole temple enclosure with its propylaea, stoves, and additional buildings and temples of divinities related to the main cult divinity was a place for additional works of art of all kinds. In the temples were also dedicatory plaques with reliefs, mythical graves, rows of gods, statues of heroes, statesmen, famous women, athletic victors, animals and group sculptures on long or semicircular pedestals, all on a non-uniform scale. There might be even a colossal statue of the cult divinity, like Athena Promachus of the Athenian Acropolis. Amid all of this, there were also sacred plants, springs bubbling, and temple animals running about. These enclosures also contained public halls, the so-called leshes. Leaving the main temple and going down into the city, one found smaller temples, sacella, and shrines dedicated to the memory of heroes everywhere. But the greatest concentration of statues and paintings was on the agora and on the stoes surrounding it, or on nearby stoes leading into temples or other public buildings. Theatres, stadia, and gymnasiums were full of statuary, and on the outskirts of the town were roads lined with graves, some with elegant little shrines, but none without a monument which with its carvings or relief adorned the tomb as with monumental flower wreaths. Statues of the gods were found besides at sacred springs and in grottos. Sacred groves with a temple were often lavishly filled with statuary. It is hard for us to visualize the profusion of sculpture pertaining to athletes and victorious teams embellishing the athletic game centers. It is as if Greek art had had to produce an untold multiplicity, so that future ages seeing the remnants might marvel at the wealth of this nation and the earnest, monumental will it combined with all this expenditure. A number of external factors account for the relative ease with which this ideal style gained predominance in Greek art. Above all, it was a religious art, and like every religious art, the Egyptian, for instance, it turned away from mere realism and engaged in the quest of the eternal. Its first task was to portray the gods, a task it could fulfill at the outset because popular imagination depicted them with lucid vividness. This art may well have originated in primeval times at the family hearth. Here men were wont to bury their dead, worshipping them, and perhaps in the very beginning also the hearth flame. As a consequence of polytheism, a flock of little god figures might gradually have gathered at the hearth, depending partly on the need of divine assistance or in memory of help received, and partly on inheritance from relatives. The hearth was also a place where divine images were dedicated. It is most remarkable that Greek myths make no use of the great quantity of representational art at hand, and rarely mention the temple as a structure having an established locality. Homer, in the 9th century, mentions no images when presumably many were already in existence. The gods themselves appeared to him. It seems the people continued the custom of dedicating images independently of the myths. Now it is important and decisive that the repeated representation of a divinity whom one invoked or thanked for help tended to shape the image of the votive offering. The continued dedication of images of the cult divinity would in time gather a heap of these in and around the temple, this practice necessarily tending to beautify and ennoble the stone. For the development of the ideal forms, it was furthermore decisive that sculpture carried the banner instead of painting, for it had to accomplish its purpose within a single human figure, and so had to restrict itself almost exclusively to form. Here the only natural expression of the spirit is the human body, and the Greeks indefatigably and endlessly exerted themselves to mold in 1,000 human forms all things of the mind, gods, men, abstract qualities, localities, natural events, and all that moves the spirit, to let the spirit speak directly. Not only sculpture but other art forms too had from the very beginning to omit the host of secondary details encrusting reality. This presents life under a veil, as it were. But sculpture is driven to simplicity far more forcibly than painting is. Painting may strive for an illusion of reality and be a very effective means to that end, but sculpture never. In this sense, sculpture is substantially the most ideal art, whereas painting by means of light, background, and abundance of relations can produce an altogether different overall effect. Rembrandt, for instance, could create an ideal overall impression by means of thoroughly ugly forms. The desire to visualize the gods must have been altogether different in Greece than it was in the slavish Orient, above all much more free from compulsion. The fact that Poissy had so heavily stressed the glory of the gods had effect, and thus there followed demigods, allegorical beings, the ministering gods and all the figures of the heroic world. Since the Greeks were free from repulsive symbolism and able to concentrate on the human form, they could start with nature almost at the beginning, and did so too, as evidenced by the anatomical realism of the earliest archaeological finds. The gods were simply idealized human beings. Art had a free hand and merely limited or simplified costumes and attributes more and more so as to let character dominate instead. In this art the body was everything. Sculpture tells us nothing about the Aegis of Pallas, for instance. In fact, it hardly bothers to find out or let us know what it is. Greek artists sought the truth, not only in the individual form, but also in posture and gesture. In this quest, they were not hobbled by a sacred tradition, as were the artists of the Orient. Before achieving ideality, Greek artists used every means to attain animation, thereby putting an end to traditional concepts. First, they put movement into the arms and legs, as seen in the early figures of athletes, differing widely from those of the Orient. To achieve this movement, they limited themselves to experimenting with form, and this exercise, unique in the history of the world, must have done away with the rigidity of statues representing the gods. It is highly significant that the head remained conventional the longest, and in our judgment unpleasant and unlovely. After the whole form had reached perfection in variety and beauty of composition, a goodly piece of convention was preserved in the rigid smile, which had evidently been regarded as expressing life in earlier sculpture. In addition to simplifying the attire and attributes of the gods, as mentioned above, the artists also restricted their age to that of youthful appearance, attempting to do so early and conspicuously. Moreover, we must stress that the juxtaposition of a number of statues of one and the same deity, recognized above as important in that it led to the ennobling of divine statuary, did not cause mere duplication among the Greeks as it did among the Egyptians. It brought multiformity depending on the different times the votive offerings were made. These statues differed in age, size, material, and in a whole range of postures, gestures, and costumes. In the course of centuries, a number of these modes of execution became types because artists imitated them and the Romans handed them down. Among them were preserved not necessarily the most beautiful, but those most easily imitated in marble. We are far less accurately informed about the much freer composition in bronze, chryselephantine, and the acrolith technique, because their copies survive only in smaller bronzes or on coins. To be able to represent consummately the spiritual as such, the artist enthusiastically conceived and studied the world of perceptibles as though it were alive, thus making it the most important source of the ideal. They mastered the elements of external life so as to represent the life of the mind with ease, hence they sought out traits of beauty in a multitude of single individuals. But this average, or canon, would not have sufficed except for something absolutely unique. that irresistible attraction for the beautiful which will remain an eternal mystery. The exalted mood of the nation in the 5th century moved the people to accept the ideal in art, and the experience of replacing the statues of the gods destroyed in the Persian wars contributed to it indirectly. At all events, religion had the least influence. The Zeus of Phidias and other grand statues were created in a relatively irreligious age when Anaxagoras was teaching. The salient point is that the famous masters were able to arouse the will of the people to support them in giving new forms to the Olympian gods. A Phidias or a Polykleitos could have succeeded in this only by exhibiting models and finished specimens which people could compare with older artworks that survived the Persian devastation, like the stately Hera in Argos, the statue of Zeus in Olympia, and some others. After comparing the old and the new, men obviously could not regard the old as beautiful, and after having had the colossal they now recognized grandeur. These artists astonished the nation by continuously developing ever greater powers in making the gods ever more real and more beautiful, ever since all other civilized nations have experienced it with and through the Greeks. The gods of the Greeks have been a canon of beauty in representing divinity and sublimity in all religions, and the Greek ideal of the gods has become a fact of world historical significance. Here we encounter the significant fact that, wholly apart from any church, a whole people achieved a consensus in matters concerning the ideal, not because of some religious dogma, but owing to a positive recognition of the manifestly beautiful. These ideal forms are not so much that which is widespread or in general true as that in the life of the mind and the senses which can be generally expressed. Hence these forms, though infinite in variety, are the generally beautiful. For example, we find the face treated by a combination of plastic necessity or desirability and physiognomic conviction, so that it may remain doubtful how such a face actually appeared in reality. The contours of the face in relation to the whole are somewhat larger than they are in our contemporaries. Clarity, calm, absence of passion, intelligence, and a strong will were perceptibly carved into the broad round forehead which, together with the straight nose, formed an unbroken line and protruded over the rest of the face. The forehead with its sharply defined eyebrows was relatively low. A high forehead with a prominent face would require a different skull shape, especially a larger occiput, and the Greeks scorned heads with an almond-like taper from front to back like those of Canova. The profile of the face harmonized with the profile of the entire head in a manner quite different from our type today. The eyes were set back but protruding from their sockets. The cornea was convex so as to contribute emphasis to the profile. The upper eyelids were sharply defined. In archaic art, the iris and pupil were painted. Later, the shadow effect was achieved plastically. The eyelids were given a special shape to express languishment. The corners of the mouth sloped back, making the mouth protrude in profile. The lips were gently parted, the upper one being short. The shape of the lips differed much among the gods. The chin was round, imposing, and rarely dimpled. The ears were fine and delicate. Athena tetraidrachma, the hair presented the most diverse forms, ranging from the archaic Assyrian style to the most varied and supple treatment, producing most marvelous effects. The Ephebi had tight curls, the more riotous satyrs and barbarians had tousled hair, and the Aphrodites, from that of Cnidus on, had wavy hair elegantly gathered. Hera had flowing hair, sometimes delicately wavy, sometimes gathered in a roll on her head, as did Eros, Apollo, the Capitoline Venus, and especially Zeus and the water nymphs. Often diadems and wreaths of grapes, leaves, or flowers gracefully adorned the hair. The beard also exhibited the whole range of styles from Assyrian regularity to the free and grand treatment of Zeus's beard. But hair is hardly ever like that in reality, whether groomed or ungroomed. The ancients dealt quite freely with the forms, without, however, diminishing their viability in the least. We can say the same for the body, the canons for which varied in different epochs from the solid to the sylph-like, but the forms were always manipulated with an ideal freedom as was the head, yet retaining their lifelikeness and truthfulness. The gradations from the gods to the satyrs were gracefully light and were carried through to the athletes. The satyrs constituted a second class of beauty and ideality, a world of sensuously cheerful reaching to the Maenadic, and to these belong their counterparts, the sea creatures tending to be more somber. This did not occur until the 4th century, when Praxiteles and Scopas put the capstone on the art of shaping divine forms. Here we might call to mind how freely the Greeks represented personification, the so-called allegory. They created winged creatures like Eros, Nike, and others, infinitely more beautiful than the Orientals did, also the centaurs, pans, tritons, and griffins. These creatures stand before us fully lifelike, for human and animal forms merge with such enchanting beauty and lack of inhibition. Here too we must observe how the momentary is expressed in the outlines of the head, the posture and movement of the whole form, often speaking softly as it were, but very significantly of the highest truth and beauty. We must observe also the shimmer of sadness in the loveliest heads of the gods, for though the gods be eternal, they are not lords of destiny. These images are completely unconcerned with any spectator. Apart from serving as a focal point in worship, they appear unobserved and unheard. A look at the pediment statues of the Parthenon teaches us how the greatest art can embody gracious artlessness. The raiment is the thousandfold echo of the form, Goethe. In their early period, the Greeks did not exploit the splendor of the fabrics, just as the Assyrians in their art did not do it either. They dealt with the simple details of the simple garments of the men and women they portrayed, and did so freely, as beauty and appearance and definition of movement demanded, so that often one could not follow the flow of the folds. The different textures, from the coarsest to the finest, were often expressed perfectly and without preciosity of treatment. Some habiliments, for instance those of the Amazons or of the women of the Parthenon, are noteworthy for their suitability to express movement and composition as well as for their material. These garments were not tailored, for there are no seams and no buttons. They are simple pieces of cloth, square or round, or like butterfly wings, which become garments only when donned. This kind of clothing was something one wore, something that echoed the outlines of the body, not a sheath for the body like the sacks and tubes we go around in. With its smooth and shadowy parts draping a person, this garment expressed innocently the form and movement of the body. The abundance of statues representing draped female figures, whether of cult goddesses in temples, of muses, of priestesses, or others, is especially noteworthy. The long sweep of the garments is unfolded in several layers, in which an inner one at times may shimmer through an outer one, or the head may be half veiled by a part of the garment drawn over it, or a double sash may gird the body, and the long chiton be tucked up so as to allow ample folds over the bosom, all this presenting a truly marvelous wealth of the most glorious motif. The gods were often portrayed without any weapons except for helmets, like the Ares Achilles of the Louvre. Art eschews the inorganic, trusting to illusion for intelligibility. Above all, this art could take the chance to let the naked body speak for itself. In earlier poetry, Aphrodite had her girdle and garments made by the Graces and Horae, resplendent in all the colors of spring flowers. Now art relied on pure form alone. With all its freedom, this art nevertheless exercised the greatest restraint regarding capricious flights of fancy. It did not exhibit a single example of repulsive excess. In the 4th century, the artists had reached a peak of excellence in representing divine forms. Thereafter, they repeated and preserved these forms, not only because they found it highly advantageous to do so, but also because they could hardly have improved upon them. Greek art renounced the creation of new forms, experiencing instead the art forms at hand as though they were new. This mode of perception, one of the distinctive mental endowments of the Greeks, as well as their discrimination in respect to the forms, characterized the remarkable concurrence of the Greek views. We shall observe similar traits in respect to their forms of poetry. Greek artists fashioned not only the ideal, but in time they were also portraying the individual, something long since practiced in the Orient. How many portrait-like reliefs, scarcely rising from their background, do we not find chiseled in the walls of Nineveh and Persepolis? Egyptian art also created numerous images of seated and standing kings, partly free, partly recessed in the walls, or of tomb steels with their almost free sculpture done in the round, and other works of art like that of the Egyptian scribe in the Louvre. Here the artists had sought and often attained sharply individual traits. But nowhere on earth did the representation of the individual begin as it did among the Greeks. Here the decisive step in portraiture was the representation of athletes, begun in 558 BC, when the first statue of a victor was set up at Olympia. The essential thing about these portraits in stone is not that they faithfully portray the facial features, but that they capture some characteristic movement, perhaps at the moment of victory. The purpose of this sculpture was primarily to portray the individual and secondarily to give substance to the immortal ideal. Sculpting athletes provided artists with the opportunity to develop skill in creating animation and also enabled them to deal with a variety of other tasks. The Amazon was the ideal female athlete. In the end, the statue of the athlete developed from a monument of an individual into an object of art in its own right, and we marvel at the athletic types later created and repeated purely for the sake of beauty, as for example the Discobolus, representing the athlete in his most glorious manifestation. As for the rest of portrait sculpture, we know today that already in quite early times there were statues set up at graves which in a fashion were meant to portray the dead, even though not realistically. It is likely that statues meant for graves had started the trend toward realism in sculpture. When did the polis begin to decree the erection of statues in honor of warriors, statesmen, orators, and poets? We do not know, yet in this field also the Greeks attained the highest accomplishments. At this point we must also mention the lifelike figures of children and animals constituting yet another world of artistic interpretation. And now we turn to the plastic representation of multiple subjects, especially to composition. Here too the Orient paved the way. But Egypt and Assyria lacked the myths and their beautiful diversity. Instead of mythical variety, these were ritual and royal chronicles, i.e. enforced narration, bedecking the walls, pillars, and even columns. The artists were expected to give factual completeness and could not avoid constant repetition, the reliefs stylistically akin to tapestry, flowing into the architecture and spreading over it like a script or ornament. In representing groups as well as individuals, the Greeks profited by the precursory achievements of their poesy. Thanks to the art of Homer, Greek battles were not fought by divine victors, overcoming the forces of darkness, but between thoroughly human warriors on an equal footing with each other, whoever they may be. When we read in the Iliad how Achaean A kills Trojan B, how Trojan C spears Achaean D in his exposed hips, as he stoops to drag away the corpse to plunder it, and how finally a frightful battle comes to rage about this group, we almost get the impression that Homer deliberately handed down to later art one of the subjects to which we have become accustomed, for he presented Hellenes and Trojans, Lapithae and centaurs, heroes and Amazons, gods and giants, all with the same impartial love. In order to present this array of objects, art created forms unknown to the Orient, because a fruitful relation had already existed from the early days between the representations of many figures in battle and the continuous relief or the painted frieze. The relief now went through various gradations until it culminated in the crown of all battles, that between the gods and the giants on the altar at Pergamum. But above all there arose the pediment sculpture and the independent group, like that of the Laocoon or the Farnese bull. This impulse to create groups did not confine itself to battle scenes. It depicted also more amiable ones from Homer, as for instance the group composed of Hector, Andromache, Astyanax, and the servant girl, or Thetis, sinking to the ground before Zeus, putting her left arm around his knees and raising her right hand to his chin. As a matter of fact, the whole cycle of gods and heroes cried out for representation, and a whole world of fully developed scenes, some of majestic beauty, must have had a strong influence on the imagination of Greek artists from the earliest days onward. But even apart from the cycle of myths, according to Homer himself, art very early began to represent animated ensembles and thereby developed the genre picture as exemplified in the tombs of Beni Hassan. Here we call to mind again that the shield of Achilles shows mere genre pictures, whereas Hesiod's shield of Heracles intermingles them with mythical elements. And finally, in addition to the scenes from myths, the Greeks ventured upon allegorical and political themes in large group sculptures by representing historical individuals linked with their allegorically personified palais, or with the heroes associated with them, or as Lysander did in the gigantic votive offering for Delphi by representing the victors conjoined with the gods that grant victory. To these must be added groups partaking in athletic contests, such as the victors in 4-horse chariot races, and groups representing historical events like the monument to Alexander on the Granicus, and 2 of the 4 large Attalidae group monuments in Athens. Thus, art may draw from many sources subjects suitable for group representation. The popularity of group sculpture is evident from its earliest appearance on a small scale. Group sculpture had its parallel in mural painting, the popular expression of which was primarily vase painting and engraving done on bronze. Foreign countries, particularly Etruria, eagerly acquired the products created by these techniques. All polytheistic nations in which architecture and sculpture have flourished, besides representing their gods, attempted from their beginnings to perpetuate the various rites of worship. The piety of the officiating king, priest, or people was made manifest to the nation and to the gods, to the latter, no doubt, so they would be ever mindful of the needs of the people. Aphrodite with Poseidon and four-in-hand water well decoration, in every sense man was nearest to his gods at the time he was immersed in ritual worship. Consequently, as already stated, ritual was the main theme of group sculpture in Egypt and Assyria. Religious activity did not appear at all enslaving or repulsive to Oriental art, but rather a joy. Dionysiac sculpture extracted beautiful motives even out of orgiastic elements. Statues of priests and priestesses existed in great abundance. Many of the extant robed statues probably belonged to this class. If the likeness of the temple divinity was a rather unsightly wooden carving, exoenon, a row of such robed figures might have compensated for the bad effect. This is the way it might have been in the temple of the Eumenides in Achaean Chaeronea. Their figures were not big, perhaps they were mere hideous dolls, but at the entrance stood attractive female statues. The people declared that these were priestesses attached to the goddesses. Festival choruses were immortalized in art, and the greatest achievement of this kind was on the Athenian Acropolis. There was the Panathenaian train of the Parthenon, and on the balustrade of the temple of the wingless Victory Nikeapterus were the Nikes, some leading the sacrificial ox, others preparing the trophy. This was the loftiest interpretation of a temple ritual, the sublimest of all transfigurations of the cultus. If we were to treat of the smaller and larger ceramic and bronze figures in which sculpture had a kind of second life, if we were to deal with the reduction of reliefs in gems, intaglios, cameos, and on coins, and go on with vases and utensils in precious metals, in bronze, marble, and clay designed in all sorts of shapes and forms, e.g. in their use in candelabras and tripods, or for a variety of different uses, we should find no end. To painting. Of the pre-Greek painting, only Egyptian remnants have survived, most of them conventional and slavish, except a representation of ordinary life in the tombs of Beni Hassan. No information exists on the early art of the Orient, apart from the figured rugs of Mesopotamia, of Greek painting. On the other hand, we have numerous accounts, in addition to murals in the cities at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, some paintings in catacombs, and vase paintings. When painting was at its height, writers told more about the famous painters from Polygnotus to Apelles than they did about the sculptors. The Greeks must have thought painters more interesting as individuals, perhaps because they were not looked on as banausics as were the sculptors. Later on, drawing became a regular subject in the education of the freeborn. First of all, there was the monumental painting in the stoves, halls, drawing rooms, and temples, representing themes from myths as well as political ideas and memories. The style of Polygnotus in depicting these motives may have its analogue in the school of Giotto. The style of later painters may have been even more perfectly animated. In the Stoa Basileus in Athens, Polygnotus and his school painted representations of the 12 gods. Theseus with democracy and Demos, the battle at Mantinea. In the Stoa Poikile, various masters, each following his own bent freely, over a period of time painted scenes depicting a battle of the Peloponnesian War. Theseus fighting the Amazons, events after the fall of Troy, and the battle at Marathon, along with outstanding heroes. In the lateral halls of the Propylaea, they painted many scenes from the legends of Troy, including 2 illustrious thieves, Diomedes with the bow of Philoctetes, and Odysseus with the Palladium, one and a number of portraits and individual figures, like Alcibiades as a Nemean victor, Perseus, Musaeus, and the genre pictures of an athlete and a vessel carrier. Paintings of battles were not limited to Athens. The Artemisium of Ephesus had a sea battle depicting an Eris, and Pergamum displayed a victory over the Celts, the Amazon Hippolyta in a fight with Theseus. Vase painting, at any rate. Painting devoted itself more to historical events than sculpture did. Political subjects were fairly common in painting too. In the days when drama flourished, scenography was a special style of painting which served the rather fantastic tastes of the theatre and which was later adopted for decorating houses and palaces. This style appears to have become the fashion for a while. Alcibiades insisted on having it in his residence. To what extent does Pompeii preserve an echo of all this? The only painting preserved treating of a historical subject is that of the Battle of Alexander. The motives of most paintings are taken from mythology and are also scenographic, individual figures, hovering groups and other subjects unquestionably reminiscent of the loveliest products of this art form, as are many genres. These were not painted true to life, as were those at Beni Hassan, but simply to produce charming scenes. Instead of daily and seasonal tasks, we find the pleasing moment, a few people in quiet talk, meditation, a levee games, a theater scene, etc. Next to these murals, easel painting, tempera, also encaustic, elicited the liveliest admiration. The famous masters in this field were Zeuxis, Parrhasius Apelles, Protogenes, Timaeus, and Theon. If their paintings could be made available, they would revolutionize our conventional view of Greek art. These artists strove for an illusion of nature and were uniformly judged by this criterion. They achieved delicate executions by means of color, form, light effects, and foreshortening pauses. Their best modern parallels would be the Italian realists of the 15th century up to Leonardo da Vinci, with the exception of isolated compositions of many figures. These Greeks characteristically executed paintings in which one figure predominated with very few secondary details. In this manner, Zeuxis painted a Helen and a Penelope, Parrhasius the Athenian Demos, the simulated madness of Odysseus, and a Philoctetes, Protogenes his Lalisius, working on it for 7 years, Timomachus and Ajax and Iphigenia, readied for sacrifice, and a Medea just before committing murder. The intended purpose of painting was quite different from that of sculpture. Paintings were made for private possession, and came only occasionally and subsequently as votive offerings to this or that temple. This art fitted into Greek homes as larger marble statues hardly could. In connection with some famous paintings we hear of prices and income. Zeuxis, for instance, charged an admission fee to an exhibit of his Helen. In later times, paintings sold to collectors at enormous prices. According to Pliny, Attalus paid 100 talents for a painting by Aristide of Thebes. Caesar paid 80 for the Medea and Ajax of Timomachus to dedicate them in the temple of Venus Genitrix. It should also be mentioned that Demetrius Poliorcetes refrained from setting fire to roads so as not to destroy a painting by Protogenes found in the part of the city he was attacking. In later times, caricatures and genre pictures like the barber and cobbler shops of Periatzes, still lifes, and the so-called ripperographies, smutty pictures, seem to have gained the upper hand. Figures seldom appeared in mosaics in Greek times. Hiero the Younger of the Diadochi period had a luxury yacht said to have had mosaics on the floors of its elegant rooms depicting the whole story cycle of Ilium. This mode of floor decoration seems to have become fashionable during that time. Nothing further will be said now about the art of drawing, vase painting, and carving chests and mirrors. Be it enough to say that here too Greek art reached the acme of perfection with its lofty ideal of Sophrosine. 3. Architecture. The artistic Sophrosine of the Greeks is palpably perceptible in their architecture. In the whole history of art, the Greek temple is unique in that it stood, by virtue of a deliberate act of self-abnegation, as the most perfect type of which everything else is reproduction and abstraction. Halls, drawing rooms, modest private dwellings, and courtyards are completely subordinate. The motive of the temple is the absolute motive as such. How did the nation arrive at this form? The essential part of the Greek sanctuary, the sacrificial altar, was not inside the temple building at all, but out in the forecourt. The altars on elevations mostly dedicated to Zeus, on which the ashes of many sacrifices accumulated, were not protected by shelter of any sort. At some indefinite time, the inner part of the temple came to be called the dwelling of the divinity, and from that point on we may assume that there existed a closed structure, a cella, initially, according to legend, only a temporary framework like a tent or hut, until art gave this structure monumental form and finally transfigured it most glorious. In addition to the many conjectures that will have been made by ancient historians of art, we shall venture one on the origin of the Peripteros, an oblong temple with a single row of columns all around it. We believe it was not borrowed from the peripteral temples of Asia and Egypt, but was an indigenous product of the Greeks. It probably arose as a timbered hall made of logs at a time when Greece was still heavily wooded. Even if one supposes that the cella was made of stone from the beginning, the hall-like structure around it and the roof were built of timber anyway. In all parts of the world, the tree trunk is the only conceivable origin of the column or round support. At a time when stonemasons were rare and unskilled, the Greeks could have built the hall around the cella only of logs, not of dressed stone columns. Wood beams make it possible to space the columns relatively far apart, and indeed, the large interval of Etruscan architecture derived from this technique. One may well suppose that the Greeks placed the columns fairly close together, at times even in double rows, dipteral style, if they had plenty of timber. Even when the building was of wood, the hexastyle 6 columns in a row at the gable ends may normally have been in double rows. If we inquire what the purpose of the hall really was, we shall find that it was not, as Vitruvius supposed, to offer protection from the elements, but rather to provide a place for displaying the votive offerings numerous in the days of old, especially captured weapons. The normal wooden temple foreshadowed all the future beauty in the unity of its motive. The cella was the nucleus, the columns and beams were the ideal hall around it, for these lent a marked and solemn emphasis to a relatively small nave. From the very beginning, this structure must have been stately and imposing. Presumably, only the hexastyle was able to invite the shaping powers of the future. This structural form originated and spread in such a way that both the Doric and Ionic styles could equally well evolve from it. This process must be viewed as having occurred fairly suddenly and simultaneously among the Greeks, despite their division into so many tribes. With the rise of the new temples, the mode of the old structure and its appurtenances silently disappeared, leaving hardly a trace. The peripteros became one of those structural styles which, once accepted, are safe against future innovations. Arising out of a lofty and mysterious force experienced in an awe-inspiring mood and moment, the peripteros became that universally accepted form of the sanctuary which now and again could attain secular splendor. First the partial, then the full substitution of stone for wood, except in the roof and ceiling, must have taken place early. In the 8th century, when the Greeks spread out in colonies, the stone peripteros accompanied them as a matter of course, for the oldest temples in Sicily show the new style in a fully developed form. With only the modest material means at hand, this stone technique provided the happiest style of building. Though the proportions were relatively fixed, the dimensions were fluid. Consequently, a community could survey and reckon with its resources to plan a temple it could finish in one generation. The Greeks felt themselves so thoroughly bound to this form that when they built a temple or a group of them, either in a newly established city or over the years in an old one, they built them all in a similar, indeed almost identical style, never letting the thought of varying the style cross their minds. We shall not venture any conjecture on specific forms of the original wooden temples or on their colors, if any were applied to them, or on the use of drapes and carpets in them, and least of all shall we do so regarding the way stone replaced some of the wooden parts in the temples. Respect for immemorial usage, awareness of having created something unsurpassable of its kind, and a reverent conservatism in art which made even poetry change warily from an old to a new form, these factors inseparably cooperated to achieve the ultimate perfection that was the Greek temple, yet its form answered quite definite purposes only. The temple was different from the hero's grave, corresponding to that of our saint, nor was it a hereditary burial site for the nobility which might have developed a structure comparable to the medieval balcony with a gallery. In it no rites of worship were performed for the people, i.e. no congregation worshipped in it. All the munificent sacrifices were offered on outside altars, and only little incense altars could be found inside. Pediment group of the Parthenon. The temple was, as mentioned, first and foremost the dwelling of the divinity, and since the inner sanctum was usually small, increasingly lavish expenditures were bestowed on the external parts. The temple in its entirety was inviting and revealing to the eye, largely because of the transfigured appearance of the wall. Consequently, a second row of columns was added, making the temple dipteral, provided space and means were available. Temples were characteristically oblong and peripteral, that is, about twice as long as wide, with a row of columns along each side, Temples like the one at Delphi, or with cavern cults, or with two divinities, were exceptional. The location of the temples was either freely chosen or determined by precedent, i.e., some mythological occurrence. They were frequently located on peaks and promontories or in sacred groves, sometimes on the Acropolis, in the Agora, or next to the harbor, and had courtyards enclosed by walls periboloi wherever possible. The temple was set like a votive offering on a stereobate or base, usually of 3 layers and hence 3 steps high. The height of these risers or steps at the larger temples like the Parthenon was too great for practical use, and so smaller steps were added in front and other places for convenient access to the raised peristyle. In front of the temple was the requisite altar, simple in structure though at times splendidly made of fine materials. When the burnt offering was being sacrificed on the altar, the magnificent front door was swung open so that light could fall on the incense altar and the temple divinity. The larger temples also had openings in the roof to admit light. The area directly below was exposed to the weather. By Phidias on the Acropolis, the glory of the temple was completed by the votive offerings placed in the vestibule, pronaos or colonnade pteroma, and in the same magnificent temples also in the portico, stoa, and even out in the courtyard, peribolos, to which a sumptuous propylaeum, outer court, might afford. Normally a temple has a conventional style, which renounces every possibility of change by the integration of diverse structural details. This principle of purposeful economy establishes nonetheless organic completeness. The Greek temple is in the highest degree true, and therein lies part of its beauty. It represents the most exquisite balance between weight bearing and pressure exerting on the part of a horizontal load pressing on vertical carriers, without lateral support through vaulted construction, and expresses this albeit in 2 dialects, Doric and Ionic, in a single language of forms. These styles may have derived in part from Egypt and Assyria. The Greeks may have borrowed some secondary architectonic items, though not before overcoming slavish imitation of motives and converting all reminiscences of the primitive temple into perfect harmony, thus turning the reality of wood into ideal truth. The column is consummate life, a cylindrical body complete in itself, radiating its force evenly in all directions. Placed at equal intervals from its neighbors and tapering off slightly toward the top, it takes on the semblance of an enduring stability. The slight expansion of the column toward the bottom expresses a vivid inner elasticity, and its fluting reveals an even stronger breath of life, as it were. The height of the column is harmoniously related to the size of the intervals and its strength to the weight it must support. Thus the highest aesthetic and physical truths have joined hands. The crossbeams are doubled in the architrave and frieze, and over them lies the cornice supporting the roof. Here the soft slope of the pediment symbolizes repose, as it were, between contending columns and beams. The characteristic features of these architectural forms rest, as said above, on common foundations, but developed according to 2 thoroughly autonomous conceptions, the Doric and the Ionic, whose gradual unfolding remains an enigma, though we know that already by 650 BC they existed independently alongside each other. The Doric column has no base and is fluted with sharp-edged grooves, widening somewhat in the middle and tapering slightly toward the top. These columns are about 5 diameters high and spaced 1 1/2 diameters apart. The capital consists of 1 to 3 necking grooves at the top of the column leading to the echinus, thought of as a vital elastic matter with a variable flexibility, and over it the abacus serving to support the architraves on the column. This abacus is clearly a lingering effect of a board used to support on one column 2 beams of the architrave where they joined end to end. This board abacus of the old architecture was preserved in the new to enlarge the supporting surface under the architrave. This architrave consists of stone beams. The frieze on the architrave comprises triglyphs alternating with metopes. Originally the triglyphs were simply boards nailed on the ends of the crossbeams. They were added to the 2 ends of the structure so as to be carried around all 4 sides of the temple, thereby raising its height and lending it aesthetic verticality. The crown cornice with other finishing elements topped the frieze. We also mentioned the development of the Doric anta. a pier produced by thickening a wall at its termination in the facade of the cella and in the templum in antis, whose portico is formed by projections of the two side walls terminating in anthus with columns in between, and the decoration of the ceiling with coffers. Colors were used to set off various parts. The triglyphs were painted blue, the ceiling coffers blue, variegated with red and gold stars. Flat surfaces on the metopes and gables were also given color. In the Ionic style, the forms are more autonomous and in their individual beauty more independent of the whole. Many details merely painted on in the Doric order, like the leaves on the molding, the cousine, etc., are presented plastically in the Ionic. Except in Attica, the Ionic column rests on a square plinth. It always has a generous base on which it is bedded as it. Attic architecture found the most beautiful solution for the base, making it round and giving it two swellings and one chamfer. The shaft of the column is slender, its height being 8 1/2 or 9 times its diameter. The columns are set 2 diameters apart. The flutings, up to 24, have fillets between them and are hollowed out deeper than in the Doric style. The echinus, set over a decorative wreath, has egg and dart ornaments. Upon it lies the double cushion with its volutes, from the angles of which flowers depend toward the echinus. The abacus with a beaded profile is gracefully placed. The architrave, divided into 3 planes or fasciae, is topped by an ornamental band, taenia, upon which lies the continuous frieze. Above it is a cornice with a dentil band, lacking in Attic structures, and on top of this the curved gutter, cima. The antae are more enriched and sprightly than in the Doric order, as are also the ornaments on the wall. These forms, like the triply divided architrave made of 3 relatively slender trunks clamped on top of each other, or the cornice with dentil band deriving from serrated boards nailed on the edge of a flat roof, may have their origin not in the heavy oak beams of the Doric style, but in more slender trees, perhaps palm trees or others like them, and may go back to Mesopotamia. But when and by what means were these joined to the peripteros to produce a style of expression as marvelous as the Doric? All we can say is that the Orient and the Occident mysteriously worked together to create an incomparably beautiful form. The Corinthian style is essentially Ionic, but has a more ornate capital enriched with leaves and volutes or vines. The acanthus leaves and stalks as presented here grow neither in garden nor field. They belong to a more abstract order, resembling natural leaves only metaphorically. They may have been used in an idealized form as decorations on steels, tripods, etc., long before the Corinthian order existed. The acanthus had long been used as a decoration and the stalk as a symbol of striving. The calyx had no doubt been an old form of support for various things, for it had already appeared on columns in Egypt. In the crowning days of her splendor, Greece produced the glorious Corinthian style. Upon occasion the Doric and the Ionic, and indeed all 3 orders, were calmly mingled together in the exterior and the 2 rows of interior columns. The Ionic columns were used in the interior of the Athenian propylaea, because the greater height demanded the taller and more slender form. The temple of Athena Alia at Tegea had Doric columns outside and Ionic and Corinthian ones inside. In this architecture the general rules were firmly established, although they admitted of endless variations. No 2 temples had exactly the same proportions, and yet their order and proportions were such that during the years of Doric dominance the naked eye could not distinguish Athenian buildings of this style from those in Sicily. To prevent optical distortion, the columns of the peripteros were tilted slightly inward, their intervals reduced a bit, the corner columns expanded a trifle, and the stylobate and the crossbeams were made somewhat convex. By such means architecture achieved an almost perfect analogy to the subtlest Greek matrices, verifying almost literally the words of the astrologer in the second part of Goethe's Faust. The columned shaft and towering triglyph ring, indeed I hear the mighty temple sing, der Sollenschaft auf die Triglyph klingt, ich glaube gar, der ganze Tempel singt. These same architectural forms were used in profane buildings in a simplified fashion. This tendency began with the relatively minor simplification of the propylaea of the Acropolis. Commonly, these profane buildings were halls, clubhouses or stowers, built of columns, beams, pillars and walls. No new structural principle was introduced until the Diadochi period, which began to combine elements more copiously. Chapter 7. Philosophers, politicians, and art among the innumerable titles Diogenes Laertius preserved of the writings by philosophers, not one deals with art. Even the sophists, who offered opinions on all and sundry matters, skirted the subject of art, save Hippias of Elis, who, among other things, spoke about painting and sculpture. Several times Euripides mentions that discussions on art had already taken place when Greek culture was in its prime. He does this not only in the first choral ode of Ion, but also in his comparisons as when Polyxena, before being sacrificed, tears her dress, displaying her breast like a goddess depicted in art, or as when the chorus in the Phoenicia yearns for Delphi, to tarry there and serve Apollo like golden images of the gods. But all in all, art remained strikingly outside the realm of discussion, discourse, literature, and contemporary poetry. The images of the gods and the stirring myths were the great wellsprings of inspiration for Greek art that really needed no mediator in the presence of the cult and the contests which it so frequently and sublimely presented. What with a virgin field before them, the philosophers, had they so desired, could have developed detailed and perhaps cramping aesthetics of the creative arts. However, the most famous masters of the plastic arts were regarded as mere banausics. The historical Socrates constantly went in and out of their workshops to prove to them that they were really nothing but banausics, and that they should never venture an opinion or judgment transcending their narrow confines. The Platonic Socrates now and then discoursed with artists whom he named, but only about external activities, never even remotely touching on their art or their peculiarities. In a sense, philosophy and art were at daggers drawn, the latter glorifying the myths, the former striving to obliterate them from the Greek mind. Philosophic thought was hostile to the beautiful and the highly imaginative. Perhaps regarding itself as competing with the arts, its silence may well have betrayed envy. As is known, the Platonic state allowed no art or poesy or anything else that would make for individual development, except perhaps for that of the philosophers who were to rule the state. Moreover, the widespread nature of the cultus made the numerous pictorial representations of it distasteful to philosophic thought. The votive offerings heaped up at many hallowed places were a bane to philosophic thought. Moderate people, in the view of philosophy, should make only moderate oblations. This attitude would have condemned art to external shabbiness and materially reduced its significance. If Plato had had his way, he would not have shrunk from using force to quell its inner development as well. When Plato composed his laws, Scopas was at the height of his creative activity, and perhaps Praxiteles also. Neither had occasion to exchange views with Plato. If they had done so, they might have taught him the lesson that the essence of intelligence consists in the highest development of individual capacities. But through all this, Greek art on the whole remained conservative. Aristotle was reticent on the subject of the visual arts. The lacuna is noteworthy when one considers the large number and the great variety of his writings, including one on poetics, another on rhetoric, and an important section on music. His Physiognomica, still worthwhile for the artist and the art student to read, shows that he thoroughly understood how to regard the external world as an expression of the soul. The Stoics reasoned blindly about art much as Plato did. Critical comprehension and descriptive recording of the different works of art began only in the Alexandrian age, and then not among the philosophers. We learn most from the Romans or from the Greeks of Roman times, who show the most reflective comprehension. Art never reciprocated the aversion of the philosophers, immortalizing them in busts, statues, and portraits more copious than those of any other men except rulers. In the later days of antiquity, instruction in the various philosophical systems became obligatory, and wherever the means were at hand, the schools acquired portraits of the philosophers, at least of the founders of the several systems. Seeing events in their proper light, posterity may regard it as the greatest good fortune for the visual arts that the pre-Alexandrian and pre-Roman literatures took so little account of art, leaving it fully and freely to its own uncommitted naivete, whereas poesy was not left to its own devices. At a time when every other subject was frayed by analytic chatter, art had the infinite advantage both in subject matter and conception of being disengaged from all theories and critical orthodoxies, and of being able to go its own way. Art enjoyed the same independence from the politicians in power amid the most rapacious and aggressive government art maintained its integrity and remained steadily occupied with glorious new developments. Religion continually found its highest expression in art. Even rather decrepit poleis may well have commissioned Praxiteles and others. The rise of a new power like that of Massene, after Epaminondas restored it, occasioned numerous orders for statues of the gods. Art was not yet at the mercy of the rich, who were constantly diminishing in numbers or depending on metropolitan exhibits. In the course of the 3rd century, the Greek city-states declined even before the Romans intervened. Inner unrest, leading commonly to the plundering of the last possessing strata of the population, attacks upon neighboring states with a view to pillage, mad reveling, as for instance in Boeotia, systematic extermination of the entire ruling class as in Sparta, desolation of the countryside, all these events, as indicated above, marked the downward turn of fortune. One should expect that no Hellene would have any heart or opportunity left for creating lofty works of art. Beyond Hellas, however, existed large Greek kingdoms where from time to time security and prosperity reigned. In Pergamum, situated in western Asia Minor, a school of sculptors had arisen of whose works until recently only a few, though quite significant specimens were known. While unspeakable wretchedness ruled in Greece, there arose either shortly before 197 under Attalus I, or soon thereafter under Eumenes II, the famous altar of Pergamum, over 100 feet square, the astounding remains of which would alone suffice to make Berlin the world's most famous place for art pilgrimages. The altar of Pergamum is no longer in the Pergamon Museum, Berlin. It was carried away by the Russians in 1945. A relief 8 feet high, all around the altar, portrays the battle of the gods and the giants. Those parts of it that were raised and are now resting in Berlin are 250 feet long. Naive, fresh with youth in tone and treatment, much nearer to Phidias than one would have expected. This relief deals with its theme as a lion might with its prey, the most overpowering and most moving theme found in all the myths. Earlier reliefs presented especially the battles between the Lapithae and the centaurs, the Amazons and fabled animals. Here the gods themselves do battle with the semi-divine giants, majestically interpreted by the master sculptors as a frightfully sublime storm of attack and defense, all in all by far the most significant expression of the Greek mind known of that period. The names of these artists have not survived, while other contemporary events have been preserved in detail. Indeed, the only mention of this colossal work is in a minor Latin author assigned to the age of Theodosius. These sculptors must have been known by name in Pergamum and regarded as quite skilled banausics. Our craving to know the thoughts and feelings of those superb artists would have struck the people of Pergamum as very odd. Part 3. Poesy and Music. Chapter 8. The Primeval Age. Our task is to recognize poesy as a national force and power, as a mark of a lofty mind of a nation, and to judge the relative significance of its various products. To accomplish this task, we are fortunate in having inherited from antiquity not only the masterpieces themselves, but also detailed discussions and analyses of masterpieces both extant and perished. Visual art also can help us interpret this poesy. Strictly speaking, this should not be so, for poesy really came earlier and influenced visual art to the extent that, as we have seen, it had already shaped the mythical figures visual art was later to represent. Thus, both dealt throughout with the same factual themes, and thus each elucidated what was purely stylistic in the other. In regard to these stylistic matters, we only need to recall what we said about art. Both unite freedom and moderation, sophrosyne here given a distinct meaning in the respect commonly accorded to once established canons, since both, i.e., freedom and moderation, evolve to style and doctrine, the corresponding precepts become established among the Greeks. Hence the tremendous wealth of variety within strict limits and order, all of which enables us to compare the great variety in the conception of the gods achieved within strict limits by Phidias and Polycletus, and in the choral odes. Both are characterized by rich variety erected on a homogeneous base. On the whole, style dominated for a long time. Even though the polis brought no overt pressure to bear on the poet, he nevertheless clung fast to traditional subject matter and to forms such as they were, for he was a man of the polis, composing for a people impressed by traditional modes and material. This protected both poet and artist against all whimsy and repulsive ingenuity. The Greeks did not exclude the freakish and fantastic, which achieved its mature expression in the old comedy, but was kept within the strictest limits of an inexorable style. Its parallel in the plastic arts may be found in the blends of part man and part animal, satyr, or of parts of different animals, chimera, always shaped under the exalted laws of beauty. Here, too, style was in full control. Caprice was out of place. A fundamental law common to both visual art and poesy was that the shaping of broad outlines was left largely to the traditions of myths, which having once assumed this role limited themselves to the recreation of excellent types. The Greeks refrained from inventing new subject matter and instead invested the material at hand with new perceptions and motivations. Architecture instructs us most lucidly on this matter of a basic law, common to all the arts, by rigidly adhering to a single type but perfecting it into living excellence. All Indo-European races are accomplished in poesy: the Hindus, the Persians, the Germanic tribes, the Celts, even the Finns, if they may be classed with the Europeans in this context, and the Slavic peoples, especially the Serbians. In their midst are the Hellenes, poetically the highest gifted of all. If we compare the Hellenes with the Latins, we could suppose they separated from their Italic neighbors, because these were so prosaic. Even before the Greeks had permanently settled in their home to be, poesy must have been a national force among them, and myth and cult, the great attendants of poesy in its various forms and migrations, must have contributed yeomanly to its development. The rare poetic aptitude of this new nation is evident from the perfection one of these attendants attained. A mythology inherently developed from historical events and personages, rich and varied beyond that of any other nation. This mythopoeic imagination in itself marks a poetic capacity of a very high order. When bards chant often enough about the early heroes, the populace may acquire the notion of a heroic age filled with tales of daring do, embellished by stories of gods and fabulous beings. In this way, various peoples may have viewed their remote past and broadly idealized it into an age of splendor, listening enraptured to their bards celebrating that bygone age. But a consensus, as among the Greeks, is found nowhere else. They are the only nation that appears to have concentrated zealously on its myths and developed them homogeneously. Poesy, being linked with music, is of concern to the singer, who customarily carried the traditions in all countries, save those where the priesthood came into power. It is improbable that even in early times poetry, medicine, divine law, and prophecy were united in one person. Numerous myths, however, testify to the high rank the nation accorded music. If anywhere, then in Greece, everything had to derive from the gods. Every aspect of poesy and music was given some ideal or legendary origin. It was Hermes who invented the lyre, Apollo the forming cithara, and Pan the syrinx or shepherd's pipe. The muses represented the total range of mind and inspiration. Mount Olympus itself was ever echoing with music and song, and among other songs, the muses sang of the sorrows of mankind. Music even found a place among the myths of the gods. We are told that Athena threw the flute away when a satyr told her that blowing it twisted her features out of shape. Marsyas took it up and challenged Apollo to a musical contest, but Apollo with his lyre triumphed over Marsyas and flayed him. But before this happened to him, Marsyas had instructed the ever-young Olympus in music and had invented the music sacred to Cybele, the great mother. Flute player and Thyiads, earthen jug, Santa Maria di Capua, the muses, also had their adventures. As long as they were goddesses of springs, they were given to love, and Euterpe or Calliope had a son Rhesus by the river god Strymon. Only later they became immune to Eros. The most important of these myths deals with Apollo and Hermes. Hearing the tortoise-shell lyre, Apollo wanted to have it and let Hermes keep the stolen cattle in exchange for it. While herding his cattle, Hermes blew on a reed pipe, syrinx. Apollo craved it too, and gave him for it the golden staff with which he had formerly herded his cattle. Myths of bards, above all Orpheus, paralleled the myths of the gods. The famous Orpheus, who enchanted wild animals, made rocks and trees move, and touched the hearts of the Erinaies in Hades with pity, may be a pure nature myth. Even so, reinterpretation of natural events implied in this myth measures the power song had over this nation. As for the blind singers whom we must mention, it is to be remembered that as late as the 19th century, the Serbians still made singers of the gifted blind. We must bear in mind that absence of external distractions may aid mental concentration. This fact helped give rise to the view that a singer with eyesight would be too fortunate and overbearing. Hence there arose also the legend that the singer was born with sight, but because he, like Thamyris, rashly challenged the Muses to a musical contest, they blinded him, or that the gods envied and hence blinded him, as they did Tiresias, for revealing too many of their secrets. We shall not attempt to determine to what extent the bards of primeval times specialized in hymns to Apollo, or to Demeter Dionysus, or to Cybele. At all events, there is an obscure yet significant recollection linking the origin of song with the ethnologically dubious Thracians and Peers settled on the northern and eastern slopes of Mount Olympus that was the dwelling of the gods. The foot of Olympus is the birthplace of the Muses, whom Homer always called the Olympians, Musaeus, Orpheus, and also Eumolpus and Thamyris are specifically called Thracians. Even Hesiod, who calls the Muses Heliconians, says they were born at Olympus and dwell there beneath the peak and go only at times to Helicon, bathing in the Hippocrene and dancing there around the altar of Zeus. Bards of the Thracians and Pyrrhus may well have made Olympus the common home of the gods and linked the dwelling of the Muses with that mountain. Here may be the earliest home of the epic, and here may have taken shape the earliest forms of theogony and the battles of the gods with the Titans. Hesiod the shepherd became a poet and teacher. His new calling introduces a subtle nuance into the bard's relationship with the Muses. Visiting him at night in his native Askra, the Muses taught him the glorious art of song at the foot of divine Helicon. They informed him, too, that they could tell him many lies akin to truth, but could also reveal to him the truth if they wanted to. After taking this crack at the epic, which also accommodates lies, the Muses handed him a twig of the glorious laurel and breathed divine song into him, so that he might know the past and the future and sing of the race of the blessed, the everlasting gods. The beautiful belief in the Muses began with Hesiod. For him the Muses, i.e. poesy, signified rest from all cares and forgetfulness of evil. But now we must also mention what this nation did to exalt the honor of poesy. First and foremost, the Hellenes developed a marvelously rich, pliant, and metrically flexible language, the matrix and precondition of poesy as well as of philosophy. One would like to know where and when this language reached its exquisite perfection, which was at once witness and vehicle of poetry. A people possessing such a language has under all circumstances an unfettered and nimble mind, and at the same time such a language will be a sublime instrument for poesy. This language enabled the Hellenes to achieve in both story and description an epic expression excelling that of all other nations. The great diversity of their life, their many tribes and cities, fostering independent modes of thought, promoted poetry as well as the visual arts. This diversity is reflected even in the earliest extant poetry and the great number of poets to whom it is ascribed. For the Greeks, poetry was self-evidently an expression of the individual. The almost complete absence of servitude in those early days played its part, and likewise the relative simplicity of life. In short, the leisure granted to everyone capable of perceiving the world in images and representing it in words and song. The spirit could here be born into flesh as nowhere on earth in our times. The worship of gods, taking on many local variations, evoked diversified customs and rites, and was not under the thumb of a powerful priesthood that might have made all chants uniform, perhaps complicated or difficult, or that might have regulated it with precepts as Plato in his laws wished them to. Everything remained relatively simple and popular, something an individual priest at a temple could easily master and teach, and something everybody could easily remember. Thus the Linos song, wherein the people lamented the death of a king's son in early manhood, symbolized the passing of a year, or the paeans to Apollo, whereby men summoned up courage to face peril, especially before going into battle, expressed their gratitude after having overcome danger, and where in spring they uttered their hope and trust in a good year to come. Of this simple kind, too, were the round dances accompanied by harp and lyre, the jolly songs at festival processions accompanied by flutes, and the hymeneal songs and crow songs following them. Also the dirges sung by hired singers accompanied by wailing women, which, like the hymeneal songs, presumably offered opportunity for individual variations. Crows were esteemed as symbols of fidelity in marriage. Aelian hissed, and in 3:9. As for the bards of the heroic period, the myths carefully and copiously preserve their memories. The godlike bard whose songs give pleasure, together with the diviner, the physician, and the shipwright, to whom we might add the priest, the herald, and the blacksmith, belong to those craftsmen we should have welcomed as guests, whereas beggars came uninvited. The bards liked best of all to stay at the palaces of princes as long as they could, their task being to glorify the princely forebears. On the whole, the aristocratic republics were glad when a poet appeared, at a time when the heroic way of life was gradually giving way to an agonistic one in which all and sundry sought for honors in contests. Agonistic festivals often spurred poets to excellence. Disregarding Attic drama for the time being, competition played a major role in choral lyrics presented by competing choirs at festivals and divine services, where judges must have presided. In his Works and Days, Hesiod shows that bards competed at festivals and games in the times of the kings already. Later, bards and rhapsodes competed with each other at all festivals throughout the lands of the Greeks. As to the rendition, it is hard to say whether the lyre accompanied the entire song or merely introduced it. In Serbia, the gusla does not always accompany the entire song either. Rhapsody is a comprehensive term implying a stitching together of verses without any marked pauses. The word applies to recitations of quite different kinds of material, i.e., to epic as well as to non-epic, and to verses composed by the poet himself or by others. But the wonderful hexameter could dispense with the lyre, being as it is a kind of song in itself. The origin of this meter is lost in myth. Phemeno, the first prophetess at Delphi, or Olen the Hyperborean, the first prophet there, allegedly devised it. Delphi pronounced most of its oracles in hexameters. For a long time this meter was used almost exclusively in lyric poetry, it being the only vessel for poetry as a whole. The Greeks well knew what they owed to this verse form, adapting itself as it does with unexcelled elasticity to every thought and perception and lending itself so beautifully to onomatoposes. Aristotle calls the hexameter the most steady and stately of all meters. Chapter 9, Poesy in Hexameter 1, the Homeric Epos. We have already emphasized that the Greeks had a vital need of keeping their primordial traditions as a comprehensive whole ever present before them. Only the bards had mastered these traditions in a complete and coherent fashion. Though they did not create, at least they gave majestic form and harmonious order to Greek beliefs and myths, thus exercising a grand and free dominion over the imagination of these people. In contrast to the songs of the common folk and simple invocations of the gods, the narrative poetry of the bards had always been an artistic product, i.e. its body of tradition kept growing, thus making it imperative that one begin to cultivate this art as a youth and devote one's life to it. Whether we link the Thracian and Pieris bards with him or not, Homer was far from being the first conscious artist in poetry. His tone and style can only be understood as the outgrowth of an ancient tradition of bards and their schools. In this way only can one explain the flawless mastery of treatment. This narrative style was most likely created in very early times by distinguished bards or poets possessing both exceptional talent and the purest national consciousness. Their followers accepted and transmitted this accomplishment as belonging to the nature of things. By and large, the genuine bard was indispensable in that he was the one to transmit everything that went beyond daily affairs. He had a most distinguished occupation in life and belonged to a guild whose members traveling about disseminated and preserved the loftier thoughts. From earliest times, songs were handed down orally. Writing was relatively recent, as the fuss Euripides made over it and the late development of prose attest. That writing was not used at the inception of the epic is evident from the many refrains, repetitions, and recurrent epithets employed, devices affording the memory time to collect it. The strongest proof for us that the Homeric epics were transmitted orally lies in the pleasure they provide to the listener. Homer's compositions are masterpieces of swift speech full of vivid adumbrations, which in ages of the written word are apt to be elaborated in tedious detail. For the bard a prodigious memory was vitally important. Mnemosyne is not without good reason the mother of the muses. One should call to mind that the Vedas and the whole ancient literature of India up to about the time of Buddha were composed and handed down orally, and that to this day the dedicated Brahmins, except those of Calcutta, still follow in the footsteps of their ancestors and learn by heart the whole Rig Veda, even though it is available in print, with its 1,000 hymns and nearly 30,000 slokas, containing ritual, doctrine, and laws, all of which are vastly harder to retain in memory than epic compositions are. The contents of both Homer and Hesiod suggest that these authors of great epic poetry had many predecessors. Homer presupposes that all his heroes and many things relating to them are known. He mentions many persons in a cursory manner, assuming that his listeners have learned about them elsewhere. He gives fleeting glimpses of a Heraclidid, an Argonaut composition, and a theogony deviating from Hesiod's. The early state of poetry, before Homer combined the disconnected fragments into an epic whole, is perhaps best reflected in the songs of the highly gifted Serbians, for they present an Iliad ante Homerum, i.e. a great mass of poetry as yet untouched by an epic master. The great master among the Greeks, of course, was Homer. He beautifully proportioned the parts by appropriate arrangement and subordination, and by intensifying the motives and characters. Only a poet of the highest order could have managed Achilles and Odysseus. We may confidently dismiss the view that the Homeric epics are only parts of other epics patched together. Indeed, of Homer himself, we know next to nothing. The ancients wrangled about his home, his family, and the age he lived in. The extant biographies of Homer are mostly fiction. The most detailed one, falsely ascribed to Herodotus, is a late work remarkable for the way it rallies the reader. However, we may agree with the literary historians that Homer was an Ionian living in the 9th century. His precise knowledge of every spot in Troas suggests that his home was in Asia Minor. He also knew Greece and was fairly familiar with Ithaca and Pylos, but he saw the islands to the west through a haze of myth. This mighty sway of youthful imagination, delineating in great detail the scenes of a heroic age with the merriest cheer and insatiable delight, portraying them in the fairest shapes which exceed all desire to add or detract, the pure joy and light-heartedness with which he plunges into a stream of poetic images and plays and frolics with the gently lapping waves, all these bear witness to the most exalted happiness of heart and mind. Of all the forms poetry has ever appeared in, Homer's has the most objectivity, i.e., complete surrender of the creative powers to the object without any intrusions of the poet's own thoughts, feelings, or personal relations. The mind of Homer is completely native to a sublime and powerful world exempt from all want and need. O mulla literaturgische. In antiquity, people quite properly did not grieve over Homer's blindness, for it could be no misfortune in the presence of such inward visions. The most essential thing is that Homer's epics have been preserved, thanks to the unflagging exertion of the most gifted nation on earth. In the earlier period, the Homeridae of Smyrna deserve great credit. They are not to be regarded as a family, but as a guild of men who pursued one and the same art, and hence had worshipped one hero whom they set up as their head, and from whom they derived their name. According to the account given by Allian and now commonly accepted, Lycurgus on his travels in Ionia had found that the single sections into which Homer had been broken up were being recited there. He gathered up these separate parts and brought them to Greece, where Pisistratus later had them put together into the Iliad and the Odyssey. Onomacritus, among others, is supposed to have assisted in this task. He and his fellow workers clearly toiled conscientiously and sought with commendable critical piety to preserve only the authentic old material. Still, one may wonder how much genuine old material was discarded, and how much new added when the two epics were divided into 24 books each. To judge the composition of the Iliad correctly, we must note that, whereas the Odyssey is peripheral concentric in structure, the Iliad is linear, presenting the events in their temporal sequence. Hence, we cannot expect from it the tension found in drama or the frivolous suspense common in modern novels. Composing in the manner of a continuous relief must have been for the bards and their audiences a delight they could hardly get enough of. To be sure, inconsistencies occur and seams showing unhappy inventions and intrusions are visible. However, the poem received its final form so long ago that our criticisms pointing out these defects come too late. No Delphi rules the nation in the Iliad. No Dorians undertake migrations. No Ionic metropolis is mentioned. No Bosporus, no cavalry as part of the army, and no Corinth ruled by wealthy tyrants. Pre-Homeric bards must have shaped nearly every motive, arranged the material in good order, and determined the character of the individuals quite firmly before Homer gave them ripe perfection. Not initial fumblings, but consummate skill characterize the Iliad and the Odyssey too, wherein a few more or less whimsical imperfections are completely nugatory. For us, the entire and true proportionality of the Iliad consists in the relation between the earlier parts detailing the inadequacy of the great heroes and the later parts presenting the tremendous power and passion of Achilles, whose greatness, once he bestirs himself, towers over everybody and everything. From the very beginning, the successive events alternate most artistically: the dissension in the assembly, the embarkation of Chryseis, the purification of the Achaean host, the mission of the heralds to Achilles, his talk with his mother Thetis, Odysseus in Chryse delivering up Chryseis. Only an age ripe in spirit and the art of poesy could have produced such scenes as that of Helen at the Scaean gate, where the poet discreetly refrains from having her questioned about Menelaus. In the oldest version of this scene, Helen pointed out the Achaean heroes so that the Trojans could find out who they were individually. In the fifth book, essentially dedicated to Diomedes, the tempo increases, beginning with verse 144. The hero dispatches 4 pairs of Trojan brothers, kills Pandarus, wounds Aeneas, captures his horses, and hits Aphrodite. A somewhat striking inconsistency is that Zeus, devising evil, terrifies the Trojans with his thunderbolt at the end of Book 7, while in Book 8 everything turns out favorable for them. Homer took great pleasure in describing fighting, and was incessantly recounting some battle or other, even some that had been fought long before his time. The technical precision with which he described the manner of wounding, and the place where the armor was pierced, reveals the interest he could take for granted in his audience. Some modern readers have little understanding for Homer's views, and suppose such battle scenes should have been omitted, but it does not follow that a passage is expendable just because it can be omitted without leaving a marked lacuna. Moreover, excising the battles would not lay bare the oldest form of the poem. We should allow antiquity its delights, even though our own tastes, dulled by piquancy and propaganda, may have different preferences. We might ask ourselves whether our perceiving certain passages as dispensable does not argue forcefully for their artistic beauty and propriety. Likewise, we may criticize certain other passages later Greeks found fault with who only read Homer, but never heard him recited, and hence had only an uncertain notion of epic quality. It is dangerous for us to apply our notions of what is dispensable to these passages, for the epic poet, even in Homer's time, was a great artist and in sovereign control of his material. When he retarded his narrative by interweaving conversations, we must allow him his artistic economy. Episodes like those of Glaucus and Diomedes in Book 6 ought to be regarded similarly. The interruption of the action by dramatically superfluous but epically beautiful passages like the duel between Ajax and Hector, with whom, as the reader knows, gods and men, but especially the poet, are so concerned that they will both survive the conversation between Idomeneus and Meriones, and the first part of Book 15 dealing with the gods at great length, and finally sending wind-swift Iris with a message to Poseidon. In the midst of a violent debate, Nestor, who at the quarrel of the leaders had already drawn attention to his former deeds, gives a long-winded account of a war between Pylos and Arcadia, in which as a young man he dispatched Eurytalion, the lord with the iron club. Later on he narrates the whole Eleon war, and Phoenix likewise relates his whole former life. The demeanor of the individual characters reveals unerring artistic certitude and convincing truth. One need only observe the nuances between the two Atreides as limned at the slaying of Adrestus and the abundance of individual personalities described for us in a single battle as in that by the ships. The multitude of images also serves the linear composition and the constantly shifting lights and shadows of the battle scenes. It is wondrously charming when the dense clouds scatter and suddenly the sunny mountain peaks and headlands appear. We are also reminded of certain gripping passages, as when Diomedes says to his opponents, "Unhappy the parents whose sons encounter my strength." Eyesights 127. Or draw near that soon you may fall in the snare of destruction. I6, 143. Indeed, everywhere we meet persuasive power, beauty, and suppleness of expression, applying to everything from thunder to flattering compliment which Hector accords even to his team of horses. The serious and tragic mood enveloping the whole second half is of the highest epic art. This part has no episodic material except the new shield of Achilles in Book 18 and the purposefully long-drawn account of the funeral games in honor of Patroclus. Like the second half of the Odyssey, it presents a more complicated and profound psychological development culminating in the dissolution of Achilles' wrath into sorrow at Hector's death. The funeral pyre of Hector at Troy closes the Iliad. Homer refrained from adding the death of Achilles. Hardly any poet since then would have cared to do so. The scene at the end of the Iliad in which Achilles yields the dead body of Hector to Priam is of deliberate artistry. The store of events leading to the overthrow of Troy was as old and complete as Homer's treatment had made them, that the Iliad does not also contain at least the content of the Aethiopis, i.e. the death of Memnon and Achilles, can only be attributed to poetic skill of the first order. An extraordinary sense of proportion determined that, and perhaps also the feeling that nothing could excel the scene of Priam and Achilles in the tent. The premonition of Achilles' inevitable death pervades the Iliad, so that its fulfillment is unnecessary. Finally, we draw attention to two later poetical developments adumbrated in the Iliad, the chorus of the drama and bucolic poetry. The chorus speaks as one, as in the sentence, "Thus one would speak, expressing the thought of many." The shepherd appears here for the time being as a mute witness of nature, as for instance when far off he hears the roar of two streams where they join in a gorge, or when his heart is joyful on a windless night as the moon gleams and the stars shine. Some day he will find his voice in Greek poetry. In comparison with the Iliad, the Odyssey is obviously the later poem, for it indirectly relates to the Iliad and avoids matters already treated in it. Here, as in the Iliad, the first half is essentially epic and forms the basis of the second half, which verges on the dramatic. But the peripheral concentric structure of the Odyssey contrasts strikingly with the linear structure of the Iliad, for it has running through it a twofold story, the wanderings of Odysseus and the deeds of the suitors in Ithaca, which flow together in a crowning catastrophe. The poem obviously went through many transformations until, under the shaping hands of a poetic genius, it finally attained the majestic harmony it now has. No reasonable ground exists for doubting that this poem was Homer's. Indeed, it is much harder to suppose a second poet of his rank could have existed. He was more mature and more sure of himself than at the time he created the Iliad. He most likely became an old man, and it is well to remember that other Greek poets, especially Sophocles, retained their full poetic powers into extreme old age. He now mastered all the means of the highest epical art so well that he could transmute his epic into dramatic art, Achilles' bandages, Patroclus. Despite its consummate art, the Odyssey patently reveals that it arose in relatively early days of Greek history. This is shown by its limited geographical horizon veiling in myth everything west of the Grecian Isles. The surest hand has ordered everything into a grand artistic whole. Homer did not begin with Odysseus' departure from Troy, but arranged matters so that the beginning was near the denouement. It is but a short stretch of time from the island of Calypso to the slaying of the suitors. Book 1 opens with the gods in council assembled, briefly discussing the hero on Ogygia and divulging their plans. The first 4 books deal with Telemachus, the suitors, Penelope, and Telemachus' journey to Nestor and Menelaus, giving a broad and beautiful exposition with many related mythological elements and ending with the suspense of the suitors in the boat lying in wait for Telemachus. Not until Book 5 does Odysseus step into the foreground. At the bidding of Hermes, Calypso has to let him go, and after infinite hardship he arrives on the island of Scheria. The 3 following books present his reception by the Phaeacians, beginning with the meeting of Nausicaa. In its earliest traditions, this part has no doubt a rather shabby scene shot through with elements of fable. In its present form, it deftly shows Odysseus not only recuperating, but also revealing himself. This whole Phaeacian existence is portrayed in pleasing golden colors, mainly to provide a background for Odysseus to narrate his story, for it forms a frame around the marvelous tales covering books 9 to 12, wherein he narrates his harrowing experiences. In earlier versions, the bard may have put them at the beginning, but these experiences are much more touching when told by the half-rescued hero himself. This whole episode is put in the most appropriate place conceivable. Here is released in one stream everything that might have marred or retarded the dramatic quality of the epic structure and all the grotesque mythical elements that might have distorted individual motivation and characterization. One might say that the whole fabulous world of the seafarer is gathered in this one person. As emphasized in Book 1, the rancor of Poseidon is the cardinal motive on which the unity of the first half of the Odyssey is pivoted. Undoubtedly, this is quite an ancient theme, as may be the case with the whole Cyclops story. It may well be that Homer was the poet who had Odysseus hurl his second taunt at the blind Polyphemus against the warning of his men, and then reveal his name, thereby largely occasioning the woes that befell him and his shipmates. According to the poet's unexpressed assumption, the mere mention of an unnamed man would not have enabled Polyphemus to wail to his father Poseidon with very much point. The second half of the Odyssey is structured much like that of the Iliad. The poet could have brought everything to an end rather quickly if he had wanted to. In its oldest form, the end probably did come soon. Instead, the poem breaks up into a variety of episodes. In the course of a good many conversations, the poet, through a variety of devices, prepares the way for the catastrophe. These conversations do not always advance the story, but they do reveal the characters more fully. By way of example, we need only refer to the conversation between Odysseus and Telemachus in Book 16. The longer conversations reveal character and hint at future events, as Book 14, devoted to Eumaeus and to the two fictitious tales of Odysseus, illustrates. In Book 15, Eumaeus gives a circumstantial account of his early years. The aim of the poet is to establish the guilt of the suitors as fully as possible, so as to justify the pagan yet humanly understandable vengeance Odysseus takes on them. This guilt grows gradually on all sides until it hurls the guilty to terrible destruction. It exemplifies hybris and the ruin it entails. Therefore, the whole wretchedness of Ithaca has to be presented. The listener is to learn with increasing indignation how many are involved in the crimes and how deep the wickedness has gnawed. The chief purpose of Book 16 is to embitter the listener. In it he learns about the misery of Laertes, the number of the suitors, the foreknowledge of Odysseus, that he will be maltreated, the secret conspiracy to kill Telemachus, and the former kindness of Odysseus toward Antinous and Eurymachus, two of the worst of the lot. The more patient and restrained Odysseus is, the more smashing will be the vengeance. Odysseus can restrain his yearning in order to put his wife to the test. His wife and the people of Ithaca will recognize him when he will have taken his revenge and rightfully assumed his sovereignty. In the meantime, beginning with the narration of Odysseus to the Phaeacians, the figure of the hero has filled the listener with ever greater interest and gripped him with its compelling magic. In his earlier career he was one among sundry great men, a firm character but still in company with Achilles, Agamemnon, and Ajax. Now he steps out of that general context to become a sharply molded personage, representative of the Greek individual most familiar to Socrates. He is one of the two best-known figures of antiquity, indeed the ideal of the Greeks, not just at some age or station in life, but the ideal as such, and this without any frills but in one bodily contour, alive and nimble. His 4 monologues during the shipwreck while swimming in the sea and on reaching the shore introduce him and show that he does not lose grip on himself even when battling the stormy waves. His wonderful address to Nausicaa reveals another aspect of his character. And now the woes of the much-enduring hero give depth to the whole first half of the epic. The most frightful accounts of his suffering would be well nigh unendurable did they not come from the mouth of one who had survived. We call to mind his conversation with the shade of his mother Anticlea, who had died of grief for him. She gave him heart-rending accounts of Ithaca, the afflictions of his wife and his father, and the gloom hovering over his homeland. She pined away for him, for Odysseus is the kind of person for whom one may grieve oneself to death. One may also recall his most gruesome moment, as he himself calls it, when he saw 6 of his men in the jaws of Scylla, shrieking and stretching out their hands to him for help as she snatched them up and devoured them. No harm is done if the listener takes Odysseus for a bit of a braggart, as when passing dread Charybdis he gripped onto a fig tree and swung from it like a bat until at last the great whirlpool spewed up his mast and keel. When he tirelessly spins a yarn about his past life, Athena similes and says, "Not even in your native land do you give up telling lies." He relates a very pretty tale of his life to Eumaeus. which here and there approaches his actual life so closely that the feeling he puts into it is genuine. Before his identity is known, he now and then interjects an impatient and somewhat vehement reproach into the complaints of others about conditions in Ithaca, asking them why they put up with them. But to be able to keep silent is kingly. Accordingly, his words have a solemn ring when he says to Telemachus, "If you are really my son and of my blood, then tell no one that I am here." This Odysseus is the center around which the other 5 main characters are grouped: Nausicaa, Penelope, Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Eurycleia. They cannot have achieved their full development until after the character of Odysseus is finally established in its supreme maturity. The later Greeks could not have produced a Nausicaa or a Penelope. As to Eumaeus, what an epic figure he is! He is removed from all idyllic elements. He and Eurycleia, although slaves, have become persons in their own right and oppose the wanton robbers. The vengeance is to be final and complete. Among the suitors, some are deliberately portrayed as better, others as worse, yet all are headed for their doom. One of them, called Amphinomos, is a thoroughly decent fellow, and Odysseus tries to warn him, but all in vain. His triumph over Iris shows Odysseus in his full and secure majesty. He slings his tattered knapsack over his shoulders and resumes his seat on the threshold. The conversation Odysseus carries on with Penelope in Book 19 is a most exquisite instance of epic retardation, designed to analyze the 2 chief characters more fully before the denouement and before Penelope recognizes him. Odysseus relates matters increasingly nearer the actual events, and his true personality shimmers more and more clearly through the mask. Penelope is more and more shaken, but despite all her lamentations, his eyes betray no more emotion than if they were of horn or iron. In the famous foot-washing scene where Eurycleia recognizes him and he grips her by the throat, he might well be less harsh, but he is justified when his heart growls in anger at the lecherous maids. The grand finale comes in books 20 to 22, involving a great many characters of the Odyssey. The whole action visibly heightens and speeds up. At the beginning of the last banquet, an ominous tension is in the air. After Telemachus defiantly reproves the suitors and Ctesippus hurls a cow's hoof at Odysseus, Book 20, Penelope's marriage is discussed for the last time. The Oeclemenus relates his ghastly vision, and the incident of the great bow takes place. Since no one else could even string the bow, Odysseus asks to try his hand at it. Circumstantially, it is described how he twangs the string so that it sings like a swallow, and how Zeus sends down a thunderclap. And then the shot. Now Odysseus sheds his rags, and the last scene begins, that of the savage, frightful but imposing revenge, whose only parallel is the fall of the Nibelungs, exceeding in forcefulness everything else in the whole poem. Odysseus crowds all he has to say to the suitors into 7 gripping verses. Then begins the battle, whose single episodes, motives, and development are pure and perfect art. The hero acts as lord and king that he is, without hesitation or deliberation. The realism displayed in describing the various details of death, including the jerking of the feet of the hanged women and the execution of Melanthius, suggests that Homer may have witnessed similar occurrences. Books 23 and 24 contain disputed and interpolated material. Penelope's dawdling caution in recognizing Odysseus may be an ancient and genuine trait. That she sleeps through the best thing that ever happened to her, much as he does on his return from Phaeacia, is also quite an authentic touch. The final victory over the rebellious Ithacans is dubious, as is the scene where Laertes let fly his spear. But magnificent is the conception of the final behest by Zeus, accompanied as it was by a flaming thunderbolt, granting the Ithacans forgiveness of the evil they had caused themselves, so that concord and peace might reign again. The whole treatment of the Odyssey is so masterful that interpolations can be detected at once. Odysseus is plainly speaking for Homer when he says, "I told you all that yesterday, and it is odious to repeat a tale already plainly told." So when tedious repetitions occur, like the speech of Menelaus in Book 17 and various items in the scene in the underworld in Book 24, or when needless parallels occur of matters already told, like the second Melanthus scene in Book 19, we may safely exonerate Homer from them. It is quite different with set phrases like, and they put their hands to the savory banquet. But when desire for food and drink had been stilled, downward plunged the sun, and shadowy grew the highways. Or when a man starts out in a chariot, he cracked his whip, and the willing team flew on its way. And many similar phrases. Such set phrases are genuinely epic, and have a truer ring than constantly new turns would have. On the other hand, the poet well understands the proper way to use variation, as when he appropriately varies the reception Nestor and Menelaus give Telemachus. Menelaus has to begin talking about Odysseus on his own to avoid repeating the motive of questioning used in Pylos. Set expressions are also found in the recurrent epic epithets applied to gods, men, and various objects. The poet employs them in agitated or pained speech, even in the most tense moments, to describe and identify matters carefully. While Penelope is in deepest distress over the fate of Telemachus, she speaks of the swift scudding ships that serve men as horses to ride the salt waves and cross the wide water. And when the suitors are about to waylay Telemachus, the poet does not spare the listener a description of the ship with its mast, sails, rudder, etc. Again, the poet deliberately interjects past episodes into extremely tense situations so as to draw them out. Just when Eurycleia notices the scar on Odysseus's leg and everything is at stake, a circumstantial account is given of the way he got it on a boar hunt in his youth. All the incidentals that are included, accounts of situations, banquets, landscapes, and the like, disclose that the purpose in interjecting this episode is to draw out the tale, thereby heightening the suspense. In delineating the individual characters, Homer knows exactly how far to go to enhance the effectiveness of the poem. At the beginning, the obvious procedure would have been to present an enumeration and a description of the suitors. Instead, he presents them incidentally as time and occasion make for vivid effect. Antinous and Eurymachus talk most. One gets to know the names of quite a few of their number in the slaying scene only. To give their names earlier would clutter the story. All descriptions are characterized by moderation and serve only to emphasize genuinely significant matters and often to draw out a tense situation. This is exemplified by the graceful and detailed account of the way Odysseus got his bow from Eurytus when at the beginning of Book 21, Penelope opens a screeching door and fetches it out of a storeroom. One should also observe that the palace and garden of Alcinous are described barely enough to evoke a pleasurable image. The same holds for the cave of Calypso, the grotto of the nymphs, and the fresh spring on Ithaca. Of the many beautiful objects described in the Odyssey, we shall mention the baldric Heracles had for his sword. Here and there, Homer probably curtails and rearranges material. He runs over the details of the Circe story in Book 10 quite rapidly. Her house, her mode of appearing, Hermes' appearance and departure, her oath, everything flashes by, as it were. One gets the impression that there might have been a much longer version, but this brevity is eminently justified and of the right proportion for the Odyssey as a whole. In addition, the Odyssey, like the Iliad, is obliged to catalogue some mythological details now and then, as if the poet were giving brief resumés of much ampler lore at hand. Demodocus introduces the story of Eris and Aphrodite and of the Trojan horse. The underworld scene in Book 11 gives the procession of mythical women that in Book 24 provides Agamemnon's shade with the occasion to tell of the burial of Achilles. In contrast to the Iliad, the Odyssey gives few particulars about the gods and their activities on Olympus. It holds the imagination of the listener more with bird flights and other omens. The Odyssey is not bare of similes, though it has fewer extended similes than the Iliad, where they are aesthetically indispensable for the numerous battle scenes. We may say the poet no longer needs these purple patches because he enlivens his people and events adequately with his descriptions. However, he resorts to the extended simile when Odysseus comes out of the thicket on the shores of Phaeacia like a mountain-bred lion, or when Agamemnon, giving fragmentary details, achieves an appalling effect by saying that he was killed while banqueting as an ox is struck down in the stall and that his men were slaughtered one by one like swine. When Agamemnon tells in this connection how Clytemnestra slew Cassandra while he was trying in vain to defend her, and how she turned her back on him, her dying husband, refusing to close his eyes and mouth, Homer gives us an example of the gruesome in general, though he reveals his greatness precisely by omitting the repulsive elements surely adhering to the original myths. He also knows where realism is in order. The deeds and sufferings of Polyphemus display realism to the point of being horrible. Yet the narrative is effective poetically and indirectly expresses the anger and desperation of Odysseus. Homer exhibits judicious sobriety in expressing strong emotions. It is the account of the deeds and actions that is to awaken the feelings in the listener. Accordingly, Odysseus takes leave of Calypso and of Circe twice without displaying undue sentiments. The Odyssey contains many tender and touching passages. For instance, the jars of delicious wine set in a row in Odysseus' storeroom against his return from toilsome wanderings, the way his men released from Circe's dehumanizing spell take his hands and sob quietly for joy, or when he returns to the men left on the beach, how they crowd around him like calves around their mother and feel as though they were at home in Ithaca again. When the Phaeacians put Odysseus ashore in Ithaca, he is asleep, and so does not recognize his homeland until Athena convinces him by pointing out unmistakable landmarks. While in the hut with Eumaeus, he recognizes by the behavior of the dogs that a friend is approaching. It is Telemachus who graciously bids the stranger keep his seat. As to the world of the Odyssey, we shall pass over its precise geographical details, a subject later Greeks eagerly pursued, although the Ionic bard had a remarkable knowledge of Pylos, Lacedaemon, Ithaca, etc. Important and significant, however, is the mythical geography. A short distance beyond the known regions, there dwell monsters like the cruel King Aegetus on the continent. Farther away is the island of Calypso, the navel on the belly of the sea, the center of the Mediterranean and the counterpart of Delphi on land. Murder of the suitors by Odysseus Vase painting. Aea, the island of Circe, the home and dancing floor of dawn and the rising place of the sun, need not even be thought of as in the East, but only as a place where daylight really begins as opposed to the perpetual night in the Cimmerian land. Syria is an island beyond Ortygia where the turning point of the sun is. It is highly speculative what ocean stream, gates of the sun, and land of dreams referred to Book 24:1. If the short nights of the Laestrygonians imply a glimmering of knowledge about the north, it is significant that in this view of the world, the farther away from home or the nearer the rim of the world, the more ideal and blissful life became. On the island of Syria just mentioned, hunger and disease are unknown. When people get old, Apollo and Artemis carry them away. Happiness clearly marks the life of the Phaeacians. They are near and dear to the gods, and from them receive everlasting abundance under gentle skies unmarred by cloud or storm. In the Odyssey, one breathes pure sea air, free of all dust and dirt. This poem is full of inspired descriptions of ships and voyages. Homer described the raft of Odysseus with astonishingly accurate technical detail. Odysseus proves skilled in the art of shipbuilding. As a king on an island no doubt had to be, even the axe Calypso gives him is a splendid tool. To be sure, the raft smashes to pieces almost as ingeniously as it was made, but it is an overpowering storm that does it. His swim to land is almost as formidable as the storm itself. But Scylla and Charybdis represent the most horrible of all mythical horrors. Indeed, as soon as one ventures beyond the bounds of the known, the sea becomes precarious and beyond Crete. No other land appears, only sky and water. The last symbolic command Tiresias gives to Odysseus is to avoid the sea, and yet, out of it, death in its gentlest guise will come to him, worn out in comfortable old age, surrounded by a happy people. The Odyssey was composed at a time when all other nations were fearful of the sea, except the Phoenicians, but their enthusiasm never turned into palsy concerning either the sea or anything else. Only the Greeks transmuted such experiences into poetry, to Homer and the Greeks. The poesy of myth enabled all early peoples to live in that which abides and is constant, i.e., in the transfigured image of the nation itself. But the Greeks were especially indebted to Homer for this legacy, hence in no other nation did a poet ever assume such stature with young and old. Plutarch says elegantly, Homer alone has triumphed over the fickleness of human taste. He is forever new and in the happy splendor of youth. For the sake of the state, Solon in Athens demanded that the rhapsodes recite Homer in toto, and the Pisistratidae followed him in this. But Homer's power became incalculable when he manifestly became the chief source of education for all from youth on. The Greeks were perhaps the only people that instilled in their children an objective and very liberal ethical view of the world without any theological or political bias, as opposed, for instance, to the Pentateuch and the Shah Nama. Pythagoras, Xenophon, and Plato in the first 2 books of the Republic resisted Homer much too late to make any headway. Thus it was Homer who not only fashioned the gods for the Greeks, but in effect awakened or kept alive in them the principle of human freedom. To be sure, other select poetry was used in educating the young. Still, the Iliad and the Odyssey were by far the most important course of study. Homer was the fundamental source for the Greek notions of divinity and humanity in the widest sense. He was their codex in religion, their teacher in military affairs, and in their primary history, which all their geography applied to and all their history connected with until rather late. An uninterrupted, critical, aesthetic, antiquarian, and linguistic study of Homer continued through the age of the Roman emperors and deep into the Byzantine period. Scholars studied his mode of naming things and attempted to elucidate the obscure passages found in his epics. Philosophers and scholars of antiquity found in Homer inducement to compose all sorts of dialogues, treatises, and reflections, as dozens of titles indicate. To be sure, there were scoffers like Diogenes who marveled at grammarians who claimed to fathom the sufferings of Odysseus, but understood not their own. Still, preoccupation with the myth remained a fact. A specific indifference to the non-mythical and non-Homeric world asserted itself, and in this respect the bard came to be a dilatory element in the nation, causing men to adhere to the past as the typical and to care little for precision of detail. Had the individual poleis not been interested in their origins, their racial composition, and the history of their institutions, we should have only the scantiest history of Greece before the Persian Wars. Later Greek poets had reason to complain, for there were people who pointed to Homer and protested that they had no need of any new poetry. This attitude alone vouches for Homer's enormous influence, evident in countless ways, from the perpetual quoting of his verses, especially at banquets, and the philological jests men indulged in, to the gorgeous manuscripts in the hands of the powerful. The Legides of Alexandria and the Attalidae of Pergamum vied with each other in promoting the study of Homer and in glorifying him. Ptolemy Philopater erected a temple to Homer, in which his statue was surrounded by those of 7 cities that claimed to be his home. Parody and travesty of Homer also deserve being mentioned. These arose on their own among a lively people reacting to the solemn in art, poetry, and even the rituals of worship. The Greek worship practice in general protected itself against these by incorporating pleasure and mirth wherever possible. Its solemn moments, however, were not immune to parody. Alcibiades, for instance, aped the Eleusinian mysteries. Homer was ineluctably the first poet to fall a victim to parody, because parody, in order to succeed, has to burlesque what is best known, thus getting the greatest possible number to join in the laugh. The comic effect infallibly derives from the contrast between the grave old form and the light, new, ephemeral content, as when the Homeric figures and manners are travestied in the Battle of the Frogs and the Mice, Batrachomiomachia, or when his epic manner of speech is applied to any trivial subject whatever. Later literary assertions that this or that person may have originated parody are almost worthless. It may well be that Homer was parodied even to his face. At all events, later Greek speech and writing sparkled with incessant allusions to Homer, consisting often of a single word which everyone caught and completed, or full-length quotations sometimes cited with comic variations. Whoever, for instance, set fire to a manuscript said, "Draw near, Zero Hephaestus, for Thetis has need of you." Thus Plato when he burned his tragedies, and thus Metrocles when he burned the lectures of Theophrastus. In the dialogue of Protagoras, the Platonic Socrates at the gathering in Callias' home could not refrain from hastily parodying the underworld scene in the Odyssey. The Greeks quoted Homer vastly more than they did the tragedians. In time, parody developed into a separate form. Hipponax was already a famous parodist. In the 5th century, the comic poet Hermippus produced a whole body of poetic parody. During the Peloponnesian War, Hegemon of Thasos enjoyed a wide reputation for his parodies. Presumably, he inserted new topical names and events into the Homeric text, so that superficially this new material had a rhapsodic ring. His gigantomachy so charmed the Athenians that they laughed most on the day when news of the Sicilian disaster arrived. It is well known that Epicharmus, Cratinus, and Aristophanes made brilliant use of parody in parts of their comedies. Around the time of Philip of Macedonia, there flourished besides Euboeus of Paris, who vilified the Athenians, a certain matron who was surnamed the Parodist. In his Symposium of Xenocles the Orator, he applies the Homeric idioms, epithets, and even whole verses to a current subject, thus creating one of the most harmless and elegant products of parody. In the 3rd century, the Cynic Crates parodied the elegies of Solon in addition to Homer. 3. The Homeric hymns, deriving from various periods, contain 5 longer ones: the Delian hymn to Apollo, the Pythian hymn to Apollo, the hymn to Hermes, the hymn to Aphrodite, and the hymn to Demeter. These are independent poems, whereas the smaller ones are usually preludes, such as the rhapsodes customarily sang before other songs dealing with the heroic world. The longer ones were no doubt recited at festivals, but they were neither ritual poems nor temple hymns, and are quite different from the lyric hymns of the Aeolic, as well as the choric poets. These hymns are rather a branch of epic poetry, rhapsodies and narrations taken from heroic legends. The 2 hymns to Apollo and the one to Demeter were evidently composed in the tradition of the Delian, Delphian, and Eleusinian temples, and were recited at festivals there. The hymn to Aphrodite was probably composed for the court of a prince in the vicinity of Mount Ida. That to Hermes seems to have grown out of the poet's own sheer delight. At any rate, these are lay poems glorifying the gods. These and similar poems, in addition to Homer's epics and Hesiod's theogony, may have contained the most important instruction the Greeks had on the manifestation of their gods. The fact that this poetry was designed to be recited at festivals conduced to its limning the gods as Panhellenic and beneficent. Even though the hymns we have are the only ones quoted in ancient literature, they may be merely a small portion of the former store of hymns, for it is quite conceivable that this species of poetry, its content universally known, was regarded as far more dispensable than the heroic epics, and hence fell into oblivion, especially after lyric poetry and drama began to present the myths in their own fashion. As to particulars, we shall draw attention to the lovely picture of the rhapsode and the maidens singing hymns in the Delian hymn to Apollo. These Delian maidens, servants of Apollo, and the rhapsode sing praises to Apollo, Leto, Artemis, and to famous men and women of antiquity. Moreover, they can imitate the sound of the voice and the dance rhythm of any human, so that everyone hearing them supposes he is hearing himself. So well their harmonies join then. The rhapsode addresses the maidens thus: "Think of me hereafter when a son of earth, a toil-worn stranger, asks you who the sweetest singer is that sojourns hereabouts and who delights you most. Then all of you should answer, a blind man dwelling on the slopes of steep Chios, and his songs will ever remain the sweetest, and we shall carry your fame as far as we roam on earth to inhabited cities, and men will believe us for what we say is true." Perhaps the maidens of Delos owed their songs to the rhapsode himself. Of the preludes, the hymn to Ares has the character of an invocation, consisting initially of epithets addressed to the god. This can be hardly the song of a rhapsode, and yet the form, reminiscent of later pseudo-Orphic hymns, may be ancient, going back to temple rituals. Most of the invocations in it are very beautiful and poetic, especially the prayer at the close. The hymn to Artemis is a splendid prelude, as is the hymn to Athena, the others being fine old specimens too. The preludes interpret in a striking way how earth and sea, mountains and woods express their awed delight at the appearance of the gods. They remind one of the devotional preludes the Italian improvisators produced in the 15th and 16th centuries. Hymn 30, "To Earth the Mother of All Things," represents a remarkable parallel to the opening lines of Lucretius. This hymn glorifies Mother Earth with almost the same expressions Lucretius applies to Venus, for cyclic poets, rhapsodes, and later epic poets. These poets are called cyclic because they constantly tried to link their poems with those of Homer, so that all these works would form one single cycle. These poems were blindly ascribed to Homer. Fairly accurate information, however, has enabled scholars to classify them and assign tentative authorship to some of the poems. The cyclic poets gave material preceding but mainly following the Iliad, Arctinus in his Aethiopis and the sack of Troy, and Lesches in his Little Iliad, treated of Penthesilea, Memnon, the death and funeral of Achilles, the madness and suicide of Ajax, Odysseus before the sack of Troy, Philoctetes, Neoptolemus, the sack of Troy itself, and the departure of the Greeks from Troy. Staisanus of Cyprus, in his Cypria, gave a long account of events preceding the Iliad, beginning with the procreation of Helen. The returns by Hagias of Troezen related the adventures the Greek heroes had on their homeward journeys after they had sacked Troy. The Telegony by Eugamon of Cyrene was a continuation of the Odyssey. There were also a Thebaid or Thebae cycle, the Epigony of unknown authorship, and an Oedipodia, a Theogony, and a Titanomachy. According to Proclus, this cycle included the myths from the nuptials of Uranus and Gaia to the death of Odysseus at the hands of Telegonus. Arctinus of Miletus lived at the commencement of the Olympiad system of reckoning, Lesches of Mytilene at the 18th Olympiad, Staisanus and Hagias at some unknown period, and Eugamon in the middle of the 6th century. In addition, the cyclic poems of Hesiod deserve brief mention, the so-called Eheiae, which in turn were associated in a much discussed way with the catalogue of women. It is not known when poets ceased adding to this epic cycle. Probably one of the Alexandrian scholars was the last. In this cycle, the nation found those traditions that portrayed most imaginatively its deep spiritual life. These poets came upon the tradition of the gods and heroes still in a fluid state and committed it to writing as a kind of folk revelation. Out of this treasure mine, numerous dramatistes and painters extracted their topics for generations to come. This cycle contained not only pre-Homeric material, but also collateral legends and variants of the Homeric incidents. It is also to be noted that those who collected and redacted these myths were lay people, a goodly number of them, each deviating from the others in attaching their own names to their works. Later, the cyclic and their related poets were regarded as full-fledged writers. Apollodorus, for instance, who had their writings before him and made excerpts from them, cited as follows: he who wrote the Thebai, he who wrote the Alcmaeonis. These poets may well owe their survival to such citations, for it seems they faded from the memory of the rhapsodes rather early, only Homer and Hesiod persevering on their lips. The rhapsodes were indispensable in keeping alive poetic works, including Homer. Even after his works had been committed to writing and subjected to criticism, for public libraries were still non-existent, and the complete works of a poet like Homer were cruelly expensive. In a sense, the rhapsodes were the successors to the bards Eodoi. They competed at Panathenian festivals according to rules and gave recitals at banquets and other occasions. The recitals consisting of separate poems chanted in medley, as the term rhapsode suggests. They probably had a wide and varied repertoire, and thus disseminated poets already assured survival in written form. We know, for instance, that Simonides of Zacynthus sat on a chair in the theatres at Athens rhapsodizing the poems of Archilochus, and that living poets, having occasion to present their poems before people assembled, as at Olympia, were wont to hire professional reciters, since this art required a strong and practiced voice. Whereas only scholars took notice of the cyclic poets, the rhapsodes kept Homer alive, and for this reason were called Homerists, Homeridae, even during the Diadochi period. The wicked Cassander was an ardent admirer of Homer, and knew most of his works by heart. Demetrius Phalereus had the rhapsodes recite Homer in the theatres at Athens, no doubt with painstaking accuracy. Regular recitations of Homer might have been generally desired in Athens. In the large theatre at Alexandria, the comic poet Hegesias recited Hesiod, and Hermophantus recited Homer. At first blush, one might assume the mantle of the epic to have passed mainly onto the shoulders of visual art, for such art alone was able to bring forth a constantly new form of beauty, and to give the myths perpetual youth in painting and reliefs. But after the spontaneous period of early poetry there followed, as already suggested, a period of literary skill and craftsmanship, and in accordance with laws supposedly derived from the primordial, there arose of necessity a secondary literature which in its way is still rich in traits of what preceded, and which alone has given us knowledge of those traits. It is impossible to trace the development from the spontaneous song to the formal class of poetic literature in its details, but it is certain that for some hundreds of years the hexameter was the foremost meter the Greeks used in their poetry, that in general the recounting of events was the main refined diversion of the people, and that single tribes and cities provided an inexhaustible abundance of myths and legends. Consequently, there arose a steady stream of epic compositions, Since their interest lay primarily in the content, these epics dwindled when the logographers collected and condensed the legends treated in them. In fact, this whole body of epics vanished, including even the Heraclea by Pisander of Camerus, the only work the Alexandrian scholars had admitted into the canon beside Homer and Hesiod, and the Thebais of Antimachus from the time of the Peloponnesian War. The large number of the known titles alone is enough to show the popularity of these works. Since prose developed relatively late, the hexameter in vogue for centuries was used much for narration, forming a hybrid genre halfway between the epic and the chronicle, and also in philosophical writings by Empedocles and Parmenides. It may be only by accident that we know nothing of contemporary historical events cast into epic form, as attempted in the drama and found in Serbian epics. Granted that the force of myths crowded contemporary history out of poetry, still, we know little of former history utilized in epics, even though it had become legendary or filled with emotional appeal. Apart from the Persian Wars, Greek history provided less rewarding material than Roman history did, for unlike Lucan and Silius, Greek poets had no world empire to glorify, only their Pallas. We should like to have more information about Rhianus of Crete, a historical epic poet of the Alexandrian school of the 3rd century, who dealt with the Second Messenian War, later rewritten by Pausanias, who was drawing upon the historian Myron for the First Messenian War. He was a prolific epic poet, and in addition to the Messenian works, he wrote a Heraclea, an Iliaca, and a Thessalica. It may be thought that he had excellent popular models at hand, and had rather spoiled than improved them. The epic was destined to be replaced by other poetic forms, quite apart from the visual arts, when the nation had attained other, more immediate modes of expression, even though a subsequent revival of the epic as an art form of literary learning remained altogether possible. Within its main substratum, the myth, there grew up two competitors for the epic, namely that branch of higher lyric poetry represented by Stesichorus and Pindar, on the one hand, and the whole body of tragedy on the other, and within tragedy in particular, the epic parts, the choruses, as in Agamemnon, presenting the sacrifice of Iphigenia, and the reports by messengers, as in Ajax and Oedipus at Colonus, which contain narrative material in a new and gripping form. Once the drama has taken over, the epic loses its virginity. 5 narrative poetry of Alexandria, the later Greek epic, deserves a glance, if only to convince oneself how hard it had become to achieve anything novel or brilliant in Homer's field. The two chief Alexandrian representatives are Apollonius of Rhodes and Callimachus. We shall begin with the first, the Argonaut poet, who lived at the time of Ptolemy Euergetes and Ptolemy Philopater. Apollonius sought above all to get the sound and the ring of Homer into the structure of his hexameters, but being a mediocre poet, he failed to fuse his solemn elegance or psychological and rhetorical descriptions with the somewhat crude, primitive motives of his material into a concordant artistic whole. He also betrays the loss of genuine feeling for myths prevalent in his age. He tried in vain to eke out the meager figures of his chief gods and heroes with nauseous sentimentality. His subject was a geographical itinerary beset by tricky rocks and shoals, which cropped up in the Odyssey, but which Homer happily avoided. Instead of pruning away the clutter gathered from everywhere, including colonial poetizings, he really crammed his epic with most disparate and extraneous subject matter. His enumeration of heroes reeked with mythological and genealogical lore. A general shortcoming of his treatment was that later he was unable to keep the many famous characters occupied on the journey. Amid the delicate handling of the material, this shortcoming strikes the reader in the face, whereas in older, naive improvisations he was less conscious of the rougher spots. When Apollonius introduced his personages, he differentiated and characterized them finally and imagined that was all there was to it. Commentaries show that Apollonius, somewhat beyond his due, was looked upon as a classic, and the learned Roman P. Terentius Varro Atacinus translated him rather freely into Latin, and the poet Valerius Flaccus reworked the material into an epic. Callimachus, the head librarian at Alexandria during the time of Philadelphus and Euergete, was the older contemporary of Apollonius, and like him a poetic antiquarian. He was a prolific writer whose best works, the elegies, have perished. His hymns in imitation of the Homeric hymns have survived to demonstrate how song can degenerate into a mere literary category. He was essentially concerned to imitate carefully the language of Homer. His religious and geographical erudition and his pervasive liveliness, but his vehement sham animation and his meager talent come off poorly. In vacillating between the epic and the elocutionary, invocatory hymn, he appears to be reviving an ancient mode extensively used in the Homeric hymns to Apollo. In these hymns he could not forego telling the god what he, the divinity, had done, thereby implying that he knew more about it than the god himself did. Yet the Homeric invocation did not spring from sentiment, but from the situation, for while chanting the hymn the singer faced an image of the god. The writing poet Callimachus proceeded with his invocations as Scottish preachers do, who squeeze a whole sermon into a prayer, and supposed he could infuse life into his poems by his incessant apostrophes, which he thought were ablaze with poetic fire. His first hymn depicts the birth of Zeus, the story of his youth, and his choosing to direct the kings of earth, and is decked out with all sorts of pedantry and repeated addresses to the god. The second, to Apollo, begins with an affected theophany and weaves into an account of Apollo's activities, the founding of Cyrene, the poet's birthplace. The third, to Artemis, is a stale counterpart of the Homeric hymn to Hermes, an example of misdirected erudition. In it Artemis has to do all kinds of things, while a mere child she has to entreat Zeus for her whole future mythological paraphernalia, order her weapons from the Cyclopes, etc. In the fourth, to Leto, Callimachus utilizes her wanderings to display geographical knowledge much as Apollonius does in the Argonauts. He closes the hymn with a formal excursus on the Hyperboreans. Apollo, as pertly forward as Artemis in the third hymn, vaticinates in the womb of his mother, doling out instructions to Leto with a clumsy parade of erudition and rhetoric. Callimachus, in his fourth hymn, enumerates all sorts of places dedicated to special gods. At the end, he lavishes a deal of flattery on Ptolemy Philadelphus by saying that Apollo had not wanted to be born on Cos, an island destined to glorify Ptolemy in the future. The next, on the bath of Pallas, not being an epic poem, hardly belongs in the same class with the others. In Doric distiches it resembles an elegy as many things in Ovid do. It describes a consecration ceremony in connection with the myth of Tiresias being blinded because he saw Pallas taking a bath. The sixth hymn, to Demeter, also Doric, contains one myth tolerably told about the vengeance the goddess executed on Erysichthon for chopping down sacred trees. 6. Bucolic poetry, the late epic nevertheless. It was possible even during the Alexandrian period for a highly gifted poet to create, by novel and happy manipulation of myths, resplendent individual scenes in which were stressed tender sentiments, opulent realism, bucolic moments, and also humour. This was Theocritus, somewhat older than Callimachus and Apollonius, yet belonging to the time of Ptolemy Philadelphus. 3 of his narrative pieces deal with the myths of Heracles. They are of uneven quality and surely not fragments of a Heraclean epic, but independent compositions. The Heracliscus Little Heracles presents a lively and lovely sketch of young Heracles, the episode of the snakes, the prophecy of Tiresias, and the subsequent nurture of the youngster. Heracles slaying the lion, mutilated at the beginning and at the end and composed not in the Doric but epic language, is a poem of 281 verses relating in prolix but crafty manner the wealth of Augeas, the arrival of Heracles at Augeas' residence, and the story of the slaying of the lion as told by Heracles to Phyleus, the son of Augeas. This poem deviates considerably from the usual manner of Theocritus, but could still be attributed to him. The Cyclops is an idyll composed almost entirely of a plaintive monologue addressed by Polyphemus to Galatea, as reported by a mythical personage. The epithalamium of Helen is almost wholly a nuptial song sung by 12 Laconian women. The Dioscuri is a regular hymn in the epic, the Homeric sense, as evident from the prelude and especially the postlude, but is interrupted, nevertheless, by a dialogue in alternating lines. The bucolic poetry of Theocritus likewise is still predominantly epic, insofar as it presents actions and situations in monologue and dialogue. His bucolics are based on the songs shepherds sang in Sicily and in Lower Italy. These almost certainly derived from the earliest settlers on the island and from Greater Greece, and were still found in our century in the form of Carmen Amebium, responsive song. It may well be that the peasants and shepherds, in addition to popular songs, ritornelles, had their hymns to the gods and also their singing contests, which grew naturally out of singing ritornelles in alternation and setting up arbiters to judge the ritornelles, love songs, and popular singing contests most likely expressed rather well what the people felt and thought about things. When the learned poets turned to country life, they found a new poetic form virtually ready-made. The use of the old hexameter for everything expressed in verse is quite ancient and genuinely pastoral. Bucolic poetry also has its caesura characteristically after the fourth foot. In Sicily, where shepherds in quite early times had created a minor body of myths and an ideal type in Daphnis, bucolic poetry took its rise quite early too, reputedly under Stesichorus of Himera. Thus a great poet and master of choral lyric occupied himself with this facet of poetry, though we have no inkling what he did with it. Living in Sicily during the 5th century, Sophron depicted the everyday life of the common people in mimes composed of dialogue in Doric prose, and thereby contributed to the shaping of bucolic poetry. These dialogues were of such merit that Plato is known to have derived pleasure from their study. Theocritus is supposed to have modelled 2 of his most important genre pieces portraying city life on Sophron, the Pharmakeutria, the Spell, and the Adoniazusae, the women at the Adonis festival. Whatever the bucolics of Stesichorus may have been, at all events this species of poetry came into flower as a reaction against the contemporary effeminate and bombastic verse of a later, somewhat overwrought and blasé period. After the myths had been pretty heavily graced, the crux of the matter is that a distinguished poet like Theocritus came along and applied his hand to this new material. Although singularly competent in the epic, he may have felt that the heroic epic and the myths had seen their day, and so he took from the actual songs of the shepherds what he found useful as a background to evoke the loveliest nature poetry. Although rustic life had been commented upon since Hesiod in didactic verse, Theocritus apparently raised the despised poetry of Helots to refulgent honor at a time when only hothouse poetry and epigrams were being composed. The bucolic idyll is above all not a village tale, but a situation which after a few words of introduction takes shape in speech and song, the speech portraying the picturesque, the song the emotional quality of life, both of them employed as monologue and dialogue. While in the Pharmakeutria, the spell, the words are only spoken, not sung. The first idyll contains a solo sung at the request of another person. The third is a serenade consisting of ritornelles, and besides the spoken dialogue as generally found, idylls 5 and 8 present actual singing contests. The most charming idylls may be those where the shepherds celebrate their own or others' moods, as in the 7th, where responsive singing gives way to the successive rendition of whole songs, or as in the 1st, where the languishment of Daphnis is most aptly and perhaps genuinely presented from the shepherd's point of view in the hyperbole of Hermes and Aphrodite coming to comfort him, and at whose death plants and animals are involved. At least these are not mere rhetorical hyperboles. From these songs filled with emotion, a gradation leads down to the playful, the risque Carmen Amebium, and the plain dialogue. The danger the poet faces is that amid the mythological insertions, the dialogue and the life of the shepherd may easily turn into a mere specious cloak. The successors, at that, are in danger of becoming all but pedants, so Bion excessive descriptive insertions can topple too. The description of the carved mazer fits quite properly into the first idyll of Theocritus. The long-winded description Moschus gives of Europa's basket with all the stories painted or embroidered on it is much more questionable. These bucolic poets would like to follow individual elements in Homer. In Moschus, Persephone and her nymphs at Enna and Europa before her abduction clearly recall the influence of Nausicaa and her maidens. The sweet slumbers and prophetic dreams brought by the morning form a beautiful beginning for the second ideal of Moschus. Learned epics were produced under the Roman emperors and on into the Byzantine age. The Orphic Argonautica composed by the pagan poet Nonnus after Christianity had taken over in the 5th century, and Hero and Leander ascribed to Musaeus at the beginning of the 6th century, betraying imitation of Nonnus, are two of the works that have survived. Eudocia, wife of Emperor Theodosius the Younger, was a special benefactress of the epic and highly honored the epic poet Cyrus. When she left the court and went to Jerusalem, he felt himself threatened and became Bishop of Cocciaeum in Phrygia, where he lived on into the reign of Emperor Leo. Here and there, poets continued to turn out Argonauticus and Thebaids. Preoccupation with Homeric studies kept the epic smithies hammering away until quite late. 7 didactic poesy. Hesiod, how far back into antiquity go the laws and lore that various peoples have had regarding rhythm or the form of song? Solemn rites and usages handed down presuppose that rhythmical language was old among the Greeks. Delphi couched its oracles mostly in hexameters, but the Greeks, at least in historical times, never had a caste of teachers, and especially not of a priestly political character, to impose any poetic forms. However, didactic poetry among the Greeks embodied something else, namely rhythmical proverbs and precepts dealing with peasant life, and, in a larger sense, the genomic aphoristic field as a whole. The name Hesiod may be an appellative, i.e. a generic designation. At any rate, the Greeks were convinced that a definite ancient poet by that name had existed who, although consecrated by the Muses, was a secular teacher of his nation, answering to the life and views obtaining at that time. They regarded Hesiod's work as highly important, and probably based their notions of the poet on the various passages where clearly a specific person is speaking at a definite place. Hesiod is at least as old as Homer. The question arises, how must one conceive of the Boeotian people, and then how of the entire Hellenic race that listened to this poetry and memorized it, thus preserving it most likely long before it was recorded? First, we shall apply this question to works and days, and answer it with the suggestion of Ottfried Müller that at that time the Greeks had no contempt for the Banausics, and rustics had not yet become politicians. This Boeotian peasantry likewise preserved a body of poetic lore which, until relatively late, it regarded as Hesiodic poetry is subjective, and in this sense the polar opposite and complement of the objective poetry of Homer. In the Theogony, the poet tells in detail how the Muses called him to Helicon and consecrated him. In Works and Days he exhorts almost constantly in his own name, and the myths he narrates, Prometheus, Pandora, the 5 races of men, are tendentious, serving as moral guides. The purpose of the mythical narratives, animal fables, maxims, etc., is to drive home the main thought. Hesiod does not set out to extol the life of the country or the feelings of the peasants. Their life is hard, and the farmer lacks the leisure of the shepherd. The poet also complains about the weather at Askra. In truly Spartan fashion, Cleomenes observed that Homer is a poet of free men, Hesiod one for helots. Müller rightly understood that the higher trait binding this poetry together and elevating it above the didactic is the religious element in it. The decrees and dispensations of the gods advance justice in the life of man, ordaining work as the only road to happiness, and so arrange the year into seasons that each may have its dues and impose appropriate duties. Beginning with its opening myths, this whole body of poetry is shot through with pessimism. It is noteworthy that Orientals express their hortatory and aphoristic writings in the form of priestly legislation, and that, in spite of all its ostensibly religious purpose, Works and Days is altogether a lay poem, the private composition of a poet, or, if one prefers, of a peasant. Hesiod does not want to be a king like a Solomon or a pseudo-Solomon. Another question is how he brought his poetry to the people, and whether he himself was a bard. When he appeared at the singing contest at the funeral rites for Amphidamas of Chalcis, he must have been regarded as one. We may presume the art of the bard to have been involved in his praises of Amphidamas and his ancestry, and similarly, wherever he composed epic material, as in the Theogony. If he is the author, after all, and in the myths at the beginning of Works and Days, it is significant that the hexameter was the verse commonly used to express popular ideas, rules, and admonitions. As to its style, the poem is permeated with ancient naivete all the way through. It has the beginnings of a style, Though of a primitive one that has not yet matured, Hesiod is far more archaic in his manner than Homer. The text of Works and Days as now extant is, to be sure, quite fragmentary. The complete version must have been in perfect harmony with popular conceptions, for otherwise oral tradition could not have preserved it. The arrangement of the parts in the version we have is quite garbled. At the end are found aphoristic statements about the kind of work various days are suitable for. These verse statements were mnemonic reminders current on the lips of people, though no specific poet was known to have composed them. Even though the Boeotians were not convinced that the Theogony was by Hesiod, and though in content it differs markedly from the Works and Days, it shows all kinds of affinities with it. Nevertheless, the Theogony is also didactic, and its author is truly a teacher of his nation. In any event, we are dealing here with some Boeotian poet, whether Hesiod himself or one of his descendants or one of his school, who established with his work a third species after the epic and the hymn, the cosmogony, inseparable for the Greeks from the theogony, which presents a system of causality producing maturer and more perfect forms through procreation. It is difficult, and in most cases impossible, to do justice to the author as a thinker and a poet. One can never be sure what antecedents he drew on. The Greeks constantly put Hesiod on a level with Homer, mentioning his name or reciting him with the same marked respect. They thought highly enough of him to believe that he had composed the whole work. He himself stressed his inspiration by the Muses, the real source of his revelations. At the very least, the several parts of the Theogony are by an artist highly skilled in representing vast primeval events, at times only adumbrating them in somber forms, as for instance earth, stirring and manifesting themselves as half-conscious and half-unconscious powers, or as some beings of the darkness becoming conscious in a dream. An incate splendor reigns here, similar to that in the Edda. The poet certainly must have achieved a powerful effect by reciting these passages, much as Homer did by reciting his underworld scenes. He, and perhaps he alone, filled the greatest need of the nation, for no subsequent didactic composition created anything so vivid or of such elemental power. Whereas later works are literary and designed for smaller audiences, the Theogony is a profoundly comprehensive and intimate expression of the spirit of the nation for which it speaks. The poet expressed the folk soul of the nation, and yet his images of the children and grandchildren of night must have been novel and striking, much as the following race of Pontus, Nereus and Nereids, and a whole ruck of monstrous kin, Grey, Gorgons, Echidna, Chimera. Then follow Tethys and Oceanus and their progeny, fresh water, streams and springs. There should be mentioned also the mysterious birth of Hecate and the secret birth and rescue of Zeus. Quite incidentally, and as something presumed known to the hearers, we learn about Prometheus matching wits with Zeus at Mecone, whence follows Prometheus's theft of fire and Zeus's vengeance through Pandora. Whether a later addition or not, the Titanomachy is grandiose, particularly the uproar of primal elements until chaos is ablaze, and the Titans are finally fettered in Tartarus. The rest of this part is spurious, having the ring of mnemonic verses. Among the philosophers who wrote in verse Xenophanes, in addition to his elegies and historical poems, wrote an epic concerning nature, which he recited at banquets and elsewhere. In verse, as opposed to the prose of the Ionians, he elucidated the inspiring fundamental concept of the Elatics, the theistic pantheism of the one and the many. Parmenides, who may have been his student, also used hexameters to express his doctrine of being in all of its abstractness. The title of his work is also on nature. He introduced Dyke, Justice, as his teacher, and as a revealer, his introduction before the Dyke section is exquisitely impressive. The work of Empedocles of Agrigentum, who flourished in 444, is also on nature. He was the last to use this powerful form of expression associated with myths. Most of the extant Orphic and Pythagorean fragments attributed to him are late and in all respects doubtful. His central philosophical doctrine, denying the principle of creation and annihilation and affirming the principle of change and development, is vividly picturesque. In addition, he has, much as has Lucretius, a number of figures of speech executed in great detail, like those of the lantern, the painters, and the water clock. The sheer habit of using hexameters, the practice of reading before groups, the use of hexameters in mnemonic verses, the desire of scholars to excel as poets, and the ease with which hexameters could be tossed off brought forth all sorts of compositions in this verse form. Of course, the urge to instruct was in no way as strong in these later didactic writers as it was in Hesiod, nor did they speak to the whole nation as he did. Whether they were trying to popularize science to meet a demand need not be ascertained. At any rate, everybody knew that in addition to these poetic works claiming to transmit a body of knowledge, there existed another tradition that was careful, scholarly, and serious. Quite remarkably, besides these poets, there are writers being mentioned who, conversely, treated the myths not in epic verse but in prose. Thus reputedly did Aristeas of Proconnesus in his Theogony, Dionysius of Mytilene in his Argonauts, and others. Nicander of Colophon was a poet of some stature. His Heteroeumena Metamorphoses gave Ovid the idea for his poems. In his Theriaca and Alexipharmaca, the subject of many commentaries, he inaugurated the poetry of medicine. A follower of his was Marcellus of Side in Pamphylia at the time of Marcus Aurelius. He produced a medical work in hexameters comprising 42 books. Nicander, the author of a Lost Georgica, a poem on agricultural matters which Virgil is supposed to have drawn upon occasionally, was also the finest of the poets of husbandry, the Geoponici and Georgici. Hunting and fishing were celebrated by the Cynegetici and the Haliutici. Athenaeus lists them down to Oppianus. There were also geographies written in verse. In the time of the emperors Dionysius, the Periageti, Cicerone composed a versified history of the world. The Mosella by the Roman poet Ausonius is the best work of this kind. And now, at last, versified cookbooks. They originated in Sicily, where Mythosecus, mentioned by Plato, composed a work on native cookery, and Epicharmus wrote comedies, of which 3/4 of the extant fragments deal with eating. Here, Archestratus of Gela or Syracuse, a contemporary of Dionysius the Younger, traveling about widely to gather information, wrote his Hidipathia, i.e. gastronomic rules and descriptions of all sorts of eatables, in the earnest didactic manner of Hesiod and Theognis. Others imitated him. There was a poem on fish pickled in brine, which Euthydemus of Athens attributed to Hesiod. A certain Numenius is also mentioned as the author of a poetic work on the art of cookery, and also a Timochaedas of Rhodes, who treated of similar material in 11 books done in hexameters. As mentioned above, Matron, the parodist of Homer, composed a famous symposium. In the days of Dionysius the Elder, the dithyrambic poet Philoxenus, a celebrated gourmet and adventurer, wrote a symposium not in the epic but dithyrambic form, to say nothing of other authors of whom it is uncertain whether they wrote in prose or verse. These didactic poets, as far as we know them, ever and again came forth with items full of great beauty, which tell us that we are in the presence of a sensitive and perceptive nation manifesting this sense abundantly even on commonplace subjects.